He didn't get iseki'd once or twice. He got oversummoned so many times that other worlds became his day job. Each summon stripped away a bit of his humanity, until he stopped caring altogether. The system gave up trying to balance him. Now he's finally stuck in one world, with stats so broken they look illegal. And this time, he's not here to be a hero. He's here to finish things his way. This isn't an adventure anymore. It's the end game. Let's go. One day, Taka Fujinori had a dream. There was a girl in it. She touched his face and said his name. Apparently she knew him, but he didn't know hers. Then she suddenly stabbed him in the chest with a dagger. He looked at her face and thought, why was she crying? And how did she know his name? When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a classroom filled with the voices of his classmates. He stared at one point and thought, was it a dream? He looked around, his usual classroom, a very ordinary day. But this is only at first glance. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared on the floor, and then they were all blinded by a bright flash, and when they opened their eyes, they realized that they were in a different place, in some kind of white space. Protagonist stood up and looked around, mentally noting that they had just been at school. His classmates began to panic. One of them exclaimed, is this a joke? Where are they now? A goddess appeared to them and told them not to worry. They had entered the path of the soul, or more precisely, they had entered the interworld. She is the one they call a goddess. They will not simply be summoned to another world. They will all be summoned as heroes who will overthrow the Demon King. They were surprised. And she continued, saying that their souls would be transferred to the world of swords and magic, Belzi, to the kingdom of Hyjin. Inori mentally noted that this was just like in the books, and the goddess told them not to worry. No one would stop them there. They would soon depart for another world. But finally, she would give each of them a gift. She extended her hand to each, bestowing an ability corresponding to the world she would send them to. Let them just not become intoxicated with power. Walk the righteous path and lead others. She wished them all the best and then departed for another world. Opening his eyes, Protagonist found himself in the throne room, surrounded by knights, nobles, the king himself, and the saint responsible for the summoning. She caught her breath, rejoicing that the ritual had been successful, and the nobles began to praise her holiness. Now the heroes had been summoned and the world would be saved. The king ordered silence in the throne room, then stood up and approached those who had come from another world, introducing himself to them. He was Risen Hagen, the king of the Hagen kingdom. He knelt before them and said that he solemnly welcomed them and asked them to defeat the Demon King. Inori appreciated his greeting, and one of his classmates turned to His Majesty, asking him to raise his head. But first, he wanted to ask one question. They would be able to return to the previous world, right? He said that Saint Isaiah would answer this question. The saint approached them and said that they would have the opportunity to return, but not yet. Exactly 1 month from now, on the next full moon, they will be able to return to their world. If they don't want to fight the Demon King, they will have to spend 1 month in the castle. The girls began to rejoice, anticipating a luxurious life, and Protagonist thought it was not a summoning, but an excursion to another world. One of the girls asked how much time would pass during this month in their world, and the saint told them not to worry. They will be returned the same moment they were summoned. Time in their world will not move an inch. Inori suspected something was wrong, because everything sounded good and harmonious. Even too good. Isaiah asked if there were any among them who wanted to wait until the next full moon and said that even if everyone made this choice, they had no right to stop them. However, she would like them to save their country, save this world. She folded her hands in supplication and began to cry. And Protagonist, meanwhile, thought that after this, they would all naively consider themselves great heroes. This is a hackneyed ploy to inspire them. His classmates began to mutter among themselves, and he hoped that there were no people among them stupid enough to fall for this. When the discussion ended, his classmates said that he didn't think they would be able to make a final decision just like that. Could they give them a month to think about it? The king remained silent, thinking it over, and Inori looked at his classmates and thought that they had a good idea. He would have supported them himself. But the king agreed. In a month, they would all have to decide. Either they become heroes or return to their world. But today, They were having a feast, so let them enjoy it to their heart's content. They were very happy, and protagonist sighed with a smile. Thinking that he was so lucky, on the very first day, they would be able to taste the delicacies of another world. He wanted to make something interesting, something with a lot of ingredients at once. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared under his feet. Just like back in the classroom. He touched his chin in confusion, and wondered if they would be transported to the table this way. Now he wondered what the magic's capacity was. Could it be used to collect all the goodies? He would like to try some food from a fantasy world. His classmate nervously called out to him, and asked why the circle was only under him. Protagonist was confused. Then he was transported to that very space. The goddess greeted him and began her welcoming speech. But realizing there was only one person here, she stopped. Inori said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, a whole few minutes. She pointed at him in confusion and noted that he had already been here. This made her confused, because this shouldn't be happening, and he asked if she had summoned him again. She told him it was possible, then extended her hand to him and said that in any case, rules are rules. Since he was summoned, he should receive his gift. The magic circle appeared under his feet again, and she remarked that this was a mysterious case. She said goodbye to him and wished him luck, and he said that apparently she didn't understand her business very well. He was transported to another world, to some kind of laboratory. He noticed that the last time the summoning circle was purple, and now it was yellow, and the symbols, in his opinion, were different. But now was not the time to think about that, because he was confined to a chair, and some mad scientists surrounded him. The old man was glad that the summoning was successful, and his colleague said that from now on he was experiment number 12. The old man came closer to Inori and said that perhaps he would be the one to have the magic eye. Protagonist doubted that the name experiment would turn out well and wondered if this world was too hard for a second time. The two armed themselves with tools, and the old man told his subordinate that the experiment was above all else, and that he should be careful. He called him doctor and told him that he understood everything, and protagonist thought, is he really a doctor? He looks like a mad scientist. The old man suddenly began waving a scalpel in front of his face, delightedly saying that they finally got a real magic eye under the knife. It is given to people from another world the moment they cross the border. He showed him a full set of tools hidden in his cloak, saying that this is their work. Inori thought, so this time his gift is a magic eye. The old man used magic on him and said that it would be sad if he went crazy or went wild, so he would hypnotize him so that nothing could interfere with his experiment. Protagonist kept his gaze fixed on the magic circle in front of him, but no matter how hard the old man tried, the hypnosis had little or no effect. This confused him, and he said he didn't think top-notch hypnosis would work so poorly. Suddenly, his subordinate excitedly called out to him, and said that his right eye was all-seeing and his left eye was formation. Hearing this, the old man was delighted. This was a specimen with heterochromia. They decided to forget about hypnosis and continue the experiment to see how he would react, and armed themselves with medical instruments again. Inori became nervous and thought, are they serious? Are they going to cut him open like that without hypnosis? Is this torture? He needs to do something. He decided to try using his eyes to escape, and at that very moment, a green magic circle appeared under his feet. The two crazy doctors stared at him in surprise, and he smiled and thought, how perfect timing it was. When he moved into that space, the goddess was surprised, to put it mildly. She noted that this was the third time. Was he that attracted to her? He asked what was wrong with him, and she told him that this was the first time something like this had happened, so she couldn't say much. But she hoped to find out something by the time he appeared next. Protagonist thought that he had already managed to become friends with the goddess. But what awaits him next? And why was she talking about the next appearance? Then he was summoned by a high-class girl and an elf. The woman told her mistress that she had summoned an anthropomorphic monster on her first try. She had talent. He didn't like the way she called him. He was mistaken for a monster, and was almost forced to sign a service contract when suddenly the summoning circle appeared again. He returned to the goddess, and she sighed heavily, noting that he couldn't get tired of this. He asked if she knew the reason for all this, and she told him there was no time, so she would tell him briefly. The summoning chooses a person with a strong soul. A strong soul is precisely what is needed to cross the world's border, but his soul was too strong. He looked at her in bewilderment, and said that not only was he not a saint, but he could hardly even be called a good person. And she answered that it didn't matter. Simply put, what matters is the strength of the inner self. If his soul had been immediately secured with a hero contract in that world, this would not have happened. She extended her hand to him, granting him another ability, this time ability theft. This time, he was summoned by a beautiful girl, and in the end, he received 4 gifts. He also tried to make a contract before being returned to the goddess, but the magic circle appeared faster. On the 5th summoning, a girl summoned him using black magic. Apparently, his gift was somehow related to this. On the 6th summoning, he managed to become the Demon King, who was resurrected by his loyal subjects. But he quickly returned to the goddess, and she noticed that he had collected quite a few of her gifts. He agreed with her, and then she declared that the next time would be the last. So for the final gift, she would gather all his skills together. When he was summoned, let him immediately look at the system. He would understand what she was talking about. This time, he again found himself in the world of swords and magic. When he heard the king's voice welcoming the heroes, he was glad that everything would be fine this time. But he was confused when he saw 3 unfamiliar high school students next to him. Shinzaki Ryuta looked around, not understanding how they ended up in the castle. And Karasawa Tamaki, noticing the people she recognized, immediately approached them. A girl named Isegai Aoi was also with them. Looking at the 4, the king was confused, because there should be 3 heroes. Hearing this, Inori thought that there were 4 of them, and the 3 of them even knew each other. He frowned and exclaimed out loud, was he thrown into the group with the others? Everyone immediately turned around at his cry. After which, the king pointed his fingers at him and asked what this meant, 3 heroes and 1 mere mortal? Protagonist answered him that that was exactly it, and he asked, puzzled, what did he mean when he said that he was thrown into the group with the others? And then his daughter Amanda came. She turned to the heroes and asked, are they from another world? She, the first of the princesses, personally summoned them, so let them be grateful to her. Protagonist thought that here was another pattern, an arrogant princess. She raised her hand and solemnly said that she summoned them to their bright kingdom of the rising sun. Besides people, in this world they will meet demi-humans and demons, and they must know that demons are their enemies. Led by the Demon King, they created their own country and are invading their territory, and therefore, the main power of the Makard Empire demanded that all countries in the empire summon heroes. But only girls of royal blood can summon heroes. That is, each country trains its own heroes to create an army and fight back against the Demon King. She smiled and asked how they liked their plan. She knew the idea was brilliant. Inori looked at her doubtfully and thought, so they are counting on quantity, not quality. Are they hoping that at least one of the heroes will be successful? Is that their plan? The princess continued, saying that they, representatives of the kingdom of the rising sun, must stand proud and become stronger in order to overthrow the Demon King. Protagonist pursed his lips and silently asked her to stop. He barely managed to hold back his laughter every time he heard the name of this country. Ruto turned to Her Highness and asked if he could ask one question. Could they return to their world? She told him she would be brief. There was no way back. This made the 3 of them nervous, and Amanda, perplexed, asked why they needed to go back. They should be grateful. They had everything to become honored heroes of the kingdom. Inori felt uneasy and wondered, what do you mean? There was no way back. They should learn from the kingdom of Hyjin. The king apologized to them for getting down to business so quickly, and asked them to touch the tablet. It would recognize the blessing he had given them. The court mage held the tablets up to them, and protagonists began to observe. Ryuto's was revealed to be the blessing of limit breaking, always the creation of barriers, and Tamaki's the affinity with magic. When he touched the tablet, it revealed that his blessing was detection. The king was confused, as was he himself. He had received an interesting blessing. It didn't fit at all with these 3, as if he were some kind of bandit and not a hero. Afterwards, they were taken to have their physical and magical powers measured. Rito demonstrated superhuman results in his physical abilities, and Aoi and Tamaki demonstrated inhuman mastery of magic. His extraordinary magic successfully ended at a completely ordinary level, which gave him the feeling that his body had been much stronger before this summoning. He lost to the girls in sports. It's just a shame, although this is expected. They are heroes for a reason. Later, it was decided to gather in Ryuto's room to discuss their next steps. As soon as Inori was inside, he looked around and noticed that his room was much more spacious than his. And Tamaki's voice distracted him from his thoughts. She asked Ryuto what he was doing there. He's not a hero. He has no strength at all. Why even call him? Protagonist smiled wryly. She said it straight to his face. Tamaki said that she wasn't that worried about him. She was just curious. He immediately thought, so she was actually worried about him. There she was, a true tsundere. Ryuto asked her not to say that. His detection was also an extremely useful skill. At that moment, Protagonist realized that not all heroes thought the same about him, and Ryuto said that he agreed he most likely wouldn't be able to fight. But personally, he would like to be protected by Aoi's barriers. She said that she understood everything, and Inori thought about it. Energetic Tamaki and, in contrast, silent Aoi. A beautiful and sweet face says 1,000 words. Overall, all three are far from being the most beautiful people. Here they are, the lucky ones with personal lives. Tamaki asked if they thought it was worth staying in this country. Rito thought for a second, and just as he was about to say something, Protagonist exclaimed loudly, "Isn't it wonderful here?" And they were received quite warmly. What could he even complain about? He put his finger to his lips and showed them a note saying that they were being eavesdropped on, so they better not say anything unnecessary. They all immediately tensed up and fell silent. Thanks to his gift of detection, Inori figured it out right away. It's hard to believe, but his ability is extremely powerful. It allows him to sense the presence of people and animals even behind walls. And now there are a couple of extra ears outside their door. The maid had already finished her work here, but for some reason she returned. Or was it someone else? He looked down at the notebooks, and wrote a new note in which he asked Aoi to create a barrier that would block out sound. She nodded in response, then stood in the center of the room and raised the barrier above them. After that, she said that she had succeeded, but she was not yet used to this, so she would not last long. Ryuto thanked her with a smile, which made her slightly embarrassed, and Protagonist silently asked them to flirt elsewhere. Tamaki asked why they were eavesdropping on them. Ryuto immediately became serious, and said that he didn't know whether she realized it or not. But their powers didn't fit into the framework of this world. How could they know if they wouldn't decide to plunge the entire country into chaos, so they acted covertly? Tamaki exclaimed with displeasure. What is he even talking about? They were the ones who summoned them. Protagonist said that he thought this country was also going through hard times. He couldn't say for sure, since they knew almost nothing about this world, but most likely, the state was in crisis. Their king does too much himself. Everything will be fine. He wouldn't have to deal with all this. Besides, he has too few vassals and almost no guards. Tamaki agreed with him. She had thought about it too. But they were fed very well, right? That costs money. He replied that the food was very ordinary, simply stuffed with garlic and spices, hence the taste. He grimaced slightly and wondered. So she liked it, and in his opinion, the food was very specific. He continued, noting that this room did not look like a hero's quarters at all, as if a private soldier had once lived here. And his room was even smaller. He remembered his first summoning and thought that he doubted that these three were summoned somewhere every day, and he had something to compare this kingdom to. He said that they should still consider escaping from this country. With his strength, they had a good chance of getting past the entire army, and then start looking for a way home. They remained silent, considering his offer. After which, Tamaki said that perhaps they were this country's last hope, and they should not let that hope evaporate. Aoi noted that they were saying there was no way out, but who's stopping them from hiding the truth from them now? Inori pointed out that it was stupid to spill everything right away, and Ryuto agreed with him. They don't have the strength or knowledge yet, so they'll just have to wait. Suddenly, Tamaki approached Shinori and noticed that his left eye was yellow. Realizing he'd completely forgotten about it, he immediately covered his eye with his hand, thinking that it was obvious it would be noticeable. After seeing his reaction, Ruto told the girl that some things were better left alone. It was a bit late, of course, but everyone goes through this, so she should leave him alone. Protagonist thought he was smart, confusing his eye with 8th grader syndrome. Although it was better for him, so he decided to play along for now and said that they shouldn't underestimate the power of his eye. When he returned to his room, he wondered what kind of ability this was. In theory, if he wanted to look at its stats, it would appear. A system window immediately appeared before him. All his stats were around 1,000 or more. He noted that the numbers were quite large, but without an average, they meant nothing. He remembered sweating profusely during the physical test while the three of them chatted merrily, and wondered what was the reason for such poor results. He decided to test his skills first. He had an all-seeing magical eye on his right and a formation eye on his left. Skills: stealing, black magic, and detection. He built up a decent set thanks to endless summoning. However, the third time he was called a monster, he became a vampire. Because of this, he was afflicted with the hatred of the sun god effect. During the day, the stats of nocturnal races, rejected by the god, are reduced to 1/10 of their normal strength. Therefore, his abilities are limited during the day. That's the reason for his poor test results. He was exposed to the scorching sun for too long. And so that was also why he had this throbbing headache, and why the dinner seemed inedible because of the garlic. Even regarding those two girls, it was actually their blood that attracted him. He was so fixated on using his detection skill that he completely forgot about his subconscious. He knew that heterochromia and being a vampire could be survivable. He could somehow cope with that. But first, he needed to learn more about himself and his skills. He remembered all his summons to other worlds and thought that here it was a whole family of skills. The ability to detect living beings within his own perception. Detection. He reached with a candlestick and decided to use his magic to make a weapon out of scrap materials. He removed the candles, he only needed an iron stand. After that, he used magic, and it turned into a dagger. Now he decided to find out what his right all-seeing magical eye did. Accurate recognition of moving objects, accurate distance estimation, microscopy, dark vision judgment, clairvoyance, dissolving illusions, prediction, photographic memory, a view from the outside. The full set, this eye can do almost everything imaginable. Since he still has a long way to go to figure this out, he decided to look at the description of the left magical eye for now. It can transfer any magic circle it sees directly to the eye and activate it at any time. He didn't quite understand what this meant and decided to think about it when he was practicing local magic. He also has a bunch of other skills, such as increased pumping speed, dark magic, weapon creation, and so on. He was especially interested in the bloodsucker skill. If he sucks out almost all the blood, the victim will become a ghoul. And if he injects his blood into a virgin, they will become his vampire servants. But if they are deflowered, they will simply become ghouls. If you sprinkle a ghoul with your blood after its death, it will become a subject. Furthermore, if he sucks all the blood from a victim, the creature's memories will be transferred to him. This made him smile nervously and wonder what kind of monster he was. Also, if you suck all the blood from a person, you can steal all their skills. Even despite his weakness during the day, it's too early to write him off. But first, he needs to get used to this world and his new body. A new day dawned. They gathered at the training grounds, and a woman came to them. Now, the head of the Knights of the Kingdom of the Rising Sun, Igiana Izzy, will teach them the art of mastering their bodies. Inori was a little confused that the head of the Knights was a woman, and he thought that although a fantasy world is a fantasy, but is this the result of the economic crisis and attempt to change public attitudes? Agiana said she understood that the girls were inclined toward magic, but the basics of body control still couldn't be neglected. She usually started with strength training, but that didn't seem to be the case with them. Inori frowned slightly and thought, of course that was true. He glanced at the three of them and saw their stats. Ryuto's stats were practically the same. Taumaki had the highest mana, and Aoi had the same, but she was much weaker. Despite this, all three had inhuman stats, in Inori's opinion. The head knight told the three of them that once they learned the basics of body control, they could choose what suited them best. With Inori, it was different. He would only choose once he reached the level of an average warrior. After that, he went to train. While he was doing push-ups, the head knight didn't leave his side for a second and constantly urged him to continue. Protagonist was having a hard time. He was so sleepy during the day and his head was splitting under the scorching sun. Aegiana said she would keep a close eye on him and encourage him, but he thought his head was already spinning. Even if he wanted to escape somehow, he couldn't. Suddenly, the princess's voice rang out. Inori immediately realized that the tsundere from yesterday had arrived, but next to her was another girl, a stranger to him. He wondered, who is this? Does she even have a maid? Does she look like a princess? Or maybe she's just beautiful? Her expression unnerved him a little. A fake smile, just like a doll's. The head knight called them both princesses and asked what had happened. The second princess, smiling, told her that they had simply come to watch their heroes train. And Amanda told them that she had found the only bit of free time she had, so they should be grateful. Protagonist chuckled. After which, the second princess approached him and said with a smile that she was pleased to meet him. Her name is Arya. She will spend the rest of the day with him. After training, they went to one of the rooms of the castle and Arya told him that there would be lectures in the afternoon. He looked at her and thought that this was bad. He was put in a separate class and the other three were put together and taught by the eldest of the princesses. The reason is simple. Amanda said that she is not going to teach a non-hero since it is outrageous. He sighed heavily and thought that it was not the time to be upset. One day his hands would get to her too. Arya decided to start the lesson. She took one of the books, and before she began the lecture, Inori raised his hand and asked if he could ask something. She inquired what was the matter, and he asked, "Isn't she the younger sister of the first princess?" She told him that, unfortunately, this is not true. She is older than her by a year, but for some reason, she is the one who will inherit the throne. He thought it sounded really complicated. Age doesn't always determine the heir. He decided not to ask her about it anymore, and they returned to the lecture. According to the lessons, the kingdom of the rising sun was founded by a sorceress. She was part of a group of heroes that ultimately defeated the previous demon king. That is, their founder was a witch. Thus, a certain belief in witches was strengthened among the people. And women are generally given more importance. For many years, the throne belonged to queens. The current ruler, the queen's husband, is none other than the regent. This is their usual form of government. The queen can deprive the king of power through a simple divorce. As a result, the second princess gave him a lecture on the basics of the history of their kingdom and the magic of this world. Soon evening fell. He returned to his room and, leafing through a book, thought that tomorrow something in the spirit of the principles of local magic awaited him. And practical magic lessons, in theory, begin the day after tomorrow. He borrowed a grimoire on the basics of magic from the second princess. Of course, it was rude of him to ask for it after he fell asleep during her lesson. But her doll-like smile never left her face. However, it was unlikely that she was very happy. He found an image of a magic circle in the book. Now he could try what he hadn't been able to work with yesterday. He used the magic formation eye, which allows him to save magic circles he has seen and activate them at any time. But nothing worked. There was no feeling that the circle was preserved inside the eye. He tried other magic circles, but nothing happened. He closed the book, annoyed that this was a complete defeat, and suddenly he remembered that he had another magic eye. There was a pen and paper on the nightstand next to the bed. He drew a magic circle, which he remembered clearly. This circle was from the world where he got these eyes. That doctor's first-class hypnosis. Of course, you can't remember something like that in a split second, but his right eye, namely his photographic memory, was able to do it. Looking at the finished drawing, he decided to use his left eye and thought that both the eye and the circle were from the same world. And then he felt a completely new feeling. It seemed he had succeeded. He decided to test it out, and called his servant Nala. When she entered, he said he had a small favor to ask, after which he used hypnosis on her, which at first took her by surprise, and then her gaze became clouded. He waved his hand in front of her face, and wondered if he had succeeded. To test this, he decided to try a few questions, the first of which was what color her underwear was. She gave him the answer, and he, using his second eye for clairvoyance, realized it was true. His first-class hypnosis worked, and he thought, does that mean his left eye can't store circles from another world? That is, right now this eye is only capable of hypnosis. He thought that couldn't be true. He had been summoned so many times, and each time a summoning magic circle appeared under his feet, so he should have remembered it. And if he transferred this to his left eye, he would be able to teleport himself. After that, a magic circle appeared under his feet, and an identical one appeared somewhere in the forest. Thus, he teleported to a forest somewhere on the outskirts of the capital. A joint technique of farsightedness of the right eye and point-of-view transference of the left eye. Now he can leave the palace whenever he wants. It is night now, and his abilities are working at full capacity, so he decided to conduct a couple of tests. He approached the remains of some kind of structure and used dark magic on it, controlling it, causing objects to immediately begin to float in the air. Any inanimate matter is susceptible to dark magic, and he can freely move and hide objects under his control in his own shadow. Controlled objects also cannot affect uncontrolled ones, but if he frees them, everything will work as before. It's convenient and completely inconvenient at the same time. He also has dark magic. With one skill, he can dissolve into the shadows and freely follow them. He fell underground, then peered out from the shadow of a tree and thought that this was too convenient, and the shadows inside were quite spacious. Now it was time to master the skill of weapon creation. He created a sword from stone and concentrated. During training, he used the eye of all-seeing to memorize the movements taught to heroes. And at night he returned to the same place to repeat it as many times as time allowed. He made a few swings with the sword, and soon ran out of breath. But despite this, he felt a sense of triumph. And when he looked up, he saw a system notification in front of him. He had learned the first-level sword technique skill. Now he understood where this feeling came from. Time passed like this, far from immediately, but he succeeded. Then came the time to level up. As soon as this thought flashed through his head, he heard some sounds behind him. Peeking out from the bushes, he spotted a huge bird in the clearing that had just caught a rabbit. At first, he thought it was a demon, and used the identify skill. The system window showed that it was a bird-like demon, K2, and he wondered if they were always this strong? As he had already realized, these birds were a popular local commodity, and the bed in his room was stuffed with their feathers. And do people in this kingdom hunt these huge birds? He wondered what to do next. Maybe he should start with simpler demons? He tried to evaluate the other demons in this forest, but except for intelligence, the rest of the indicators were around 500 or 600. Some of them even surpassed his. Either the demons in this forest were too strong, or he was that weak. They were much stronger than he expected. Of course, he still had a chance in a one-on-one fight, but if they surrounded him, he would be finished. Without leveling up, he couldn't handle it. Meanwhile, the second princess was wandering the corridors of the castle. The head of the night stood in her way and said that even inside the castle she shouldn't go out at such a late hour without an escort. Arya smiled and asked if she could talk to her. She was told that she didn't use magical tools during the training of Inori and the other heroes. She confirmed this. The three heroes were practicing with training weapons and Inori was working with strength exercises. Giving them anything more serious when they hadn't yet properly mastered the basics of body control was unacceptable. Arya didn't let her finish and asked what the problem was. They would eventually touch the magical tools, so why not explain them right away? Eugenia looked at her closely and after a short pause said she was right. If they mastered them, they would become stronger, but if they relied on such power from the start, all discipline would be disrupted. Personally, she believed it was more important to remove all temptations from their sight and temper their bodies and spirits. Arya didn't like her words, but she immediately forced a smile on her face and said she was right. There was no need to worry when the strongest of all people was working with them. With a certain sadness, then said it had been a long time since she had seen her old smile. The princess remained silent, then turned away from her and said her smile hadn't changed at all. Eugenia carefully asked her what she thought of their future queen, and she, glancing at Amanda's portrait, said that of course she had talent, her own principles and convictions. People loved her. She was worthy of the throne. She asked, "Does she really think so?" The princess asked in response. "What is she talking about? You never know where someone might fall. One day, the kingdom would consider her words an insult. She replied that she understood, after which the princess left, and she silently told her not to worry about it. 2 weeks had passed since their summoning to this world, and the three of them were training at a rapid pace. Ryuto had already bonded with the sword. Now he was being taught only swordsmanship. Tamaki chose a staff. In theory, it should help her concentrate on casting spells, but in her case, the staff was nothing more than an ordinary club. It seemed she had muscles instead of brains. Aoi was learning archery. An archer is completely defenseless while aiming at someone, but with her barriers, that's no problem. A master of close range, fire at range, and destructive power up close, fire support and protection at any moment. Now that's a balanced squad. 3 days ago, protagonist also began serious training, not in swordsmanship, but in dagger and throwing weapon techniques, stealth training, and the occasional trap disarm. As he understood it, they wanted to make him a scout, and that made sense, because this role, combined with his gift of detection, is the perfect combo. What about his other abilities? He doesn't need nannies to develop them. Every night, he trained in the forest, controlling daggers in the air with dark magic. When he waited for the right moment, he severed the connection with the dagger, and then it pierced the tree trunk. Looking at this, he thought that the day's lessons were almost impossible to put into practice, and they were barely registering in his head. This hatred of the sun god irritates him so much. Will he be able to get rid of it when he levels up enough? After training with the dagger, it was time to level up his skills. Moving in the shadows, he tracked the bird demon, and when it was distracted by food, he immediately jumped out of hiding and approached the demon along the shadow on the ground. The bird noticed him too late, so he quickly did what he had planned. Using weapon creation, he created a thread of dark magic, which immediately bound the demon. The bird screamed, trying to get out, and he looked it straight in the eyes, using hypnosis. The demon's eye glowed yellow. Victory. He carefully reached out to the bird and waited a few seconds. It did not move. After that, he stabbed the demon with the dagger and killed it. Living creatures are not susceptible to dark magic, but the undead can be easily moved and stored within the shadow. Having thrown the bird into the shadow space, he descended there himself and thought that, based on his observations, there was no need to worry about the remaining demons here. He sank his fangs into the bird's neck and hoped that if he sucked almost all of its blood, his vampirism would help him raise his level, or at least his stats. After that, he went hunting again. This time, he came across some kind of reptile. He thought the beast didn't look particularly tasty, but it wasn't like he had a choice. As long as it was profitable, he would continue hunting. As soon as it began to get light, he teleported back to his room and went to bed. Every night the same thing. Morning came, the maid woke him, and he thought that, of course, he wouldn't keep her under hypnosis forever, only when he urgently needed to go somewhere. In these 2 weeks, he was able to extract a ton of interesting information about the kingdom from her, all thanks to the miraculous hypnosis. The current queen could not have children. The country itself is based on a matriarchal system. The queen gives birth to a daughter so that she will eventually inherit the throne, and so the kingdom continues to exist. But for an unknown reason, many members of the royal family died of illness, which could gradually lead to tragic consequences. And so as not to leave the kingdom completely without heirs, the daughter of an earl, a distant relative of the queen, became the king's concubine. Then a baby was born. She was named Arya. Her name means heiress, a diligent student, a favorite of the people. Everyone rejoiced at her success until she was 7 years old. That year, the king and queen finally had a daughter, and they named her Amanda, meaning beloved. The queen loved her daughter immensely, and she inherited a talent for magic. Arya no longer needed to study so diligently to inherit the throne. When Amanda turned 7, she became the first princess and was named heir, leaving Arya in the shadows. The meaning of her name faded into oblivion. People lost all interest in her, and the princess was left alone. Forgotten by the queen, she lived out her days in the castle like a doll. Now, sitting at one of her lectures, he glanced at her and thought that she was just like him, expecting nothing from anyone. Noticing him lying on the table, she asked him to wake up, learning his light. If he sleeps, he will be empty-handed and empty-headed. He yawned and thought that it had been so long since he had listened to an instructive lecture, after which she said that it was sad, of course, that he lacked talent for magic, but he was being taught intelligence techniques and espionage. He didn't think that this was where his talent lay. He thought about it, he really couldn't use the magic of this world at all. Even the most ordinary people could use simple magic. And in the eyes of others, it was strange to be someone who couldn't use it at all. Beria said that the head of the Knights was an extremely busy person, but she still found time for them. Was it because she saw something he felt a little uneasy from her abrupt approach, after which she ordered him to follow her. She led him to the tower. They descended the stairs and found themselves in front of huge doors. She opened them with magic and said that the class was rather crowded today. They would take advantage of it. He was a hero, but they called him weak. Did he enjoy these words? She turned to him and exclaimed that she didn't think so, and he looked at her in surprise. The past had left an indelible mark on her. She locked away all her emotions, and the inhabitants of the kingdom began to call her a doll. But now, seeing her, he couldn't say that. When she finished with her magic, a spacious training hall spread out before them. Arya walked to the center of the room and continued, saying that if he didn't work on this, he would be kicked out of the castle. They were not obligated to support those who don't work. He mentally noted that she had started with her trump cards right away, and then asked, so using the gift of detection doesn't count as work? Arya answered him that she also considered this treatment unfair, but he still wasn't putting in the necessary effort. Was it so difficult for him to pull himself together a little? A blessing is not given to everyone. He remembered how he slept during her lessons and trained at night, and replied that he had done everything in his power anyway. She nervously clenched her fist, and he said that he was far from those three heroes and he had no talent for learning either. Everyone has their limits. She said that in this special training room there is a strong magical barrier, no screams, no noise. No one will hear anything, so he need not worry about that. He asked her how to open the door, and then she quietly approached him from behind and raised a furious glare at him. After which, she kicked him in the back with all her might, pinning him against the door with a slam. He turned to her in bewilderment, and she exclaimed that he hadn't even smelled gunpowder yet. And if he was expelled, because of his own fault, his life would end with the first demon he met. Even if he's not as cool as them, let him live with what he has and not give up. He looked at her, and thought that she wasn't a doll but a truly noble girl. She exclaimed that he had a chance to change. Let him not give up. This made him grin. Then laugh out loud and say that she was a good girl. Her face immediately blushed at his words, and he said that he underestimated her. He didn't expect her to be so strong. She suggested that they do without playing on his nerves, and he told her not to worry. He loves life more than anyone else, just like her. She looked at him in surprise and after a short pause said that perhaps she had underestimated him too. For some reason, he seems incredibly strong to her. He said that the fact that he will be expelled is a fact, but he will still think about what to do with it. He does not plan to leave here yet, since the gathering of information is not yet complete. When it was time for another training session, he decided to somehow demonstrate the significance of his discovery, but the problem was that field training in real dungeons was not planned yet. The training ended, and he caught his breath, thinking, maybe you should ask the head of the knights to convince the queen? Maybe then he would have a say. Egiana led him into her office for a conversation, and when he told her his request, she said it would be difficult. He asked, she understands that his ability is not quite up to this. He admitted that he didn't have much motivation for daily training, but she didn't let him finish and said he was mistaken. She wasn't underestimating him at all. Would he like to join the knightly order? He was very surprised by her offer, and she said that his abilities would be indispensable on the battlefield. They would help him in his position as a knight. It didn't matter whether it was exploring a dungeon or battling the Demon King, he would become stronger with each time. It's difficult not because she doesn't want to, but because she has no way to influence his situation. But if he stops being a hero and becomes a soldier, then he will begin to decide his own fate. That way, he can avoid exile. He understood that if he agrees, he will receive a whole bunch of responsibilities, and this does not suit him. He answered her that he really appreciated her offer, but he needed time to think about it. She agreed, and told him to come to her when he has nowhere else to go, and he clarified. After the exile, Igiana went to the window and confirmed this. A few days passed, and Nori was sitting at another lecture, half asleep, and asked, "Will the heroes from the neighboring country come? What do they need here?" The princess said that there will be a meeting tomorrow. She will also be there, so there will be no classes or training. He was surprised by such news, and she said with a smile that he will not be there either. He wondered why. He immediately understood what was going on. He was the fourth wheel. The next day arrived, the guests from the neighboring country were greeted with all due honors, and the protagonist, watching the celebration from the window, thought discontentedly. What about their financial crisis? Was there really not enough room to invite him? However, really, who would want to explain to the guests why another hero suddenly showed up along with the three? There would be an investigation, and he didn't need another hassle. With a heavy sigh, he got out of bed and thought that he didn't like sitting on the sidelines and watching others have fun. He used his all-seeing magic eye to see what was happening in the main hall of the palace. He saw the princess's informal attire and, with a bored look, noted that his favorite lecturer had also dressed up. He immediately noticed that frozen smile on her face. After which, he appreciated the rich appetizers on the table, which made him feel sad. Thanks to hypnosis, he was able to learn from Nal that this ceremonial greeting is one of the main reasons for the economic crisis. The queen is unusually fixated on showing off in front of other countries and is completely unwilling to listen to the king's concerns on this matter. And then he noticed some strangers next to Ryuto and the girls. Could these be the visiting guests? One guy stands out from the trio. He has bangs down to his nose, which makes him look gloomy. They could get along. And that blonde guy, he's Japanese, right? To find out, he used the identify skill and saw that his name was Masayoshi Date, meaning justice. Wasn't that a bit of a pretentious name for this guy? Seeing him start yelling at Ryuto, he wondered what he didn't like about him. He couldn't hear anything. What if he tried to read his lips? Masayoshi, furious, ordered them to quickly bring Inori here, challenging him to a duel. When the reception was over, he was called to meet the heroes. As soon as Masayoshi saw him, he immediately challenged him to a duel, which took everyone present by surprise, and his comrades felt a little ashamed of him. Protagonist asked about the reason, and he answered that he wanted to prove to the goddess that he didn't deserve it. He asked which goddess he was talking about, and he told him not to pretend to be stupid. He was there too, right? In that white space where he met her, he asked what the duel had to do with it, and he proudly answered that he proposed to her. After that, he grabbed Inori by the clothes and shouted right in his face that she said she would think about it if he defeated him. He sighed heavily and thought that he seemed to be starting to understand what was going on. Simply put, this goddess took and dumped all the problems on him. He swore that the next time they met, he would take revenge on her, and then Ryuto asked in confusion, what was this white space? Masayoshi's comrades also didn't know about any goddess, and protagonist found it strange. Were they summoned differently? He decided to end it and told the guy that he didn't quite understand what was going on, but he accepted his challenge. He was very happy and said that was a different matter, and he asked, had he already decided what kind of duel this was? Judging by the guy's reaction, he hadn't thought about it at all. And Inori said that his blessing was completely unsuitable for ordinary battles. And unlike the other heroes, he had the body of a very ordinary person. A simple one-on-one duel clearly wouldn't work for them. However, if he's the kind of hero who enjoys tormenting the helpless, that's a completely different story. Masayoshi shouted that he'd agreed to any terms, and all the heroes were surprised at how quickly he agreed. This was only to protagonist's advantage. He said there must be a dungeon near the capital where knights are trained. The winner would be the one who defeats the first-floor boss first. Masayoshi smiled confidently and agreed. While Ryuto whispered to Inori, is he sure about this? This isn't just reconnaissance. How does he plan to defeat the boss with his abilities? He replied that everything would be fine. He had an idea. In the end, he agreed to duel the next day, but then, after the duel, the queen summoned him because he suffered a crushing defeat. She began to scold him. He volunteered to change the location of the duel, but lost so shamefully. Her Majesty was right, this guy was too strong. His sword skills allowed him to cut down everything in his path, no less than the skill of the head of the knights herself. Even the first floor boss was barely able to do anything. Masayoshi dealt with him immediately. Protagonist, in turn, thanks to his gift of detection, snuck past all the monsters, traps, and even the boss. From the outside, it truly looks like a crushing defeat. The queen said with displeasure that until then she had turned a blind eye to his laziness and incompetence, because her husband and the knight's master, whose word she trusted, vouched for him and spoke of his untapped potential. But now the moment had come when he had damaged their country's reputation. And she would not tolerate it anymore. An oppressive silence reigned in the throne room for a few seconds, and then the queen loudly declared that he was banished from the kingdom. But he only smiled in response. Everyone around remained stony-faced. They had expected this. The queen asked if he had any objections, and he replied that he had one. Damage to the country's reputation. What was that? She reminded him that he had actually lost the duel, and he agreed with her. But nothing more than dignity was at stake. She did not understand what he was talking about, and he explained that he was talking about the dignity of becoming a goddess's man. It was agreed that this duel would be kept secret from everyone except them. First of all, he was no hero at all. He was a man who had not even been publicly introduced to the country's inhabitants, and he was clearly not one to disgrace the kingdom or her majesty. This duel was essentially a simple farce. However, this does not mean that he sat idly by. After his words, guards entered the throne room. They placed 2 bags completely filled with gold coins and jewels at his feet, and he said that he had brought a modest souvenir of the dungeon. At the sight of such a huge amount of gold, the queen and her daughter gaped in surprise, and Inori said that this was the treasure of the first floor. He cannot compete with the hero, but he may not leave empty-handed. Pleased with his loot, the queen began to examine the gold. Protagonist said with a grin that with his blessing, it was a piece of cake. And all this was done so that they could see its value. The second princess was very surprised. She expected him to be kicked out. And so the troublesome guest was satisfied with his victory and returned to his homeland. And since there were no more obstacles, it meant that exile no longer threatened Inori, and he could take up hunting in earnest. That same night, he set off into the forest. Having already managed to eat someone, he emerged from the shadows and thought that he was already getting pretty tired of the birds. Noticing something strange, he looked around and thought, is something wrong again? Is this forest trying to surprise him with something else? There are only trees around, so it's not immediately clear, but his gift of detection still aches and aches. He thoughtfully touched his chin and realized that this was no longer the gift of detection. Something else would help him here. He used the magical eye of all-seeing to dissolve all illusions and saw a magical dome in front of him. Now he understood the source of this aching feeling. Did this gift of detection work so poorly because he got it from this world? And no protection worked on the magical eye of all-seeing. He wondered what was inside. Maybe there were demons stronger than the birds. He decided to quickly check it out right now. After all, he could always escape. At that very moment, packs of wolves roaming nearby sensed his intervention. When he found himself inside the dome, he immediately heard the rustling of leaves. Several gray wolves ran out of the bushes at him, and he immediately clung to his shadow, excitedly thinking that he had never dealt with a pack before. He created black threads from his shadow, which quickly dealt with the wolves. When he was finished, he touched the wound on his face and winced in pain, thinking that even one was strong. And here, there was a whole pack of them, but he still dealt with them all. Having hidden the bodies in the shadow space, he himself began to descend there, thinking that if everything went well, he would no longer need the bird, but just in case, he needed to take one for inspection. After that, he went further, reached a lake, in the center of which was an island with a huge tree. He glanced at it, hesitating to go further, because he felt that the boss was about to appear. He decided to pretend to be unsuspecting, and took a step forward. Immediately after which, a huge wolf jumped out of the forest and attacked him. The guy jerked back, he saw that almost nothing was left of his arm, and was very surprised. He certainly expected a monster to attack, but not like this. Immediately after that, the wolf attacked again. It hit him with its paw, throwing him to the side, and he hit the trunk of a nearby tree. Having come to his senses, he looked at the enemy and thought, what the hell just happened? The identify skill showed that Fenrir, a wolf-like magical beast, was in front of him. He thought, so he's not a demon? He glanced sideways at his hand and thought, is this just a mini-boss? What should he do now? Hide in the shadows? But it will still be waiting for him at the exit. At that moment, Fenrir rushed to attack, and when it got very close to Inori, he panicked and told himself to think faster. As soon as the wolf attacked, he was no longer in the same place. It turned out he had managed to fly into the air a few seconds before the blow. And then the title of a monster from the third world made itself known. He was a vampire for a reason, and now he decided to test all his abilities. Fenrir looked up at him and asked why he had come to them, and he mentally noted that he was also talking. However, that was why he was a magical beast. He landed on the nearest rock and told him that he was lost. The wolf didn't like his answer, because you can't just get past an illusion. And he said that he already understood that, so he was curious about what was inside. Illusions are not erected without a reason. Fenrir said that this meant he was an intruder who had killed his kind. Therefore, he would not let him go alive. Protagonist measured him with a thoughtful look and asked, is this place important to him? Fenrir said he'd give him something to think about in the afterlife, and he was glad he could tell him everything now. The wolf told him that they once made a pact with a witch in these lands, so they protect this place and root out any demons they deem a threat, including curious ones like him. Let him not resist, and his death will be painless. Otherwise it will turn out like with his hand. But seeing what happened to his hand, he immediately fell silent, confused. While he was telling him all this, Inori had already managed to heal all his wounds without realizing it. He immediately realized that it was thanks to his vampire abilities, and said that he didn't expect his regeneration to be so strong. Fenrir clenched his teeth and warily noted that he was clearly not an ordinary guy, after which he pounced on him, shouting that he wouldn't leave here alive anyway. Protagonist didn't expect such a sharp attack. He immediately jumped aside an instant before the wolf's powerful jaws would have snapped shut. All thanks to his right eye, he was able to see his attack, but it would be difficult to continue like this. He flew higher and thought that, although he could fly, he would hardly be able to get above the cliff. He needs to stay in the air for now and try to glide down to the forest edge. He dropped sharply and Fenrir turned, watching him from the top of the cliff, and then Inori saw something shiny flying at him at high speed. He immediately covered his face with his hands to protect himself, and these sharp things broke all the trees around him. It turns out that Fenrir threw his clumps of fur at him, sharp as blades. Protagonist howled in pain. Several clumps of fur still pierced him. Before he even had time to catch his breath, Fenrir immediately appeared in front of him, and there was a roar. Dodging the blow, Inori thought that hypnosis didn't work on him either. He was too aggressive. What should he do? Seeing the waterfall in front of him, he realized that he was at a dead end, and this made him very nervous. Meanwhile, the wolf was already right above him. He swung his tail, throwing sharp tufts of fur at him. They punched large holes in his wings, causing him to grin and then pounce, wanting him dead. Protagonist waited for him to get closer and pulled huge stakes from the shadows. Fenrir was surprised by this. He barely managed to dodge them, and Inori said it was good that he had prepared all this just in case. However, victory was still far away. His wounds began to heal again, and the wolf bared his teeth. Protagonist thought that he would like to teleport now using the magic circle, but his left eye of the formation was set to hypnosis. And to change the effect, he needs to look at the teleportation circle with his left eye. So he needed to somehow buy time for this. He pulled the prepared knives from the shadow space and thought that he just needed to stab him. After that, he waved his arms, throwing knives at Fenrir, who slowly walked towards him, saying that he was already starting to wonder what he would do next. The knives simply bounced off his fur. Inori became nervous, and when the wolf pounced on him, he jumped aside and again took out the knives, then broke into a run. The knives bounced off his body again. He said that this would not kill him, after which he swung his tail, throwing sharp needles at him. Protagonist immediately stretched his arms out in front of him, and when one of the needles hit him in the stomach, he realized that there was no point in trying to protect everything. His heart and legs were enough. The wolf was furious, calling him a stubborn guy, after which Inori waved his hand, throwing a net of black threads over him and the entire area. The trees swayed with a crack under the tension of the threads, and the wolf was no longer able to move. He growled loudly, and Protagonist was already glad that he had managed to hold him back. But at that moment, there was another cracking sound. The threads broke the trees and snapped, freeing Fenrir. The wolf growled that it was all useless, and he broke into a run, wondering how he could have broken the black thread. Now he had only one thing left. He created more threads and began tying them around all the trees around him, while making sure the wolf didn't catch up. He hoped that everything would work, after which he climbed a tall tree, and Fenrir exclaimed that it was stupid to try to escape through the sky, since he had become an excellent target. Inori, meanwhile, used his left eye. The threads glowed yellow, emitting magic, and when a magic circle appeared under the wolf, he said with a smile that the rewriting of the circle was complete. He used the magic of his left eye, movement, and when a magic circle appeared behind him, he began to dissolve into thin air. The wolf looked at him in surprise and exclaimed, "Did he decide to run away?" Protagonist appeared right above his head and answered him that he had thought about it, but decided otherwise. After these words, he plunged the knives into his eyes, depriving him of sight. Feeling a burning pain, Fenrir howled in pain, and Inori said with a smirk that he didn't like being left on the losing side. The wolf began to destroy everything around in rage, asking how dare he do this. And Protagonist dodged his tail and thought, doesn't he like this? He climbed a nearby tree to watch him, but when the wolf stared at him, he was confused. Could he really see him somehow? Fenrir seemed to read his thoughts and said that he was wrong. He could smell him. He smiled nervously, feeling his strong desire to kill him, and then the wolf's mouth appeared right in front of his face. He immediately jumped off the tree branch and thought that the time had come. He teleported just before Fenrir grabbed him, and he shouted that he could live for now, but next time, he would kill him. Inori, meanwhile, found himself in his room. He caught his breath and thought that Fenrir had done everything to cripple him, but not kill him. Next time, he would definitely take revenge. From that day on, he worked hard on his equipment. Slipping into the 5th armory, he managed to get his hands on some metal and a couple more materials. He also managed to grab Fenrir's fur, just in case, although it was incredibly difficult. He placed the fur on the table and checked it with Identify. Under the influence of magic, an object is endowed with extraordinary properties. Crystallization, hardening, narrowing. He imbued a tuft of fur with magic and it turned into several needles. Now he understood why he couldn't pierce it. He was completely covered in this fur. He decided to make a weapon with it, and black threads appeared before him, but with a different effect. Glatner crystallizes when exposed to magic if it is not strong enough to break the threads. He looked closely at the weapon and thought that, according to legend, this is what Fenrir was forged with. Could he really get revenge with this? An idea occurred to him. He made gloves from this thread, which now activates special properties when in contact with magic. Hardening of darkness, hardening, crystallization, constriction. He experimented a little, and now some parts glowed during crystallization, creating a beautiful magic circle. He came up with the idea of making a couple more things from these threads, and so he ended up with an entire suit of Gleipnir. Now, he was ready for revenge. Immediately after that, he set off for the forest, and Fenrir turned at the sound of his teleportation. Protagonist greeted him, saying they hadn't seen each other in a while, and he asked if last time wasn't enough. He didn't think he'd come here again. He pounced on him, and he smiled, noting that he now had such beautiful eyes. Fenrir responded to his mockery with a blow, ordering him to shut up, and he dodged and noted with surprise that even though he was blind, he was hitting right on target. Fenrir said that this was the second time he had invaded their lands, but this time he wouldn't let him go alive. He thought, so the fact of his invasion angered him more than his lack of sight, and he is unwavering. He has such excellent principles that now he definitely wants to kill him. The wolf rushed to attack. Inori summoned a pack of wolves from the shadows, and when they attacked Fenrir and began to bite into his skin, he froze, not understanding what was happening. Protagonist smirked and asked, "Can he feel it?" Even without eyes, it's clear how well his kin greet him. Fenrir grew angry and shouted, "What did he do to them?" He replied that he had done many good things to them. Now they were his little useful subjects. Fenrir suddenly began to kick, throwing the wolves off himself, which Inori didn't expect, and he had to jump to the side to avoid being hit. This time, the damage was less. The suit doesn't completely block the blow, but it does its job. Fenrir pounced on him in a rage. He blocked his blow, and then a pack of shadow wolves ran out of the forest thicket. Fenrir pounced on Inori while he was resting and shouted that this was revenge for his brothers. He immediately used teleportation, and instead Fenrir bit off a piece of wood, exclaiming in frustration that he had escaped again. Feeling the vibrations of magic from above, he gathered all his strength in his legs and jumped high, and Protagonist said that he hadn't escaped at all. He was mistaken. Fenrir suspected something was wrong, and then a net of threads fell on him, forcing him to descend. During this time, Inori managed to stretch the threads around the area, and the shadow wolves kindly helped him with this. Because of this, Fenrir didn't feel anything, not even his own kind, and therefore began to panic. He asked him what it was, to which he was told it was yarn from his own fur. Now the wolf couldn't escape. He waved his hand, commanding Gleipnir to contract, after which the threads began to tighten, slowly wrapping around the wolf's body. In the end, he couldn't withstand Gleipnir's power, and was pinned to the ground. He growled, trying to break free, but he was having no luck. Protagonist came down to him and said it must be hard for him to smell something made of his own fur. He provoked him, deliberately angered him, continued to take hits, all for the sake of completely distracting him from the trap. And then, at the very last moment, he teleported out of the trap, leaving him in his own web. Wishing him luck, he pulled the thread tighter, and the shadow wolves came out to see their comrade off. Fenrir said that he had put so much effort into his life, but now the oath was broken. Time passed, Inori drank all his blood and his level increased by 5, and he also gained several skills during the fight. Now his list of skills included one unique one, the king's vessel. Suddenly someone's voice came from below. It was one of the shadow wolves. Protagonist was surprised that they could speak, and the wolf apologized for calling out to him so suddenly. He thought, so it was because of the king's vessel? Are they his subordinates now? He wondered what he wanted. And he asked if he had the power to make their former master a subject like them. Inori looked at Fenrir, and the wolf said that he had defended this land until his death, fought to protect them. They wanted him to serve alongside them as well. He promised him that he would try to do so, for which he thanked him. After that, he sighed heavily and thought that he doubted there would be any consequences, and then he felt extremely tired. After that, he returned home and went to eat with the other heroes. During the meal, they started talking about the princesses. Ryuto said that he had been thinking about it, but it didn't seem like the princesses got along well with each other. Tamaki said that it was rather the second princess who was too unsociable, and Aoi smiled awkwardly, agreeing with them. Now she wondered why that was. Ryuto said that it wasn't that they outright hated each other. The second princess still glanced at the first one sometimes. Protagonist was picking at his food with a fork, his thoughts preoccupied with a pile of garlic on his plate. Suddenly, Ryuto said that it was time for their Inori. He immediately looked up from his plate, and indignantly asked, what does this have to do with him? There were 2 girls in front of him, so he should ask them. Ryuto noted that they weren't as familiar with her as he was. He was taking lessons from her, so he should talk to the first princess and bring them together again. He exclaimed that this arrogant princess would never agree to talk to him. And Ryuto told him not to worry about it, he would ask her to listen to him. He asked doubtfully how he was going to do that, and he answered with a smile that it would be easy, since the first princess was crazy about Shinzaki Ryuto. The girls didn't like his words, and Protagonist, seeing their reaction, really felt Ryuto lose his value. The guy said that of course, it was all for a reason. How about a 7-day vacation? He would ask the first princess about it personally. Inori immediately agreed, and soon it was time to meet the princess. He knocked on the door and thought, he agreed so easily, but what now? The princess haughtily told him to hurry in, and Ryuto told her about him. He entered the room with the thought that once he closed this door, there would be no turning back. Amanda said that she was giving him one chance to talk to her, so he should be grateful. At this point, he glanced around the room and thought that, unlike the others, this room looked luxurious, but there was not an ounce of uniformity in style. Noticing his thoughtfulness, she smirked and asked if he was already speechless. Of course, after all, there were things everywhere that he had never even dreamed of. He pointed his finger at a very remarkable vase and asked if she liked it. She confirmed this and boasted that there were gifts from her mother and people from all over the world. The royal family has no need to buy anything for themselves. Let him remember that. He decided to get down to business in order to get out of here as soon as possible, and asked if she was worried about her current relationship with the second princess. She looked away and said, slightly embarrassed, that she was not at all worried about what was happening to her. So what did he want to talk about? At that moment, he realized that it would not be easy to finish the matter. Amanda said that she had been told he came to reconcile them, but it was not that she wanted to make peace with her. He asked irritably, that is, she does not want this at all? Because of embarrassment, she began to tug at her hair and said that it was absolutely none of his business. He tiredly covered his face with his hand and thought that this wouldn't work. He needed to use his trump card. He said that it was all Ryuto's fault. He arranged everything so that he could help her, but if she didn't want to, then so be it. Of course, when Ryuto finds out about this, he will be upset that all his efforts were in vain. Because of his words, Amanda got worried and asked him to wait. She just wanted to start explaining everything to him, but he was so impatient. Finally, he managed to get her to talk. In order to distract herself a little, she began to comb her hair and said that everything was different before. They were much closer. She combed her hair, was smart, and often played with her. Wherever she went, she followed her. But at some point, they began to distance themselves from each other. And when she turned 7, the title of the first princess passed to her. She was told that her sister was not her mother's daughter. From then on, it all began. To become a queen, she had to study hard every day, and at some point, she realized how wonderful and kind the second princess, her sister, was. She dreamed of spending time with her again like before, but the adults around her wouldn't allow it, and so a chasm formed between them. She looked down sadly, then turned away from Inori, and said that she was done. Now he understood what the first princess really was. Her arrogance and behavior were the result of her upbringing. The lack of uniformity of style in the room was just an example of this. Her own eye was nowhere to be felt. Everything was imposed on her, including her own personality. She could only cling to her status as a princess to avoid losing herself completely. She became embarrassed and asked him to say at least something. Who was she telling all this for? She would even consider listening to his advice. He immediately took his words back and thought that her arrogance seemed to be her innate pride. He asked then, why doesn't she just come up to her and say, "Let me call you sister"? She said sheepishly that she definitely won't say that. How will the retinue and servants look at her after that? He smirked and asked, in this country, the servants are more important than the princess herself. Doesn't she decide what to do? She's the first princess, after all. She was worried that such decisions could cause her problems, and he said that her sister was stronger than she thought. Amanda seemed to sincerely think about this, after which she said sheepishly that she could handle everything herself, and didn't need his advice. He should be grateful to her for listening to him. After that, he left her chambers and went to his room. He told Nawa about everything and she honestly admitted to him that she was not thrilled with the idea, but she would consult with her. He mentally noted that this was not the most pleasant answer. Well, that's what she's the second princess's maid is for. The next day arrived and Nala came into his room in the morning to give him a message from the second princess. He had apparently just woken up and greeted her, asking what message she was talking about. She smiled and said that this time everything was different, that today's lesson would be special, which gave him a bad feeling. In the end, they both dragged him out of the palace, and he asked what kind of lesson awaited him in the middle of the street. Arya said that studying trade flows and the mood of the people was no less an important part of the training than everything else. As a representative of the upper class, he would accompany her and carry her purchases. He looked at her warily, not understanding what purchases she was talking about, and how this related to the hero's training. First, she decided to look at the selection of jewelry, and he thought she said she never bought anything. So what was this then? Arya was so focused on choosing jewelry that she frowned, but she had a hard time settling on just one, so she asked Inori for help. He said that whatever she took, it all suited her, and she sheepishly clarified that she wasn't buying it for herself. He looked at her in confusion, and Nala whispered in his ear that she was choosing a gift for the first princess's birthday. When she told the second princess what they had talked about last night, she declared that they would immediately go buy a gift for her little sister. He said that he understood everything, but why should he choose a gift? Arya remained silent, choosing her words, and asked, didn't he see her yesterday? That's why she thought he could choose something. He answered her that, unfortunately, even after yesterday, it didn't become clearer to him, but he noticed that she had long been accustomed to receiving gifts. No gift would do any good. She was slightly upset and asked, does that mean a gift is a bad idea? He replied that the giver is more important, so he thought her choice was already the best. Nala smiled and thought it was so sweet of him, while he was only thinking about how to get back to the palace. Arya smiled at his words and then chose a gift. While she was talking to the seller, Nala said that if she hadn't talked to him then, she never would have thought to persuade her to give something to the first princess for her birthday. Arya smiled, looking at the box in her hands, and Nala was very happy. She finally saw her real smile. At that moment, Arya approached them and asked what they were talking about, which made Nala very nervous and decided to change the subject, offering them a snack. 5 days later, Protagonist received an invitation to the first princess's birthday party, and he dressed up, went to the banquet hall. He stopped in a corner overlooking the entire hall and thought the banquet was as luxurious as always, and all around were pompous idiots. Applause swept through the hall. Everyone was greeting the birthday girl. Amanda entered the banquet hall enjoying the attention, and her parents watched her with smiles. Ryuto bowed slightly greeting the princess, and she was very happy to see him. He congratulated her on her birthday, and said that today she was even more beautiful than yesterday. She smiled genuinely, enjoying the compliments, and as they chatted, Inori thought they weren't even shy. Among the crowd, he noticed Egiana talking to a man, and he wondered who he was, since he didn't look like the other nobles. His identify skills showed him that he was the Prime Minister of the kingdom, Biter, and he thought they were probably talking about security in the country. But now was not the time for them. He glanced around the banquet hall in search of Arya. She was hiding behind a column and watching her sister, afraid to approach her. It became hard for him to watch. Was it really that hard for her to just call her sister, or was it hard for her to squeeze between them? He decided to help her a little, all for the sake of the weekend. When he approached her, she asked him for advice on how to call her, and he said that he would do something now, but she should not take it too personally. She remembered how well she kicked him, right? And where did all her energy go? Before they could say anything, he pushed her right into the center of the hall, and her legs carried her to her younger sister. She managed to stop, and realizing that she was now right in front of Amanda, she became nervous. Everyone present froze in anticipation, and Protagonist looked away as if he had nothing to do with it. Amanda stared at her older sister in surprise, who looked away shyly, hiding the gift box behind her back. The guests began whispering, and Inori thought the noise was due to the sisters simply bumping into each other. He began glaring at Arya, silently telling her to act. They hadn't been preparing her for this for nothing, swallowing nervously. Arya handed her sister the box and wished her a happy birthday. Then excitedly and loudly exclaimed that in honor of this occasion, she had a gift for the first princess. Amanda hesitantly accepted the box, opened it, and stared in surprise at the jewelry. She excitedly asked her to braid it into her hair right then, which Arya was initially surprised at, and when Amanda said please, she got down to business with a smile. The gift she chose for her was 2 hair clips. She braided her hair, and Amanda, shyly turning to her, asked how they looked on her. Arya smiled and told her that the clips looked very nice, and Amanda smiled broadly, thanking her. After that, all the guests applauded. Everyone was genuinely happy about the sisters' reunion. Then Amanda asked her sister for one more gift. She was silent for a second, very embarrassed, and then told her to just call her sister. She agreed. Right. Arya stared at her in surprise, remembering their childhood friendships, and with tears in her eyes she answered that she was only happy to call her that. Amanda couldn't believe it. She immediately threw herself into her arms, happy that they could finally spend time like before. Watching them, Protagonist thought the job was done, and then he noticed something. The king and queen were also crying, happy for their daughter. Ryuto approached him and apologized for leaving him to deal with everything alone, but he was glad he had come to him. He told him that everything was fine and that he was also counting on full compensation. The guy laughed, promising to think about it, and said that he was grateful. It was hard for him to watch how hard they were having, and he was glad that they were able to make peace. He looked at them with a smile and quietly repeated that he was very happy, and he wondered if he was being too kind. He wanted to say something about his heroic deed, but he walked away from him, saying that he needed to get some air and went out to the balcony. While he was enjoying the sunset, Arya approached him and said that she needed to tell him something. Realizing they might not be alone, she immediately corrected herself, politely asking if she could talk to him. He told her to go ahead, there wasn't a soul around. She smiled and asked if this was his gift of detection, a rather practical blessing. He looked at her thoughtfully, and said that she should listen to her feelings more often, and she immediately exclaimed that he was the last person she wanted to hear that from. At that moment, someone in the banquet hall sprinkled the blade with blood and everything fell silent for a moment. Inori silently told the princess that if she listened to herself, then no one would dare call her a doll again, and then, suddenly, loud screams were heard. They both immediately turned towards the sound, and Arya rushed inside to check what was going on, but he stopped her. The princess froze, right before her eyes. The queen's head flew off her shoulders. The prime minister killed them both, the queen and the king. The banquet hall filled with the screams of terrified guests. He ordered them to be silent, calling them corrupt curse. The guards didn't act, so it was all planned. The assassins shouted that they didn't even try to stop the collapse of their country. A queen squandering the entire treasury on her whims and a king turning a blind eye to this chaos. Now that they had fallen, the next king would be none other than the heir to the royal bloodline, Biter. Aegiana approached him, and he declared that she would become queen. Protagonist nervously gritted his teeth and saw Amanda standing right in the center of the banquet hall next to her mother's head. She stared at her mother's face in shock, then unleashed all her magic and screamed in rage that he had gone mad. She swung her arm, preparing to throw a bolt of magic at him. But Aegiana immediately appeared in front of her and, with a swift swing of her sword, deprived her of that opportunity. The blade severed part of her hair and her arm. Her hairpin clanged across the floor, and the heroes called out to her in concern. Ruto was about to run to her aid, but the leader of the knights ordered him to remain still. If they decided to attack, the same fate awaited them. Betrayed shouted that they were all the witch's daughters, her people. They blindly followed her whims and blindly allowed the heroes to be summoned. They had committed a sin that could only be washed away by death. Amanda looked at the hairpin that had fallen to the floor and burst into tears, thinking of her sister. And then Aegiana executed her, and Biter shouted that she would see the witch in the afterlife. When her head fell, Arya's face contorted in horror, her mouth open, and Inori, realizing she was about to scream her name, immediately covered her mouth with his hand, causing her to let out only a moan. He nervously told her to be quiet, or they would be found. He glanced at Aegiana and wondered if this was a kundeta. The knights surrounded her, preparing to carry out orders, and Biter told them to act, to send them all to their favorite witch for their sins. The nobles rushed for the exit in horror, but the knights quickly caught up with them and killed them. Enjoying this carnage, Betray spread his arms out to the sides, looked up, watching the drops of blood fly, and listed all their crimes. Usurpation, bribery, indifference to wastefulness. Together with power, they have ruined this country. Therefore, they all deserve to die. Arya was horrified by this sight. Protagonist asked her to calm down, because if she moved now, they would kill her. She was left with two choices. Either die in vain here, or escape and survive. As the carnage continued, Ryuto approached Amanda's body and fell to his knees before it, shouting that no one deserved to die. Biter said that all the nobles here deserved to die for neglecting their country. He shouted back that that was no reason to kill them, and Biter, after a moment's thought, said that if he had seen what they saw, he wouldn't have said that. One day, this country would show him its true face. He ordered Aegiana to capture the heroes, and the woman approached Ryuto, telling him not to resist unless he wanted to see hell. He immediately rose and used his gift, summoning his lightsaber and unleashing a powerful blow on his mentor. But even that did not harm her. The barrier she created with her sword absorbed all the damage, and she remarked that it was quite good, both the strength and the speed of his reactions. He nervously gritted his teeth, exerting more strength, and attacked again. She quickly parried each of his blows, and the banquet hall gradually began to collapse. When their swords cut one of the columns, Aoi noticed it starting to fall, and immediately erected a barrier above herself. Tamaki told her that they should help Ryuto, and Aoi told her that it wouldn't work. There were too many soldiers. Tamaki cursed, because they didn't even have weapons, and Igiana, meanwhile, looked at the hero, out of breath after their brief skirmish, and said that they had also decided to fight. It was a pity, because now they wouldn't get away with it. She swung her sword. Ryuto barely blocked her blow, and she asked what he would do next. He could fight until he dropped, but he still couldn't defeat her. Let him surrender. She would grab them, and then go after the second princess. Meanwhile, Arya was shedding tears, and Inori decided it was time to act. He apologized to her for stopping her from grieving, but if they stayed here, they would share their fate. It was her choice. Surrender here and die, or escape and survive. She clenched her fists, and he asked if she wanted to surrender again, like back then. Arya remembered her sister and stared for a moment, then confidently exclaimed that she would not give up and would live for Amanda, until her death. No one would dictate to her. He looked at her in surprise and then called her by name with a smile, saying that in that case they needed to escape. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Ryuto's sword couldn't withstand Eiji's pressure and broke, leaving him confused. She noted that this was the end, and then kicked him in the stomach, throwing him into the air. The blow was so powerful that he immediately lost consciousness, and Tamaki, noticing this, called out to him worriedly. Seeing that he wasn't moving, she realized things were bad. They had to run, otherwise they would get it too, but first they had to get him. At that moment, Igiana appeared next to them, and with one swing of her sword, she broke the barrier and left them defenseless. After that, she ordered the knights to seize them immediately, and they threw the girls to the floor, causing Aoi to scream, and Tamaki immediately began to stand up for her. Igiana ordered her subordinates to take them to the dungeon and glanced worriedly at Ryuto, wondering if she had drawn out the fight too long. Meanwhile, the princess and Inori began to escape. And Igiana thought that it didn't matter now. The outcome would still be the same. She didn't think she could escape alone. All this time, while Protagonist was leading the princess along the corridor. He was using his gift, and was getting very tired from it. He told her that they couldn't go right, they would go left. They ran past the knights, and she thought that he easily determined the location of the guards, as if he was specially trained for this. He called out to her and asked, "Can she use magic?" She told him that she could use the most basic magic, and then he grabbed her hands and said that 3 guards would appear around the corner in about 10 seconds. Let her deal with them somehow. She looked at him in confusion and asked, "Is running away not an option?" He answered her that it would be problematic. They had nowhere to run. She swallowed nervously, then began the spell and asked, "There are only 3 of them?" He warned her that there were 2 seconds left, and as soon as the knights' shadows appeared on the floor, she fired a spell at them, enveloping their faces in streams of wind, causing them to fall instantly. Protagonist emerged from hiding and noted that she had eliminated all 3 with one spell. She said that she had managed to prepare in advance, and they hadn't expected the blow. It was good that everything worked out. Noticing how heavily he was breathing, she remarked that he looked unwell. "Is he all right?" He told her that he was tired, but the enemy didn't care. There were almost no guards further on. First they needed to get there. The protagonist frowned, continuing to run forward, and thought that they could still cope with ordinary soldiers, but they were no match for the leader of the knights. He himself was not yet in a state to fight. He said they just needed to get past her. He thought she was a special case. Then he stopped, breathing heavily, and peering around the corner said there were almost no guards in this area, not a single living soul in that room. They would lie in wait there and plot their escape, okay? Arya looked at him in surprise and asked, "Not a single living soul?" But that was the staff room. Then they went further and found a pool of blood. They looked inside the room, where there were many bodies. The protagonist looked away and thought, of course, there are no guards because they are not needed. Killing everyone, even the servants, they really thought this through. Then Arya said, "Nala?" She crouched next to the girl's body and extended her hand. The protagonist remembered how they had hugged and recalled Nala's words, when she had said with a smile how glad she was to see her smile again. He silently watched Arya hug the body. She began to cry, then turned away and said, "Inori, it's all right, it's all right." She was grateful he waited. He said he was catching his own breath. So how were they supposed to escape? Meanwhile, Igiana reached for the bars and, creating a magical symbol, said, "This is the royal dungeon, created to seal the most dangerous criminals. Without magical tools, they would never escape. They must remain quiet and not move." Tamaki had said, "So cruel, will they at least remove their shackles?" Ryudo had said, "It's no use, Tamaki. If the summoning of heroes had provoked a coup d'etat, the Hero Alliance wouldn't have remained silent." He frowned and added, "They're keeping them handcuffed to buy time, and the shackles are there to keep them from accidentally killing themselves, right?" Igiana looked at him and said, "There's nothing else to add. The body is filled with rage, but the head is clear as day." He glared at her, releasing a terrifying aura, and Igiana thought she'd seen those eyes somewhere before. She remembered standing surrounded by bodies and thought about her own stupidity, her own helplessness, her unpreparedness for this nightmare, the same eyes she'd once had. Then she turned around and said that he was still young. Well, if he wanted to survive in this world, he should remember these feelings and remember to think clearly. If only they'd done everything right back then, she'd have considered letting Aoi and Tamaki go. Then she left, and Ryudo indignantly shouted, "Why is she still acting like a teacher?" At that moment, Anna was climbing the stairs. She placed her hand on the wall and said, "They haven't found them yet. He's doing better than expected. She'll join the search for the second princess once she's retrieved her gear. They should move on." The guards walking behind her shouted, "Yes." Meanwhile, Arya said, "If they're going to start, it's best to start from here." She pointed at the plan, and the protagonist, looking at her, asked, "Is there something there?" She replied, "A secret door leading to the underground sewers. They'll be able to escape the castle through that." He said, "That's what they'll do? Do only the royal family know about that route?" She turned her gaze to him and answered, "Yes. It's an emergency exit for members of the royal family only." But frankly, she didn't know if it was possible to go through right now. Then he stood up and said that it was as if they had a choice. They had to go. She frowned and turned to look at Nala, thinking she was apologizing for not being able to help and grateful for everything. After that, they left the room and protagonist ran forward, looked around and thought, "This is bad. There are more and more guards here." Barya noticed his concern and asked, "What's wrong, Inori?" He looked ahead and wondered if they would be surrounded. It was only a matter of time. He continued running forward and thought, "There are 12 people on the right, more behind and in front." Then he grabbed Arya's hand and told her to stop already. She looked at him, and he, trying to catch his breath, said, "There's an ambush. There aren't just a dozen dummies, they won't get through them." He looked back and said that going back wasn't an option either. The soldiers were breathing down his neck. She asked, "So they can't get through unnoticed?" He answered, "No way. By the way, about that secret door, there's a real wall of people there too." Arya looked down, and he told her to remember how they chopped people down without blinking. Either they tortured her family, or they found out about the passage beforehand. What a problem with an escape. He looked at her and thought, "That's it, can they make it any further together? If you can still manage somehow, then here it is." Then she resolutely said that she won't give up. She looked at him, and raising her voice, declared that she won't let them kill her so easily. She will fight to the end. They looked at each other in surprise, and then the protagonist smiled and thought, "You can still rely on her." Then he said, "Detection says that part of another country's army seems to be heading this way." She shouted in surprise, "An army?" He spread his arms and said, "It seems he doesn't know for sure. There are others there besides the country's soldiers. They're coming to save the royal family." She shouted, "And when will they arrive?" He replied, "Somewhere around sunset. If they held out for another 15 minutes, they'd have a chance of being saved, but they couldn't avoid a fight." She replied, "Okay," he thought. The chances of holding out until sunset were 50 to 50. Then he ran forward and shouted that they should run to where there were the fewest soldiers. He'd leave her behind. She replied, "Yes." Then the guards noticed them and, pointing, shouted, "Second princess, grab her." The captain pointed his hand forward and shouted, "A volley of magic arrows." His subordinates fired magic arrows, and Arya turned around and cast a barrier. She created a protective magic circle and shouted, 15 minutes, right? Inori, they'll definitely survive. The next second, several magic arrows pierced her body, and the protagonist shouted, to the right. They abruptly disappeared behind the wall, while the arrows hit the walls behind them. Then the warrior commander shouted, "They're running away. Surround them." Protagonist thought, "They're going faster than I'd like." They ran further, he shouted. "There are more soldiers on the left. So how can they stop them?" Arya shouted, "On the left." Then she created a magical barrier across the entire passage. The guards stopped in surprise and shouted, "What?" "A barrier." But the commander ordered, "Don't hesitate, we need to break it." Then the guard struck with his weapon, shattering the barrier into tiny fragments. And the protagonist turned around and thought, with great difficulty, they didn't let themselves be surrounded. They continued to run forward rapidly, and then reached the room. And the protagonist, looking out the window, thought, "It's almost sunset." At that moment, Arya shouted in surprise. "A dead end?" He looked at her and told her to forgive him. There were too many soldiers around. The other paths were simply blocked. 3 minutes until sunset, they must stand until the last one. Then they turned to the guard to shout, "They're here." The commander ordered a volley of magic arrows. Arya erected a barrier in front of them and shouted, "Back off, back off." At that moment, the guard turned to the commander and shouted, "Will he order an attack?" He replied, "No, don't get any closer. Otherwise, they've already killed some of them. They must continue shooting to kill." The guards fired magic arrows and shouted, "Another volley." Arya, breathing heavily, spoke, but her strength was gone. She once again concentrated the magic symbol in front of her, and frowning said, "The defense is starting to crack, but not in the most crucial places." A multitude of magic arrows rushed toward them, and there was a small explosion. The commander shouted, "Another volley." The barrier in front of Arya cracked, and she breathed heavily, simultaneously creating a new barrier. She turned slightly and asked, "Help is about to arrive, yes, Inori?" At that moment, the guards smiled and thought, "Great, not a single counterattack, just a little more and they're theirs." Then he looked ahead in surprise and shouted, "One of them had disappeared." Arya, trembling all over, lay on the ground and noticing the dark liquid in front of her, thought, "Inori?" She propped herself up on her hands and looked around, shouting, "Where is he? Inori?" She frowned and thought, did he distract them with her so he could escape? But he himself said that we need to escape together. Or were the words about helping just a lie to make her fight? Was it all a lie? At that moment, the guards shouted for the others to keep their eyes open. The next volley would finish them off. At that moment, the sun hid behind the horizon and protagonist smiled and said that he apologized. But now it was his turn. The guards were surprised. Darkness? It's pitch black. They have to bring light. How is that possible? Light faster. I can't see a thing. At that moment, the protagonist exclaimed, "Oh, his subject, Fenrir. He must deal with them." He replied, "Yes, sir." The next second, he opened his toothy maw wide and attacked several guards at once, while the others shouted, "What?" Who was shouting? Report the situation. At that moment, the remaining guard looked into the darkness in surprise, noticing the bodies of his comrades, and asked, "What was that?" He shouted, "Where's the commander? Take a roll call right now. Hello, are they deaf?" At that moment, protagonist appeared behind him and asked, "Have they gone deaf?" I find that hard to believe. The guard suddenly turned to him and shouted, "Inori, where did he come from?" At that moment, the protagonist looked up and asked, "Fenrir, is he done?" The guard looked at him in bewilderment, and Fenrir appeared behind him and said, "Only he remains." A bunch of deaf idiots, not soldiers. The protagonist told him not to compare them to himself. Then the frightened guard pressed himself against the wall and screamed. "Why him?" "Help," protagonist said. "They've already cut down a lot of people, right? Well, they shouldn't be surprised if someone responds in kind. Isn't he right?" The frightened guard shouted. "Is he really that, Inori?" He replied. "Who knows? The next second Fenrir placed his head under his control. Meanwhile Arya, lying on the ground, said Inori. He looked at her and, noticing the magical symbol, said she quietly heals herself with a drop of her remaining strength. A good move, but she'd lost too much blood. It was too late. She looked at him with the last of her strength and asked, "Is this power? Had he been like this from the beginning?" He told her not to look at him. His power only appears at sunset. That's why he told her to hold out until sunset. That's why he lied. However, he personally didn't need to wait for his salvation, but she had to see how desperately she began to fight after those words. He thought, those eyes full of faith. She continues to fight even in this state, so why not? Then he said, he doesn't have time to beat around the bush, so he'll ask directly. Has she had contact with men? She was surprised. What? He replied that if not, she would live. She frowned and looked at him, and he added, but then she would obey him, meaning she would become his servant, either accept death as a human or live, rejecting all that is human. It was her choice. She spoke with human dignity. She remembered Nala and added, whatever it took, she would sell her soul to the devil, but live. He smiled and said, good answer, true, closer to the devil than to God. With these words, he bared his fangs and leaned toward her neck. The next second, the poison penetrated her body. After a while, the protagonist turned to his subjects and said, and they too, once they were done with the bodies, they must take care of the other soldiers and protect her until she woke up. At that moment Arya, her eyes closed, sat near the wall. He looked out the window and said that he would go and have some more fun. After a while, the guards knelt before the king, and one of them shouted, His Majesty, King Biter. Another knight added, he reports. The second princess is cornered. The ruler declared, I see. The beginning of the Renaissance is near. They must not let them escape. They answered, yes. The king said, hunger and poverty, like a plague, have engulfed the country. Abandoned orphans. He was the same, and he was also to blame. He could do nothing about it. He looked up and added, a long road lies ahead, but together they will make this country what it should be. At that moment, protagonist, in shadow form, crept up behind the king and pointed his weapon at him. The guards cried out in confusion. Igiana, standing in the corridor, heard the scream and frowning, wondered what this unpleasant feeling was. At that moment Biter's head separated from his body. The protagonist held his head and those present shouted, Lord Biter, what? Protagonist raised his head and said that their plan was over. They had no reason to fight anymore, so what would they do? They shouted, idiot, kill. For King Biter, the protagonist concentrated energy around himself, and creating several daggers said, excellent. If they decided to kill someone, they must be prepared for the consequences. With these words, he pointed numerous weapons at the knights' bodies, and said that he would be immensely happy if they were ready to fight to the end. Screams of pain echoed in all directions. At that moment, Miranda looked to the side and shouted, did she hear that? Alice looked at her and shouted, yes, someone screamed. They all rushed forward. And she added, from the side of the hall forward. Then Maria stopped in surprise, noticing the protagonist standing in the center and releasing dark energy. He turned his gaze to her and said, and they, if he's not mistaken, are a combat detachment under the personal command of Captain Igiana, right? Maria frowned and shouted. Inori, was this all his doing? He asked. If he answered her question, would they fight him seriously? At that moment, Elf, clenching her teeth in irritation, looked at him, grabbed her weapon, and charged. Maria, noticing this, shouted, Elf. The next second, she plunged the weapon into the protagonist's body, tears streaming down her face, and the protagonist was surprised by so much emotion. Did he accidentally hit her beloved? At that moment, in Elf's eyes, the man standing before her wasn't the main character, but another guy. Protagonist said it was rude, it turns out. With these words, he plunged several blades into the girl's body, and Maria shouted in surprise. What? She thought it was a draw. No. And then she shouted, Miranda, or they should get ready. He's dangerous, eliminate him. They all concentrated energy in their bodies, and Maria, looking at the protagonist, thought Elf had pierced him without him even blinking. She has no idea what drives him, But he can't live without a head. At that moment the protagonist used his appraisal and looking at Maria's weapon thought a magical tool. It didn't look like the kind they give to ordinary soldiers. Then he looked at his leg which was covered in ice. Miranda directed energy at him, and shouted, "Get it!" Alice concentrated energy in her hand and shouted, "He's hers." She directed a powerful stream of energy, but protagonist waved his hand in time and thought, "Is this also a tool?" Speed and power at an exceptional level. The next second, the attack hit his face, injuring it. And Maria, running further, turned slightly and thought, "Well, now that's it." At that moment, the protagonist smiled and thought, "These tools are a much bigger thorn than he thought." The next second, he leaped upward, leaving part of his leg encased in ice. Maria screamed, "Still alive?" She thought, trying to avoid the subsequent attacks, but it was a lousy move. He'd be right there on a silver platter the moment he landed. Then she heard loud screams and said, "Miranda and Alice." The girls pressed themselves to the ground and screamed, "Damn!" And the protagonist put his hand to his face and smiling, said that on any other day, he would have happily enjoyed this entire coordinated attack. But this time, he had a busy schedule. If she didn't mind, he'd like to dance with her face-to-face deputy. Maria glared at him. He stepped forward and added, "The best warm-up before a deadly battle with Aegiana." Maria said, "A battle with the Captain Aegiana, he has plenty of courage." He activated the skill on her and asked thoughtfully, "She's the strongest of them, right? It would be easier to fight, completely forgetting about the others." But no, she's still stuck with them. Why? She clicked her tongue in irritation, then pushed off the ground, rushing at him, and told him to shut up. She struck him with her weapon and shouted at him not to say that, because he knew something. She smashed his dagger. Then he pulled another dagger from a clot of darkness, and struck his own blow. She frowned and thought, he has talent, but will he stand up to her? She remembered how Aegiana put her hand on her shoulder and said, "Listen here, they must meet Maria." She hoped they would get along. The other girls looked at her and immediately surrounded her. Alpha hugged her and shouted, "She's coming with them?" They're short-handed. Does she know the rules? Miranda asked what books she liked. Alice happily introduced herself. In the present, she frowned and shouted, "How dare he look down on her comrades? She will never forgive." He looked at her happily and shouted, "That's a different matter." What a spirit! She must keep up the good work. At that moment, he pointed Gleipnir at her and thought, "Good, she must fight him." The next second, he looked in surprise as she flew next to him. She placed the sword under the magic threads and lifted it, shouting, "Come on, get up, they will avenge Elf." Then she looked at the protagonist, and thought, she's not alone, she has a squad, she has them, a squad of battle maidens. At that moment Alice bit her on the neck, grabbing her head, and she shouted in surprise, "Alice!" At that moment Miranda bit her on the side, and she shouted in surprise, "Miranda?" Protagonist said that he apologizes, but someone turned into a ghoul. She screamed, "Elf!" The protagonist said he'd really enjoyed fighting her, but ideally he'd have liked to warm up a bit longer, but alas. He sighed, and heading for the exit, waved his hand. He said they could do whatever they wanted. At that moment, the transformed girls stood next to Maria. Their hands outstretched, ready to bite, and she screamed. Inori, the next second, drops of blood flew everywhere. Protagonist went outside and said, "So, the strongest warrior remains." At that moment, his subjects were dealing with the guards, and Aegiana was running quickly down the corridor. She thought about this unpleasant feeling in her chest. She stopped in the main hall, and turning her head to the side, noticed a head. She thought it was her instinct at such moments. Then she knelt down next to the head and picked it up. She thought, it seems he never deceives her. She looked at the face of the deceased and said, "Mr. Biter." At that moment, the protagonist spread his wings and asked, "The moon is beautiful today, isn't it?" Everyone in the world knows this line. She looked at him irritably and asked, "Inori?" He smiled and said that the head was his gift to her. Then she put the head on the ground and said, "Inori, should he say, are these demon wings?" He looked at his wings and she added, "This happens to everyone who sold their soul to demons. To do such a thing, and what will he live for now if he's already cast aside his human pride?" He looked at her in surprise, then said he didn't quite understand what she was getting at, but he was just living, nothing complicated. She screamed, there's no room for such pathetic reasons as simply living. She pounded her chest and added, she was fighting for her country. She rose to her feet, still looking at him, and screamed, in this world, there's no way to live without a worthy reason. She even understands that when it's for family, for her own personal desires or revenge. Then she clenched her fist and, lowering her gaze, added, if she had taught him everything properly, perhaps he wouldn't have become a demon. She apologizes, Inori. He put his hand to his face and, landing opposite her, said that he appreciated her lectures, of course. But she still treated the demon as if he were her student, despite the fact that he was the one who killed their leader. But their coup was over, and if the country no longer exists, then what's the point of fighting? She replied. Even without His Majesty, they're still here. He interrupted her and said, Igiana, she seems to be missing something. She looked at him in surprise, and at that moment several creatures emerged from the wall, holding the bodies of guards in their jaws. Protagonist said, there is no more they. The soldiers who pursued them and who slaughtered everyone in the castle. The squad of battle maidens. Nothing remains, only her alone. Well, those who are bound hand and foot can still be saved if she sacrifices herself. With these words, he sat down on Miranda's body and, looking ahead, thought that he had finally had a battle with someone worthy. But in the end, everything had devolved into a battle between student and teacher. And what if she really gives in, put moral pressure on her and force her to fight anyway? Then he stroked the creature and thought, it's all a bit boring. The next second, he sighed and said, okay, they'll forget about simply saving her and return to the moment with Biter and how she was left alone. As for the rest of the soldiers, that would be fine. Then he was surprised to see Aegiana draw her weapon, and he asked what she was doing. She thrust her sword into the ground in front of her, and said a silent prayer for the warriors who had been destroyed and killed. And for those who would soon be killed. After that, she opened her eyes and concentrated the energy in her body. She shouted that their sacrifice would not be in vain. The protagonist extended his hand forward and asked, so she had decided to sacrifice the order after all? She asked. Sacrifice? Sacrifice those she had trained her entire life? She had the right to sacrifice everyone. He said in surprise that with such success, the country would be left without nobility and without an army, and that would no longer be a country. Then she walked forward and added, but the people remained. Even when the nobility is rotten, the army is in disarray, and the royal line is broken, it doesn't matter. As long as the people exist, she will fight for her country. These are her reasons to live. An aura enveloped her entire body, and the protagonist smiled madly. She asked, why is he so happy? He covered his smile with his hand and said that he apologizes. Captain, he underestimated her, and he apologizes for his ignorance. Still, it was inappropriate for him to lie and bluff. He will be honest. At that moment, the dark shackles fell from the hands of the transformed guards. Protagonist said that they are all very far from what they once were. Bodies that could not become vampires, and they cannot be saved. All her comrades have long been dead. At that moment, the ghouls moved forward and the protagonist pointed his hand at her and said that for them, she is just fresh food. Aegiana lowered her gaze and said, Inori, he too cannot be saved. She drew her weapon, the light from which scattered in all directions. She added, her enemy? Protagonist spread his wings and gritting his teeth flew back. Aegiana began swinging her sword, scattering everyone around. The protagonist frowned and thought, oh, this is more serious than he thought. So that's Aegiana's trump card. In her hands she held an ancient artifact. The protagonist conjured several daggers next to him and thought, all the ghouls in one fell swoop. They wouldn't even be enough to knock down a wall. Now that those eyes, just what he wanted. Their gazes met, and the protagonist placed his hands to the sides and concentrated his weapons above himself. He shouted, Captain Aegiana, I am her legitimate enemy. He too will use his entire arsenal. She looked at him silently as the guard's hands reached for her. Then she swung her weapon, severing the limbs reaching for her. Protagonist smiled broadly and shouted, they're still her former comrades. Haven't she forgotten? They'll see how far she can go. At that moment, a squad of battle maidens advanced on her. She turned her gaze to them, and remembering their smiles, delivered a powerful blow, cutting down everyone in her path. She dealt a few more blows to the protagonist's subjects and asked, will they watch? Why isn't he attacking? If he stands still, she'll attack first. The protagonist thought, that was understandable, of course, but attacks from behind were best avoided. And her strength isn't even diminishing, and she can't take her head on. Not long before, Arya had asked in surprise why Captain Egiana was so powerful. She turned away from the board and said thoughtfully. She wasn't one to be timid to begin with, but when she was appointed captain and the queen handed her an ancient weapon, she became more determined. The protagonist asked, ancient weapon? She replied that if she wasn't mistaken, it was a sword whose sharpness was enhanced by any magic. In the present, Egiana continued to strike, chopping the guards into tiny pieces. The protagonist pointed his weapon at her, but she easily shattered his daggers. The protagonist frowned and shouted, even knives drenched in dark magic crumbled to dust. Is there a limit to this sword's sharpness? At that moment, he looked at the sword in her hands and thought, it could literally cut through anything. Then Egiana looked ahead and thought, a contraction magic circle. Air hammer. A powerful blow crashed down on the wall. Protagonist, surprised, thought, what? The attack hit his wing and he thought, suddenly switching to magic. Egiana looked at him and said, he won't fly anymore. What next? He began to slide down, trying to slow down and stab the knife into the wall. He thought, at this rate, she'll get right up to him then. He pointed his weapon at her, but she continued swinging her sword, parrying every attack. He thought, stop now, and suddenly up. At that moment, he sharply jumped upward, dodging her attack, and finding himself above her, he thought he'd caught her. But then, surprised, he jumped aside, and she managed to chop off his hand. He dropped to one knee, and looking up at her, said that he too thought it had worked, and really, no approach. Then she turned to him, and said that he was very flexible, he could become an acrobat. He laughed and said that unfortunately, he wasn't interested in such things. Then he noticed a system window appear above the sword. It said, a sword made of pure mithril, an ancient weapon, a lost technology. A sword made of 100% pure mithril is imbued with magic and can be activated without a magic circle. He thought, so that's where all that speed comes from. He said, as he understands this weapon is made of mithril and is effective against demons. She noticed he was quick on the uptake. Had the second princess told him that? A diligent fellow, surprisingly. He replied that he was grateful. She stepped forward. At that moment, the protagonist pointed a knife that had burst from the ground at her. But she easily blocked the attack with her sword. She moved on and said that she saw he had quite a few tricks, but what next? He looked up at her and asked if he could ask her something. She asked what? He told her to answer him. It was her reaction speed, which allowed her to instantly react to attacks even from blind spots. She covered the area around herself and her entire surroundings with a thin layer of magic, and so she can detect anyone who tries to get close to her. Is he right? She asked. Detection? Well, yes, he's right, Inori. The protagonist sighed and said that with some ability, his detection wasn't even close. She said that was where he was mistaken. Her ability constantly emitted magic, and it was easy to detect. Therefore, it is not suitable for reconnaissance and covert operations, but it significantly increases reaction speed and is very useful in combat. Then she took a step forward and added, by the way, she also sees this perfectly well. He asked, did she notice? He thought, Gleitner. Magic threads appeared around Egiana, but she swung her weapon, cutting it. Protagonist cried out in surprise she even cut that. Then she moved forward, but at that moment Fenrir fired several magical volleys right in front of her, raising clouds of smoke. The protagonist frowned and thought, even attacks outside the range, how? Egiana asked, are they his subordinates too? Attacking from the outside is a good idea, but at this distance, attacks take too long to reach her. He thought she didn't notice with the ability, but simply managed to react and dodge. The next second, Egiana used the air hammer again, aiming it straight at the roof. And Fenrir managed to jump to the side. The protagonist turned and shouted, they can't get too close and must keep attacking. They mustn't give her a moment's peace. The next second, he ran forward, pointing several knives at Egiana. He shouted, she's doing well, but how long will she last? She shattered several of his weapons with a single swing of her sword. He turned around slightly and wondered if he should continue until she ran out of magic. No, she'd been fighting for so long without slowing down for a second. It was simply unthinkable. He would soon be out of knives and ghouls. He had to think. There had to be a way, he spoke, field that allows her to detect any attack. Infinite combat power to deal with countless enemies. An ancient weapon capable of cutting through even Gleipnir. And the reaction speed itself is so high that attacks from afar are useless. He stopped, skidding to a stop on the ground, and wondered how he could approach her so he could strike her at close range, but outside her range. What lengths wouldn't he go for her? There was no retreat, only forward. At that moment, Igiana cut through a few more attacks and, turning her gaze to the protagonist, wondered if he thought she was too busy defending herself to parry his blow. Then she shouted, "How naive! Inori. If he thinks she's already shown him everything, he should think twice." With those words she headed toward him, blocking him from the side with a barrier. She cut off his hand and said, "It's over, Inori." She thought all that was left was to chop off his head with a sword made of pure mithril, so he couldn't grow it back. But at that moment, the protagonist smiled and shouted, "No, it's not over yet, Igiana." At that moment, Fenrir's toothy maw emerged from Igiana's shadow and grabbed her leg. She watched, gritting her teeth. The protagonist added, "The only thing that can get close to her and remain unnoticed is his shadow." She thought indignantly, had then, him first? No, Inori is defenseless without an arm. It's time to finish. Then she looked at the protagonist and thought in surprise, what? She noticed his arm had regenerated. He shouted that she was celebrating too soon. She frowned and thought irritably, wrong sword. It needed to be made of pure mithril. Then the protagonist approached her, and she thought in surprise. He stopped. He shouted. Does she remember his eye? Then he used hypnosis. The magic symbol was aimed straight at her, but the next second she cut it with her sword. Protagonist laughed and thought, this damn sword even cuts circles. Then he thought, Gleipnir. Back off. They stopped opposite each other, and Fenrir began to appear from the shadows and aimed his mouth at her leg, but she swung her weapon and asked, what is this now? The protagonist replied, who knows? She asked, why is he so happy? He said, because he's having fun. Isn't that obvious? She's having fun too, right? She replied, who knows? They smiled, looking at each other, and he shouted, come on. Igiana. He aimed several attacks at her, but she swung her weapon, cutting them off. He thought, it's time to finish. He adjusted the glove on his hand, creating a magical symbol behind Igiana's back. She turned and thought, another circle? Not today. At that moment, the protagonist appeared behind her, and she shouted in surprise, what? He thought, great. She was distracted by the circle. If he can catch her hand before the blow, he can catch her off guard. Then he grabbed her arm and opened his mouth wide to bite. Igiana, gritting her teeth, thought, this is bad. With a bitten leg, there's no way to dodge, and the mithril sword in her other hand simply won't have time to reach. Do or die. Air hammer. She concentrated powerful energy in her hand, then pointed the weapon at the protagonist. He looked at her sword in surprise and thought, her? Launched the hammer on her own hand. At that moment, the blade of the sword slashed across the protagonist's shoulder and neck, separating it from his body. He thought, Igiana. And she, gritting her teeth, thought, Inori. Then the protagonist's body and head fell to the ground in different places. The next second Fenrir rushed at Igiana, opening his mouth wide, but she turned sharply, swinging her sword, cutting him down as well. She crouched near the protagonist's head and breathing heavily said, farewell, Inori. Some time later, when night had fallen, all the knights were destroyed and lay in a pool of their own blood on the ground. Igiana stopped amid the slaughtered people, covered in blood, and looked up at the sky. She thought she couldn't remember the last time she fought to her last breath. But it was too early to retreat, for now was no time to relax. The second princess remained. Suddenly, Igiana was attacked, and splashes of her blood flew everywhere. She was stunned by the pain she experienced, and in that moment she realized that the head wasn't the most important part of the protagonist's body. Inori had managed to use his magical powers, and rising from his headless position, his body attacked Ijiani. She turned around in surprise, and saw Inori quickly approach and kick her. She began to fall, blood splashing from her mouth. The force of the blow caused her to smash through the wall, and she remained motionless for a moment. Her body shook and she watched as Inori lifted his head and set it back in place. It hurt, but everything was fine now. Ijian remarked that even Mithril was useless. Inori replied that he'd already realized she was using Mithril against demons, but it only worked against demons of this world while he existed in another world. Ijian was dumbfounded when she heard this, and Inori remarked that he'd confirmed Mithril had no effect on him when she'd cut off his arm. Ijian understood and said he hadn't intentionally restored it. That was clever. Inori silently looked at her, musing that he'd assumed the head wasn't the most important part of a vampire's body. During the fight with Fenrir, he clearly grazed his spinal cord a couple of times, but his body wasn't paralyzed and he continued fighting as if nothing had happened. Now, he understands that a vampire's most important asset is their heart. He'd suspected this, but he hadn't had the chance to test it. Ijian acknowledged her defeat with a saddened expression. Her head bowed. Inori also apologized for the fact that he ultimately survived. After all, he didn't have much experience in such hand-to-hand combat. Ijian noticed this during the battle, and Inori remarked that it was understandable since he fought like it was his last. Ijian laughed and said she noticed it too, when suddenly Inori looked away. He turned to her and said he'd gladly accept all her power, and thought she'd be bored being his subject, especially as a ghoul. With these words, he approached her face and opened his fanged mouth to bite, after which he bid her farewell and destroyed her. Some time later, as Inori was descending the stairs, they heard his footsteps. Inori came closer and said through the bars that Ryuto looked terrible. He looked at him with bewilderment, and was surprised that Inori had come to them. He replied that yes, he had a magical tool that could open this cage. The girls were very surprised that he was unharmed, as they had been very worried about him. Inori told them to worry about themselves first, calling them kind-hearted. Ryuto couldn't stand it and screamed, "What is he doing?" Inori used his magic eye and looked at Tamaki, who was dumbfounded. He asked her to calm down, as he wouldn't do anything bad. Ryuto became even more angry, but Inori told him to come closer, and suddenly he too froze. His body shook and he screamed, "What's going on?" He couldn't move. Inori was surprised that Ryuto was still conscious and thought about it. His spell should have worked by now. Did the technique really rely on the victim's mental faculties? He placed his hand on Tamaki and Aoi's heads and told them he had a small favor to ask. Could they please clean up here? He needed them to deliver something to the people of the country, and so they should listen carefully. Ryuto, stunned, asked, was he making them clean up? Inori continued, saying that much had happened in the castle and he wanted to be presumed dead, so he handed his staff to Tamaki and told her to use it to burn the entire palace to the ground, leaving not a single corpse behind. She asked again, "Do you really need to burn the entire palace down?" Was she really capable of that? And Inori decided to reveal the secret to her, that for some reason she was subconsciously holding back her power, and that if she freed herself from this limitation, she would be able to do so without a problem. He then turned to Aoi and asked her to create a barrier around them to prevent them from following the palace. Aoi calmly replied that she understood, and Ryuto, watching what was happening, loudly shouted, "Stop! He wants to burn the palace?" When Tamaki used the magical powers of this staff, she admitted that Inori was telling the truth. As she had a feeling it would be easy, and she wouldn't leave a single piece of the palace behind. Ryuto shouted that if she burned the castle, everyone who survived would be gone. But before he could finish, Tamaki was already under his influence, and said that everything was fine, she would try to do it. Ryuto shouted loudly for her to stop, but he was unable to influence what was happening. And Tamaki was transported within the palace walls. When she arrived, she literally blew the palace from the inside out, and every part of the building blazed with fire. Inori watched from afar, and considered this. Of course, he told her to remove the limiter, but with this power, even within the barrier, the heat could be felt. What a blessing! Suddenly, the protagonist glanced to the side at the frightened Rito, and asked if he could appoint him as the one who would tell the people the truth. Some time later, the palace was burned to the ground and the people around watched the bright flames. Arya walked through the flames, carefully examining the fire. She looked with sadness at the destroyed princesses of the kingdom, and all the members of her family. Closing her eyes, she recalled the outlines of her former self, and opened her new red eyes after the transformation. Her hairstyle had changed so much, and she emerged from the flames. The protagonist appeared next to her and asked, "Is it all over yet?" Arya asked, "Have you finished cleaning up yet?" Inori asked how she knew about this. She replied that his knowledge and thoughts had entered this body along with his blood. She hadn't thought even her hair color would change. Inori approached her and said she had become his subject. But the only thing that interests her is this hair color, not that he knew what it was like to be a subject. Arya remarked that she also reacted strangely to his thoughts and words as if she were connected to them. If she understood correctly, it would be difficult for her to disobey him and harm him. Inori took her hand in his, when suddenly she slapped him on the cheek and stepped away, angry. Inori asked, "But it wasn't that bad, was it?" Arya turned and looked at him in bewilderment. The protagonist tried to rise from the ground, and clutching his sore, red cheek from the blow, said he thought black hair suited her much better. She looked at him silently, a sad expression on her face, and watched him struggle to rise from the blow. A smile appeared on her face, and turning back to her destination, she said that she hadn't lost everything. She had saved her life and gained a little freedom, and she was grateful for that. But she also had a goal. She didn't know for sure, but she would stop being his subject if she became stronger than him, right? The protagonist looked at her in surprise, and Arya continued shouting with a confident expression that one day she would become stronger than him and gain her freedom. He silently watched her go, smiling as he said that it would be fine. Let her have that freedom if she could. When he stood up, he said that the former princess had decided on her goals and that they could now go to his domain. Arya, frightened, asked again where he had acquired his domain. He replied that he hadn't been idle and that it would be safer for them to stay there. Then somewhere in the city. After some time, a bright pink glow appeared in the sky above them, and Arya watched in amazement. This place used to be Fenrir's home, and the local barrier hides it from prying eyes. Here, they would have time to understand their abilities. Inori led her to his domain, and she asked again, "What does this house mean? Where did it come from?" Inori replied that it had originally been a dilapidated hut, but as an experiment, he had tried creating tools for himself and repairing it. Arya asked in surprise he created the tools. He replied that he would tell her more about that later, but for now she could consider it their base or fortress, whichever she preferred. Arya remarked that he was fond of evading questions and not answering them. When they entered, Arya remarked that there was very little space for two. He replied that, compared to the palace, yes, it was quite cramped. But alas, they would have to get used to living differently now, especially with only one bed. Arya became very embarrassed, and her face turned red. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly sat up next to the protagonist, and said she never considered herself royalty, and wouldn't mind sleeping in the same bed with him. She'd only survived thanks to him and didn't want to remain in his debt. Inori looked at her silently, and Arya continued saying that for now, this was the only way she could repay him. Inori looked away and said he couldn't believe she'd responded before he'd even given the order. Arya said she was ready, and Inori ordered her to undress. She blushed deeply and lowered her head, then immediately undressed in front of him and cried out, "Is he satisfied?" Inori pondered the all-seeing eye plus weapon creation, and using his magical powers, he crafted something extraordinary for her, telling her to catch it. When Arya grabbed the thing with her hands, she asked him again, "What's going on?" He replied that she shouldn't show herself in these rags, either to him or to herself, and that she should get dressed immediately. When he said she would obey him, he didn't mean it. He had the whole world before his eyes and could choose any partner he wanted, and he didn't need her to repay him with anything. She had too high an opinion of herself. Arya became even more embarrassed, then suddenly became extremely upset and screamed at him with incredible anger, turning sharply and thanking him for the new clothes, as she would change right away. She ran into another room, and Inori, with a smirk, asked if they had called her a heartless doll. After a while, Arya ran outside and sat there naked, despite the bad weather. This situation seemed like a complete failure to her. Where had she ended up? She simply wanted to say that she was ready for anything. She carefully watched the fire that was nearby, emanating from the palace. Lost in thought, she muttered that she had to be the only one left alive, abandoning her country. Maybe she just wanted punishment. Inori approached her at that moment and, hearing her thoughts, asked, "So being close to him was a punishment for her?" She turned around in surprise and screamed his name, when Inori suddenly said he hadn't expected such rudeness. Arya shouted back that she simply couldn't wrap her head around it, but she was grateful to him for saving her. He asked her again, "Is that so?" Arya screamed yes. She hadn't even had time to calm down. Even if she had ceased to be human by choosing life, she didn't regret anything. Inori told her that everything was fine, he just had something he wanted to check and needed her help. Arya was delighted by this option and shouted that she would help in any way she could. Inori opened the system window and announced that he had taken several new skills from those who were in the castle, and there are some he can't level up on his own. Arya wondered if he needed help with those. Inori confirmed, adding that she would have to help with romantic techniques. Arya, frightened, asked again what he was talking about. Inori replied that he wanted to test whether touching someone's breasts would level him up. Arya screamed angrily at him to stop. Inori asked, so simply touching her was even worse for her than being together in a romantic setting? Arya screamed back that simply touching was abnormal, that it shouldn't be like that. Inori asked her again, so why did she say she'd help with anything? Arya reached out to him and screamed that he was a demon. After that, he checked his stats. Bow archery was level 1, bamboo pole mastery was also level 1, spear mastery and shield mastery were level 1, cooking, cleaning and laundry were level 3, and sewing and mental arithmetic were level 2, roguery and pen twirling, poison resistance and charm resistance were also level 1. Poker face mastery, fake smile mastery, and so on were all level 1. Inori carefully examined the stats in the system window and thought, he didn't yet know where all these abilities would be useful, but he needed to at least level up each of them a little. He turned to Arya and told her to come down to him for a minute. She flew past and said okay. Thanks to her genius ability, she was able to do this easily. Inori thought about how quickly she had mastered flying. Did she like her clothes? He could change them if necessary. Arya smiled and said that everything was fine. The clothes were light and loose. Inori stared at her silently, wondering how she was floating effortlessly in the blazing sun while he was supposed to be huddled in the shade. Had the sun god's wrath decided to pass her by, or what? Let her try to draw that sword. He held it out to her and Arya looked at it questioningly and replied, okay. When she took it she raised it high and said it was very beautiful, as magical rays emanated from it. Did he make that himself? Inori replied that it was the Aegean sword, formerly the unstoppable longsword. He had enhanced it with dark magic. Arya was dumbfounded and screamed loudly when she heard this. And Inori continued to say that the sword was now called the Absolute Black Longsword, or something like that. Or if he explained it briefly, it was simply a black sword. Arya examined the weapon carefully and realized, so this is what the captain had been fighting with. Where did he get that? He replied that he had been able to retrieve it at some point, but had tried to use the sword and nothing happened, so he believed he didn't have a drop of this world's magic, which was why it hadn't worked. Arya asked again, meaning he couldn't use magical tools? Inori said that was probably true, and that was why he was giving her the sword. This immediately resonated with her as soon as she picked up the sword. Somehow, she'd learned to use this weapon. Arya asked him with a smirk, was he sure about what he was doing? What if she became stronger than him now? Inori calmly explained that she shouldn't worry, since he didn't need to rely on such toys to be stronger. Besides, if they were to measure their strength, it would obviously be without weapons, right? Arya asked again, who knows? Inori stood up and, touching the tree, said okay, they need to take stock of what they had now. Unlike him, she can use magic and the magical tools of this world, but she can't level up her skills as he does. Arya added that, unlike her, he can't use magic and magical tools, but he can level up his skills and level up. So who will be stronger? Maybe they should argue. Inori asked again. Maybe it was him after all. That's because he gets stronger and stronger over time. Arya laughed and asked, So what does that mean then? Inori turned around and asked, what is she talking about? Arya pointed to the fangs in her mouth, and Inori said, I see, so she can become stronger by sucking blood. And it turns out she has more than just wings. Arya was delighted and said that she recently tried drinking blood and seemed to feel stronger. Inori asked mockingly, but who was her precious first kiss with? Which demon was it? He had a big bird. Arya looked at him in bewilderment, silently, and they continued on their way. Inori said they seemed to have sorted out the situation and could move on. Arya asked if he'd really been waiting for her to free herself. Suddenly, someone appeared behind her and said that this was exactly what the protagonist had been waiting for. It was Fenrir who said that if he had been revived sooner, he could have finished them off. Inori turned to him and told him not to worry, as he decided to sacrifice body parts to distract Ijin. He just hadn't expected the damage to be so great. Arya looked at Fenrir with loving eyes and cried out, "Who is this fluffy thing?" Inori explained that it was the guardian of this forest, Fenrir. He seemed very sweet to Arya, and she wrapped her arms around the creature and hugged him tightly, when Fenrir suddenly screamed, very displeased for her to stop and let him go. Inori said that this was just how he had become, and before that, he was a ferocious beast. Fenrir immediately disappeared, penetrating into the ground. Inori said he simply ran away from her, and Fenrir added that he didn't remember ever being called that. Arya was upset and asked if he would never appear again. Inori looked at her silently, then decided to ask if she liked animals. She replied that she couldn't say for sure, but she had to look after pets that were annoying her sister. Realized what was going on, and suggested that they leave that evening. Arya asked again if he had already decided on a goal. Inori replied that he hadn't yet and wanted to learn more about this world, travel to neighboring countries, and perhaps start with countries where heroes weren't summoned. Arya replied that there were no such countries. After these words, the protagonist turned around in bewilderment and looked at her in surprise. Arya continued the conversation and explained that there were no countries here that didn't summon heroes. The protagonist was very surprised and cried out, "Is there really no country at all?" She replied, "Yes, there aren't any." By agreement, all 12 countries were to summon 3 heroes each. Inori tried to wrap his mind around this thought, and wondered if that wasn't too many. Arya didn't answer. Somewhere in this world, 33 heroes were privens in 11 other countries. He recalled the outlines of various heroes from the neighboring country, and realized something, looking at the sky. So, they were mages, beastmen, elves, dwarves, dragonmen. Sometime later, a terrible battle took place and the eye of one of the creatures was captured. Chris, along with several of her assistants, took over the fight. She was battling the current demon king, Ignoa. He closed his eyes and someone screamed, "Their demon king, Lord Ignoa." Sometime later, when the weather was clear and sunny, Arya went out into a crowded public place. One of the vendors she knew approached her and offered her some bread. He wanted to thank her, as she had once helped him out well, so let her treat herself to some of this bread. Arya asked, "Is he sure?" The guild had already paid her. He asked her to eat and not be shy and to also grab some vegetables. Arya thanked him for his generosity and took the huge bag. One of the guys asked with a smile, "Will she be able to carry this?" Arya looked up at the sky and realized that some time had passed since they moved to the provincial town of the Lin theocracy. It was a small trading town, distinguished by its large brick street. She was surprised at how lively it was, compared to their country. And since the country is a theocracy, the clergy plays a significant role, and even this small town has a huge church. They registered with a local guild to earn some money. Inori also goes by an alias, his name being Kiri. However, he sleeps during the day, so she has to do the work alone. Thanks to this, she was able to meet a lot of interesting people. When Arya arrived home, she approached him and told him she was back, but he suddenly gave her a big scare when he jumped out right in front of her and fell on the steps of their house, breaking it into several pieces and covered in blood. He asked her to help him, and Arya was terrified and didn't understand what was happening. It turned out that the unknown girl was involved, who chuckled and said that it was surprising that he was still conscious after her blow. Arya stood dumbfounded, holding the bag in her hands, unsure what to do. The girl continued laughing and said that he has such talent, although he's a terrible person. He really intrigued her. She is a holy knight of the Lintheocracy, a fanatic of Raskos. She should take him on as an apprentice to bring him back to the true path. Bana grabbed his tie and pulled him toward her, causing Inori to ask, perplexed, what was happening now. Arya watched the scene with bewilderment. This was her first city, her first job, her first encounters. Thus began her life outside the country. After the protagonist joined the guild under the name Kiri, he drank alcohol at a bar, and everyone around him turned to look at him. He began drinking diligently. The waitress approached him and asked when he would pay the bill. He replied that she should charge it to Arya as usual. Unlike him, Arya diligently completed the guild's mission and gradually rose through the ranks, earning her the nickname Black Rose Arya. People called her this for her black hair, clothes, and the superb skill with which she defeated monsters. It seems she is already popular with some people. He's so entangled in the hatred of the god and the sun, all he can do is sit and drink. One of the men at the next table wondered why Black Rose had decided to be with him. Another guy also wondered if he was blackmailing her. At that moment, Ignoa was also sitting at the table and asked him if he should go do some work too. The girl works all day. And he drinks all day. Inori told him to leave him alone. This old man is his only drinking buddy from the guild. They drank together. Initially, he drank alone, but now he sits with him. He also has a lot of free time, apparently. If anyone asks him why he drinks all day, he'll answer that he was leveling up his skill and poison resistance, and gathering information from local adventurers. But over time, people became skeptical about how much he drinks. And only this old man remains. He couldn't ask for more news, but at least his resilience was improving, so that suited him. Suddenly, a bell rang in the room and someone entered. It was the holy knight Fana who smiled. Inori turned around and asked, confused, what a holy knight was doing in such a place. Waving at her, he shouted if she wanted to join them for a drink. Ignoa told him to calm down and not to say such things. Fauna addressed them as brothers and said that drinking so much was very harmful to the soul and body, and that everything should be in moderation. Inori noticed the mark on her forehead and wondered, since he couldn't make it out from here, if he could take a closer look at what it was. When he reached for her, Fauna suddenly shifted and replied that it was a sign of faith in God and that he was not allowed to touch it without reason. Inori turned in her direction in surprise and began shouting loudly. Meanwhile, Arya was already approaching the establishment with a bag full of food. The people around watched silently, and Inori wondered if he'd said something wrong. Fana started fighting him and slammed his head into the ground. He lay there, looking at the sky in bewilderment. When Arya came a little closer, she watched in surprise as Fana grabbed his face in her hands and approached him. The men around rejoiced at Inori's pain and shouted that this was the right way to treat the Struckard, as he shouldn't have been sitting around drinking alcohol all day. Let her show him how to live. Fauna smiled and said of course, she won't leave anyone unattended. Everything is done in the name of the Lord. After Fauna finished speaking, she turned around and saw a surprised Arya. She asked her, "What's wrong?" Arya tried to speak but finally asked, "What are you planning to do with him?" Fauna grabbed Inori in her arms and placed him on her shoulders. While he was hanging from her shoulder with his head down, she asked again, "What will she do with him?" He was just a brazen brat trying to join the guild, but she shouldn't worry. There was still some masculinity left in him. There, she and God would teach him a lesson. With these words, Fauna set off in an unknown direction, taking Inori with her. Arya looked away in surprise, unsure what to do. The surrounding men began joyfully shouting at her that she was free and congratulating her. If she didn't mind, how about they spend some time together? Arya ignored the strangers and, snatching a bag from the ground, offered to take it, shouting her hatred loudly about it. After these words, she took off running after Inori. The men watched her in bewilderment, wondering why she was still chasing him. It seemed he really was blackmailing her. After some time, Saint Fauna dragged Inori to the palace and laid him on a bench outside. At that moment, he came to his senses and wondered what was happening. Fauna extended her hand toward him and said that she would heal him instantly. Magical waves of a bright hue appeared on Inori's face, and suddenly they changed from blue to green. Inori was surprised and examined his body with curiosity. Fana asked again, had it really worked? He shouldn't get so drunk again. Inori apologized to her and asked who she was. She replied that she was a holy knight. He asked again, was that really true? Fana replied that he could simply call her mentor, or by her first name, whichever was more convenient. But that would have to wait. She grabbed his hand and led him along, as first they needed to pray. Arya, who had been watching them, peeking around the corner, wondered if they were already holding hands. It reminded her of something. She frowned and grew angry, wondering if this was even normal. That girl looked very dangerous. Arya called Fenrir, who informed her that he didn't know if his master had realized it, but he felt her divine blessing. Arya asked again what he was talking about. Fenrir clarified that she had felt it too and decided to follow his master. Arya confidently replied that it was indeed so. Meanwhile, continued to lead Inori by the hand and said that this was the largest church in the entire region. He was very lucky today, incredibly lucky. She smiled and looked at him silently, then asked his name. He told her his name was Kiri, after which he noticed a huge statue standing in the center of the church. His mouth dropped open in amazement, and he asked again, "What is that?" She replied, "It's a statue of the Lord God. If he doesn't know how to pray properly, then he should just imitate her. You need to put 5 fingers together, 1 for the god and 4 for the 4 goddesses. After that, he should close his eyes and pray." Inori did everything as he was supposed to and thought that he simply couldn't imagine how it had come to this, but it would be better not to argue with Saint Fana. If he thought about it, he never believed in anything or prayed to anything. Suddenly, he felt strange and continued praying silently when suddenly someone turned their attention to him. Inori immediately sensed it and became wary. He didn't understand what these feelings were. He had a feeling as if someone was watching him. Maybe they have a connection. Is it her work? No, he doesn't think so. So who is it? His detections reveal nothing. It's not the magic of this world, or even a physical phenomenon. He feels as if someone is looking straight into his soul. His teeth clenched in anger, and he mentally wondered who allowed this to touch him without permission. Whoever it was, it had to leave him alone. Suddenly, a bright flash of light appeared in the room, directly above Inori, who continued to silently pretend to pray. Fana looked at him in surprise and said that she didn't expect him to give himself entirely to this prayer. Let him agree that there is nothing more wonderful than prayer. She is very glad that his mind is now clear and invites him to move on. Inori looked up silently at the statue again, paying closer attention. He no longer felt the connection. But now he was interested in this mysterious power. Someday he would return here again. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, a girl asked, "Did he cut the path?" Another goddess, who formed a connection with Inori, replied that she herself did not expect that a person was capable of such a thing. These sparks emanated from the planet into the universe. After some time, Inori reappeared in the bar, and everyone turned their attention to him. He looked at his table, where Ignoa was sitting alone, and asked if he was still alone. Ignoa noticed him and said he had improved his appearance. Inori looked disgusting, his face covered in numerous abrasions, bruises, and blood, and he said he was a bit unlucky. Fauna decided to use magic and, swinging her fist at him, hit him in the face. She screamed at him to stop and continued to beat him. Inori realized that she wasn't called a fanatic for nothing, but a holy knight. Her blows hurt him incredibly, because a holy knight strikes with the power of light, the vampire's main weakness. While Fana was beating him, she screamed that she'd sensed his gaze was truly sharp back at the bar, and that she was sorry her body couldn't keep up. He realized at that moment that she was seeing everything, and Fana continued screaming that it was okay and that she'd keep hitting him, and eventually she'd get the hang of it. So she decided to continue, but Inori yelled that it wasn't working that way, and suggested she stop and take a break, as she was already overdoing it. Arya watched from behind a nearby tree, hiding, wondering if she should intervene. Fenrir, who was also nearby, said that the master had said to intervene only in the most extreme cases, and that he could escape even during the day, but if he didn't, he had some higher purpose they couldn't understand. Arya watched silently until they noticed Inori had escaped, and now he's at the bar, telling his friend Ignoa about the situation, who sadly says it's all clear to him. In the end, he escaped. It was probably the most desperate escape of his life. Ignoa confirmed that it hadn't been easy. And by the way, the girl turned out to be a holy knight. Holy knights kill demons and demon-like creatures and sacrifice them to God. Most of them wield magical weapons and fight with the powers of light, which is very effective against demons. Ignoa lowered his gaze and added that when it comes to attributes, it's important for them to know who's who. But here it's a matter of tactics. And since he doesn't know how to use magical weapons, he sees no point in teaching him any tactics. Inori confirmed this and shouted that he didn't understand either, but did he say he couldn't use weapons? At that moment, Saint Fauna arrived at the bar and, seeing Inori, pointed at him and shouted that she'd found him. He runs really fast. Is he rested now? It's time for them to get back to training. Inori screamed loudly in pain and asked Ignoa for help. Fauna immediately dragged him along by the hair and asked what they were going to do this time. Ignoa didn't come to his aid and Inori continued to scream. Aren't they friends? Ignoa continued to sit alone and did absolutely nothing. After some time, Fauna dragged Inori into the forest and threw him to the ground. They continued beating him like that during their so-called training. He was upset that he couldn't resist her during the day. But if he didn't come up with something, there would be nothing left of him. And for now, he suggested they go to church again. Fauna was incredibly happy to be there, and kept saying that she never thought he would ask to go to church himself. Her training was clearly bearing fruit. Inori pretended to be happy too and agreed with his mentor. He thought about how he'd managed to avoid training and would visit the church again to do two things at once. Thanks to this, his skill at fake smiling had improved and reached level 2. He liked being in the church for the silence, but he wasn't particularly fond of religion. He didn't have that feeling of being watched right now, but were the other believers connected to anyone else? Considering that detection hadn't worked, perhaps this world's powers wouldn't be able to understand the phenomenon. What if he tried an ability from another world? He'd evaluate every object in this room. The believer here, their clothing, everything was off. The ceiling, the floor, the statue, they all looked strange. He noticed something odd and asked what it was. Looking closely, Inori realized he'd found what he needed. The system reported that he'd found a holy light stone, Rin Theocracy, price unknown, born at the base of a divine tree, capable of serving as a medium for the goddess's powers, and a must-have in every church. Inori wondered if this holy stone was the goddess's intermediary. So was this the stone they used to contact people in the church? He doubted she was the goddess, given that the statue had 5 figures, and theoretically, 5 goddesses. He was afraid the goddess of this world wasn't very fond of him. Well, at least he learned something new. That was good. Suddenly, Fauna's entire body shook and she screamed. Inori asked what had happened. She noticed a man named Raven standing nearby and shouted that he was the 4th commander of the Holy Knights, the hero of Regan. Inori asked again, was he a hero? Fauna continued, explaining that 10 years ago, he defended the city from rogue demons and still stood guard over it. He was a living legend, after all, and this was the first time she'd seen him up close. He wondered if it was his mentor's boss. Fauna said she'd just run over to say hello and apologize, but he could return first. They'd see each other a little later. Inori replied that everything was fine and watched the proceedings. The hero of Regan City, he was unlikely to be stronger than Aegean, but he should assess him just in case. Suddenly Raven looked straight at him with a creepy look, and Inori realized he might have noticed him. Had he really noticed the assessment, or was it just his imagination? But he clearly sensed something. It was dangerous for him to try that again. While Raven was trying to figure out what was happening, the holy girl approached him and called his name. Raven ignored it, and noticed the scent of his lineage lingering in the room. As Inori left the room, Raven watched him go. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted outside, sending rocks flying everywhere. Arya sat on the roof, watching the proceedings. She wondered if Inori had been training constantly since that day. She was sad and bored, as they barely even spoken. Inori was training with Saint Fauna, who reported that he'd become more skilled at dodging and moving against magical weapons. Inori thanked her for this, then reflected that thanks to Idiana, he'd already realized how much trouble they could cause him. Fauna continued to point out that he was still fixated on defense, so she asked if he knew any weapons. Inori asked her about it in surprise. He possessed dark magic, but couldn't tell her. Fauna replied that she understood and shouted that it was all settled. Suddenly, she struck the rocks again and suggested that Inori buy himself a weapon of his choosing. She'd never heard of travelers going completely empty-handed. Inori replied that he would, and Fana continued by saying that she too would be absent for the foreseeable future, as she'd been allowed to meet with Lord Raven. Therefore, she was declaring a day off from training. The main thing was that he didn't choose a weapon at random, okay? Inori agreed with her, and wondered if this really was a day off. Fana went home at sunset, and said she'd check everything the day after tomorrow. Arya, meanwhile, was still sitting on the roof when Inori suddenly decided to approach her, and asked if she'd enjoyed watching him train so much. Had she already figured out how to defeat him? Arya replied that she hadn't, and Inori looked at her silently, then said it was okay, since he and Fenrir had been taking turns, and it hadn't helped. He sat down next to her on the roof, and after a moment of awkward silence, Arya asked again if he needed anything else from her. He asked if she was free tomorrow. The mentor had told him to find a weapon and he offered to go with him. Arya was surprised by this offer and watched silently as Inori explained that he had no idea what or where to buy in the city, but she was a local and knew everything. But if she was busy, he could figure it out on his own. Arya was delighted by this offer and shouted, confident that she would go with him. She had no requests from the guild, so she was free tomorrow. Inori was happy about this and Arya said he couldn't cope without her, and would have been lost long ago. Now they needed to go back immediately and prepare for tomorrow. Inori asked, "What do you mean prepare?" She grabbed his hand and pulled him along, and Inori, perplexed, asked why she'd started talking so much so abruptly. Arya replied that they needed to go. The next day they went out into town together. Arya turned to Inori, pointing at some food, and said that this looked delicious too. He sighed and said that he understood, but it seemed that wasn't why they came here. Arya looked at him in surprise, then shouted that everything was fine, and that they were heading toward the weapons shop. When they arrived and examined all the weapons, Inori was surprised to find that it was a decent shop. Arya replied that travelers had recommended it to her. There was a two-handed sword there, for 6,000 coins. Inori looked around and couldn't find what he needed, as it was practically a magical instrument. Arya asked again, "What about that huge sharp sword? Isn't it too small for him?" Inori shouted that he would never take such a weapon. Arya was upset and said that this would suit him. In that case, he should buy a weapon for her too. She liked to grab a black sword every now and then, didn't she? And this sword really stood out, and they needed another sword to carry permanently. Arya wanted to find something comfortable and simple when suddenly they turned towards a beautiful, neat blue sword. She stared at it silently, and Inori asked what it was. He immediately grabbed the sword in his hands, and Arya yelled at him to stop. He asked again, "Was that a mithril dagger?" This weapon was made of high-quality mithril, and it looked like the dagger was an addition to the main weapon. It suited them. Did she agree? Arya saw the price and began to doubt it, when Inori suddenly told her not to worry about the price, as they had plenty considering the money he'd paid for the night demons. He could barely sit at the bar all day now, so he'd at least give her a little in return. Arya was embarrassed by this offer, after which the seller handed them the sword and thanked them for their purchase. Inori sighed, upset that they still hadn't found anything for him. Arya asked again, "Does he understand the meaning of this dagger?" Inori asked again, "Is there any meaning?" Arya smiled, embarrassed and blushed, saying it was possible. They walked a little further and saw another armory. Could it really fit in such a tight space? They decided to enter this room, when Arya suddenly became frightened when she saw a web of spiders. Inori turned and said that the owner didn't like to exert himself, as it seemed. But she should come in and not be afraid. When Inori looked ahead, he saw a neat salesman standing across from them. He greeted them and informed them that they worked on request and would craft a one-of-a-kind piece especially for them. Inori listened silently to the salesman, then asked if they could even create a non-magical weapon. The salesman replied that that was no problem. They would do everything possible to meet their expectations. Inori used his magical eye and asked if he could then place an order. This seemed very quick for Arya, but the salesman nodded and said of course, then suggested they follow him to a comfortable spot, as they needed to learn about his habits and his physical abilities. Inori asked if it was okay for Arya to come with them. The salesman agreed, after which Inori asked, by the way, didn't he think a cleaner entrance would attract more customers? There were a lot of spiders there. He knew that. The shopkeeper replied that, just as a spider hides in its web, so do they, old men, find a quiet place. Inori thought the man was very strange and apologized for the inconvenience. Arya said she'd been right to avoid that place. The spider would probably be happy to hear that. After a while, they went outside and sat down at a cafe's lunch table. Inori said wearily that he thought they'd be able to finish faster. Arya replied, well, at least they didn't have to avoid many more weapons shops. It worked out well, didn't it? At that moment, Arya noticed the tea. It was delicious. Inori replied that he thought it was the same tea they had in the palace. Arya replied that even if that were true, everything else here was not like a palace. The atmosphere and mood were different here. And every time she came here, she just wanted to sit down and quietly sip tea. Inori asked again. She had the desire. She had the money. So why did she need him? Arya got angry and shouted that she needed to talk to someone, as it was very important. They had a hearty lunch, and Arya asked why he had chosen that store so abruptly. He replied that he had assessed both the store and the owner. The entire selection was high quality, so he decided the old man was reliable. Although he had a long way to go as a merchant, as the building was covered in spider webs and spiders at the entrance, and not everyone sees that every day. At that moment, Fauna appeared, shouting in surprise, did he really buy a weapon? She came closer and overheard their conversation, as she had been looking for him. Inori asked again, what about her meeting? Fauna replied that the meeting had already ended, and she had been on her way home when she noticed him. Is he flirting with girls again? Arya blushed, then shouted that they were partners. Fauna flew over the fence and asked if they really thought so. One of the guards standing next to her asked her not to jump over the fence, as the ladder was there for a reason. Fauna laughed and apologized to him, saying that as followers of the god, they should be an example to the people. He supposed this was Lord Kiri. He was ordered to watch Fauna, and he could be called Mask. Inori asked again why he would watch his mentor. Had she done something wrong? Fauna replied that the church was so strict that it doubted their relationship with Inori, even though she had told them they were simply teacher and student. Holy knights have strict commandments, and must maintain chastity. Simply put, they must remain virgins. Inori's mouth dropped open in shock, and Fauna blushed. Mask suddenly remarked that when the beautiful Black Rosaria and the drunkard Inori appeared, rumors about them quickly spread throughout the city. Inori said it sounded terrible, but Mask continued that becoming Fana's apprentice and living off the money he earned from black roses was very curious, for which she apologized. Inori looked at him questioningly. When Mask suddenly pulled out a special card and announced that it was Black Rose Fan Club card number 5, he wanted to know the secret. How did he manage to win this girl over? He suddenly bowed and asked to be taught. Fana shouted that he had forgotten his own words, since he himself was one of the saints. There were many sweets on the dining table, which Fana decided to snack on. Mask was chatting with Inori at the next table. Arya remarked that men were good friends because they quickly found common ground. Bona turned to her and asked, is her name Black Rose Arya? Is she really friends with that drunkard? Arya replied that she was, and Fana looked away, then asked why the mithril dagger was on their table. Arya didn't know what to say, and an awkward silence ensued. Fana said the dagger had a special meaning, synonymous with a marriage proposal. Kiri's not bad. Arya blushed and looked away, after which Fana stood up and said, if he knew and implied it, of course, but still. She turned to Mask and said that they had to go, as the cafe was closing. Mask shouted it's already that late, fine, he'll tell them in detail that they're just teacher and student. Fauna said she'd enjoyed talking to Arya and she smiled back. They left in an unknown direction, and Inori shared his thoughts about how they'd had a strange day. The Mask began to think that the traveler Inori, even after meeting him in person, remained somewhat of a mystery. When they reached their street, Arya waved and said she still had a few things to do, so she'd step away for a bit. Inori asked again, though she told him she was free today. As he inserted the key into the door, he sighed with fatigue, then suddenly sensed something was wrong. He silently looked ahead, and the unknown girl said that he'd finally noticed her. He was perceptive. Inori used his magical powers and wondered if that voice was really inside his head. The girl asked if he'd like to go inside first. Inori took a step and it turned out the girl was sitting on the windowsill, managed looking out. She greeted him and told him her name was Flux and that she was very pleased to meet him. Inori looked at her silently, then asked what that voice was inside his head. She rose from her seat and replied that he'd sensed her before he'd even opened the door. But he didn't know about spiritual magic. Inori asked her again, what did that mean? Flux replied that she'd heard rumors about the town drunk and was curious. If he wanted, she could show him what spiritual magic was. She'd do it with her body. When Flux took his hand, she asked him to come closer, and Inori collapsed onto the bed with her. She climbed right on top of him, after which she said that there was an unfamiliar girl in front of him, but he didn't even resist. Inori replied that when a girl was really beautiful, he couldn't pass up such a chance, and he grabbed her hips with his hands, causing her to become enraged and scream. Mind control magic. After this spell, everything around him glowed with a bright magical light, and Inori realized that at that distance, she would never have time to dodge. Flux looked at him with a smile on her face, but alas, the spell didn't work, and she kissed him. Inori, perplexed, wondered what was happening. Another world appeared in his mind, and Flux said he was in her spiritual world. This is a unique dimension that exists within each of us. Inori was very surprised, and Flux continued to say that this was her world, where everything was under her control. Absolutely everything. Did he understand what she was talking about? For example, she can easily remove his clothes. And moments later, Inori found himself naked. He was dumbfounded, and Flux said that she could also drive him crazy with pleasure. Did he like that? She could make his body and soul want to depend on her. Inori gritted his teeth in irritation, and Flux asked him again what was going on. He is a man, and the girl is already in his arms. Why wasn't he hugging her? Was he really that afraid of getting involved with someone? Inori grew angry, and ordered her to be quiet. But Flux refused, saying he wasn't afraid. Suddenly, some unknown magical field formed behind her, and she tensed. The magical forces emitted loud sounds and filled everything around them with darkness. This darkness enveloped Flux's face, which became frightened, and Inori ordered her to be quiet again. Flux wondered what was happening to her world. Why was it withering before her eyes? How could one's soul do something like that? Inori reminded her that she had said she controlled everything in this world, right? What a coincidence! He was also very good at controlling everything. At that moment, Arya approached their house and realized the door was unlocked. When she opened it, she yawned and announced that she had returned home and thought leaving the door wide open wasn't the best idea. But before she could finish, she saw the girl sitting on Inori's body. They were kissing when he suddenly realized Arya had returned. She became wary and remembered the dagger's spell, saying that if she was betrayed she could stab him with it. A moment later, Flux jumped up and fell to the floor. Inori used his magical powers and threw her aside, causing a fairy to emerge from his mouth. She fell to the floor completely wet, and said that the goddess had tasked her with seducing him. She was also supposed to get closer to him by transforming into a human, but she was deceived. She was now a sylph spirit, a supreme wind spirit controlled by the goddess's traitor. Information about her status had surfaced. Inori asked again, was it normal for her to tell them everything like this? The sylph screamed that he himself had told her to tell him everything and forced her to do so. Arya found her very sweet, and Inori, wrapping his fingers around her, asked if she had contacted him at the church. The fairy replied that it was possible, but she didn't know as she had taken her first step faster than he expected. Arya asked again, is that a goddess? Inori asked her to tell him everything she knew about the goddess and spiritual magic. The fairy was terrified by his expression and said that, as a wind fairy above, she had pride, and he should understand that. Did he really think she would tell them everything so easily? Inori replied that she was very impudent, and wondered if he could make her talk by paying her back in kind. His intimacy level rose to 3 and he kicked her away. The fairy screamed at him to stop. He asked again, Wasn't she the one who started doing this in her spiritual world? Arya watched in bewilderment, after which he told her to get what she deserved, and Arya closed her eyes. She heard terrible screams and the protagonist's intimacy level rose to 4. The fairy collapsed onto the bed and Inori asked again, well? Does she understand now who's in charge here? Besides the goddess of magic, he also needed to know what she herself was capable of. And now they would test that. The goddess replied, okay. She understood he knew nothing about spiritual magic, and would be easily deceived. She had tried, but it hadn't worked. Inori asked again, is this what they'd come all this way for? Was she really the supreme wind spirit? The fairy replied that she herself was curious as to why this was happening. The protagonist asked again, is she even capable of anything? The fairy shouted at him to shut up. Then looked at her hands and realized her hair had turned black because she was now under his control. Why did control, which shouldn't work on living beings, work on a fairy? Aren't spirits living beings? Perhaps it somehow helps him maintain control. By the way, where else are spirits found? She asked again. Where? They're everywhere. They're all around them. Can't they feel it? It was thanks to these spirits that they were able to find him so quickly. They can use spiritual magic and observe them with impunity. Inori couldn't understand what could be worse, so he asked, does she mean they won't see them? The fairy replied that she didn't know if it was possible to simply see them, but they should try. A moment later, the forest glowed with magical powers, and Arya was very surprised. She gaped in astonishment, and they wondered, so these are spirits? She replied that they were, indeed, spirits. Arya expressed shock at what was happening. The fairy replied that it was obvious that even if she couldn't use magic now, her status as a higher spirit and a little persistence would prevent other spirit magic from detecting her. Inori looked at her in surprise and remained silent, then realized they'd need it. The fairy asked again, hadn't she earned at least a little respect? Only now did she notice she'd learned something new. Suddenly, powers appeared around Arya, and the fairy announced that she didn't know if it was in place of wind magic, or equal to it. But she could freely release something similar to darkness. It was black wind or smoke, just like a shadow in the air. Inori examined these shadows carefully, then smiled and said he'd definitely need it. A bright flash hit the demon's body directly, and the protagonist said, excellent. He said it would prove itself in his hands. He looked at the dark sphere in his hand and said, good thing, this black wind. At that moment, Sophie asked, even so? Wow. Then she added thoughtfully, if he were an ordinary demon, his body would have long since dissolved, so that means he's from the demon world? The protagonist asked, demon world? What's that? She said, a mythical beetle? Those only live in the demon world. Where did it come from? He was surprised. What do you mean? Some kind of rare thing? She replied, creatures like that can't just appear in this area. He asked thoughtfully. Like a fish on dry land, right? He'd never seen one himself. Arya looked at Sophie and asked, have you been to the demon world? She flew past her and waving her hand said, of course not. Isn't it obvious? The spirits of the forest seem to go crazy. The spirits of light are especially displeased. Protagonist said he can't see the spirits, but he can understand them. Arya said, this entire territory is protected by holy knights. It's hard for demons to resist them. It's strange that one of them decided to climb here alone. Then the protagonist asked, how did this get here? At that moment, Ignore watched them from a high cliff. After a while, the blacksmith said his order was ready. The protagonist looked at the sword in his hand and said, wow, this sword. It was a long sword made by Sebastian, quality A, stats strength. Arya clapped her hands and said happily, simple but tasteful. The protagonist looked at her and said, it feels like an extension of his arm. Then he looked at Sebastian and said, he heard he's moving? Too bad. Here's the payment. Sebastian took the bag, closed his eyes, and said he'd been planning this move for a long time. Mr. Inori, he was his last customer. He thanks him. He doesn't know if they'll ever see each other again, but he hopes so. With these words, he bowed, and then Arya looked at the protagonist and said, good, there was enough money. The protagonist responded, and the mentor added a little. She was surprised. Did he just take it? Why didn't he politely refuse? He turned his gaze to her and asked why. She told him to buy a sword, and he went and did it. She shouted indignantly, "That's no excuse. He must go and return the money right now." He looked at her in surprise. After some time, the fanatic looked at the protagonist in surprise and said, "Inori." Then they went outside, and she happily looked at the sword. She said, "What an excellent sword, weighty, perfect for a real fight." The protagonist sat next to her, and folding his arms across his chest, said that he found a good blacksmith. She added, "A very good one. High-quality work is immediately evident." He tilted his head back and looked at the sky, saying, "And apparently, it's an ordinary sword. It just so happened, but he can't use magical tools. Even under her guidance, he's unlikely to become stronger." She smiled and asked if he didn't like her training. He asked, from the very first day. No, she was indignant. He said, "What's the point of doing something that's obviously useless? Just a waste of her time, don't you think?" She laughed and noted that he was right about that. With his attitude, training could waste an eternity. He replied, he wasn't joking here, as if. Then she added, in that case, she would train him for eternity until he became stronger. If there was one thing she had going for her, it was faith. Then she looked at him, and he closed his eyes and said, "What a stubborn one. Well, it's time for him to put in a little more futile effort." She asked, "Is that so?" "Excellent." After some time, the protagonist looked at the girl, flushed from alcohol, and asked, "What about her?" Raven replied, passion lurking in the depths of his cold gaze. "Lovely lips, not yet knowing the taste of men. Innocence itself." Then the protagonist looked at another girl and asked, "What about that one?" He replied, "A hardened body, like an insurmountable wall for men, no doubt innocence itself." Then the protagonist laughed loudly and shouted, "He sees right through them." Brilliant. Raven adjusted his mask and answered, "Of course. Church ministers should be able to assess the purity of people." Then the protagonist thought, Mask? Lately, he sometimes started spending time with him at the bar. If he gets carried away, he might blurt out something unnecessary. He hopes they haven't had too much yet. Although, well, as long as he's buying him, he doesn't want to focus on it too much. Then he pointed forward and asked, "What about her?" Raven looked at Arya and replied, "Elegant yet powerful. He sensed beauty mixed with genuine agony, and there's more than just purity hidden within. There's something wicked about it. Innocence. Or is it? What a difficult choice." She smiled nervously, looking at them. After a while, marks from the blows appeared on the boys' heads, and Arya said she'd been told that someone was talking too loudly about others. "They understand, right, that they won't be allowed in here soon?" They knelt, and lowering their gaze, said they were asking for forgiveness. Then Arya turned to the bar patrons and, bowing, asked for forgiveness. She would make sure it didn't happen again. Then the protagonist looked at Raven and asked, "By the way, why was he sitting with him? His job was to keep an eye on Fanatic, isn't it?" He whispered that he needed to make sure of their relationship. Besides, she was busy right now, taking an exam at the church. The protagonist asked, "Exam?" He asked, "What?" She didn't tell him? Holy knights flock to the city to take the promotion exam. Knights often fail and die, so wasting their allotted time to meet a man who isn't even a member of the church is only natural for the church to raise questions. Protagonist whispered, so she came to the city to take the exam. Then he looked at Raven and asked, "How is she doing?" He replied that he'd heard she was taking her final exam, set by Lord Raven himself, so yes, she's doing well. He said, "Wow." At that moment, Arya looked at them and wondered, is she nothing to them? The next second, the bell attached to the door rang loudly. An ignore walked forward, hiding under his hood. The protagonist looked at him and said, "Man, he's just in time. He has to help them out." He replied, "He started this mess himself, so he should clean it up himself." The protagonist sighed and said, "You little brat," he asked, "are you kidding?" At that moment, Raven said that he apologized, but he had to leave them for today. Then he rose to his feet and, looking at Arya, said that he would apologize to her later. She looked at him in surprise, and the protagonist asked, "Where is he going?" He should apologize with him. Then Ignore said that he should learn to choose better friends, haven't he? He replied that he was the last person he wanted to hear that from. He has an even worse reputation than he does. He replied, perhaps. Then protagonist raised his hand and shouted, "Girl, more drinks." At that moment, he heard Sylphie's voice, asking why he was so calm. Even in his shadow, she couldn't stand it. They all feel something contradictory. It's the instinct for self-preservation. She hugged herself in fear and added, "He feels them, spirits." The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise, and Ignore said, "Looks like a new companion has joined. A spirit this time, right?" He wasn't arguing, a good choice. Protagonist looked at him in surprise, and he said, okay, look at him like that. But he knows, he can see others' abilities. At that moment, the protagonist used the ability on him, and information appeared before him. Ignore. Race. Demon, Chimera Homunculus, Demon, Draconid, Dwarf, Elf, Beast Man, and Human at 16.66%. Divine Gift Demon King Punishment of the Six Gods Status Current Demon King Former Demon King reincarnated from a simple worker subject of divine punishment Absolute, and so on. The current Demon King. Ignore. The protagonist thought in surprise. At that moment Arya looked at him in surprise and then Ignore suggested leaving this place. There are too many people here. Does he agree? In Inori. Arya looked at the protagonist in confusion, and he lowered his gaze and said yes, wherever he wants. Arya shouted, "Inori, she's going with them." But he ordered, "She's not going with them." She cried out in surprise. He added, "Only he is going." Ignore asked, "How about the forest, outside the city?" He replied that he would agree to anything. Arya watched them go and thought, "Inori?" After some time, they stopped in the forest, and Ignore said, "A good place. Okay, he should relax." With these words, he looked at the protagonist, who looked at him silently. Then the current Demon King added, "Although it would be absurd to relax in such a situation." The next second, he released a powerful pulse of energy, and Sylphie emerged from the protagonist's back. She screamed loudly, and Ignore said he didn't want the evil spirit eavesdropping on them. He'd almost forgotten it was inside him, so he had to. Well, finally they were alone. With that, he removed his hood and asked what he thought. Protagonist thought, "Ears? A beast man? No. Horns? Long ears, long hair." He said that it's kinda a jumbled mess. Ignore looked back and said he understood. He was getting tired of this sight himself, even having a tail. He was now a chimera homunculus, something like that. Yes, he felt the same way. He was originally a demon, but was reincarnated in this body. The protagonist looked at him, puzzled. He asked, "Is he the same, right?" He personally managed to pass through 2 worlds. This will be his 3rd life. In the first world, he was born a demon. A former demon king, born with incredible power and the ability to do anything. Anyone who stood in his way, he killed, and killed. And he became the reigning king. He got everything. Alcohol, women, money. He laughed in the face of that world. After the demons, he began to slaughter the other races one by one. People sent their heroes to stop him, but they failed. He destroyed the dwarves, and he seized their wealth. He burned the forests of the pesky elves, ate the companions of the beast men, and poisoned the lakes of the dragons. He was free and happy. His smile knew no bounds. It seemed to him that he continued to strive for happiness even at the very last moment. The protagonist asked, "Did he die?" He looked at him and replied that he realized he had never met anyone who could kill him. He had a long life, and when he died, he immediately fell into a white space and met God. Protagonist wondered, white space with God. Couldn't he be talking about the very goddess who sent him here? The Demon King said that God called herself the god of this world. The protagonist thought, not her. Ignore added and told him that he overdid it. Memory, magic, strength, talent, she took it all from him. And forced him to reincarnate in an abandoned world. The protagonist asked, "Abandoned world?" He replied that he apologized. He pointed a finger at the protagonist and added, "That's what they call the world he came from. They call it that for a reason, because this world was abandoned by God. He lost everything and nothing special happened to him. He was born with the most ordinary appearance, and in the most ordinary family. He had no special features or merits, so he was rarely praised, but he continued to try his best. He set his mind to work, began to earn a living, and more or less learned to bow when necessary. He married a colleague, a girl with a very ordinary appearance, but their son, with a face like his, was a little luckier. Sometimes there wasn't enough money and he and his wife argued, but mostly, it was a completely ordinary life. He was happy back then. On the throne of the Demon King, he thought he had everything. He lived happily, laughing in the face of that world. But in reality, he didn't even know what happiness was. It took him 2 lifetimes to find it. So now, he wants to make someone happy. The protagonist asked, "Who?" He replied that he wasn't saying he wanted to make everyone happy, but he would continue as long as this body allowed him. With these words, he showed off the muscles in his arms, and protagonist asked, "Keep killing?" He replied, "Of course not." He said that his race was a chimera, a homunculus, right? Representatives of 6 races were sacrificed to summon him into this world. Demons, humans, beastmen, dwarves, elves, dragonmen. It combines all 6 races, and these 6 races have divided the world into 6 parts, and never stop fighting over it. The protagonist asked, "Are there so many races in this world?" He folded his arms and said, "And he sees still doesn't know much about this world." He himself noticed how everyone avoids him. Yes, he's even more unpopular than he is. God deliberately created this world in such a way that different races would be incompatible with each other. The protagonist looked at him questioningly, and he added that he, a man from another world, was unlikely to understand everything in words. But once he traveled around the world, he would see that there was war everywhere, discrimination against half-breeds, oppression of races. He asked, "And? He wants to help them?" The Demon King took a drag on his cigar and, blowing out smoke, said that he wanted to destroy this wrong world. He needed his help. The protagonist was surprised. He said that at first he wanted to destroy it himself, but then he met him and changed his mind. He asked and decided to intimidate him into agreeing to help him. He apologized. That's not what he meant. Rather, he was giving him complete freedom. But for his cooperation, he was ready to provide an advanced knowledge of this world. The protagonist was surprised. In advance, he replied, he will destroy everything, even if it was not part of his plans. Ultimately, any action he takes will help him achieve his goal. Trampling on the lives and destinies of others, that's how he lives. Then protagonist sighed and said it was selfish of him, but he would have agreed anyway. He asked, "Right? That's great." The protagonist smiled and added, "But only if he provides more knowledge." Ignore said he was being greedy. "Okay then." He replied that he'd been on edge since he'd called him. This was his retribution. Not long before, Arya extended her hand after the protagonist and Ignore. After a while, she sat down by the tree and thought, she's not going with them. Is she? She'd never seen him so tense. She just thought that she could finally help him. But the order made her remember that no matter how far she went, she would still stay here. She lowered her head to her knees, and at that moment, several demons were descending the tree trunk directly towards her. At that moment, Fanatic asked why she was sitting there. She attacked several monsters with lightning speed, and Arya looked at her, perplexed, and then thanked her. She replied that she shouldn't be doing this. This isn't the right place to settle under a tree. She apologized again, and then Fanatic smiled and said that she didn't know how Black Rose managed not to sense the demons approaching. Was something bothering her? Something with Inori again? She replied that nothing was bothering her. She sighed and said both Inori and Arya. The next second, she pointed her hammer at her and chopped down the tree behind her. Arya jumped back and shouted, "Why? Why all of a sudden?" She replied that she wanted to see what she was really capable of, in honor of their acquaintance. Besides, she looks depressed, but this would at least cheer her up. She screamed that it was none of her business. The next second, Fanatic struck again, and Arya ducked back, dodging her blow. She smiled and said, "Excellent reaction." Arya shouted indignantly, "Does she want to kill her?" She replied that she should listen to her. As a child, she wondered if God existed. She looked at her in surprise, and Arya said that she didn't believe in him. Her mother was a believer and never missed a single prayer, but she never forced her to pray. One day, a swarm of demons attacked their village. Her mother fled with her, but died protecting her. The demons surrounded her, and when she was ready to say goodbye to life, she began to pray with all her heart to go to heaven with her mother. To this day, she doesn't know who saved her then, but after that, even she believed in God. She smiled and added that now she doesn't just pray, she can help people like her. She is strong, Arya, so she had to believe in Inori, help him. She replied that she believed she could help him. She screamed, then she had to be by his side. Arya screamed back, as if she didn't want to be there. But she couldn't disobey. With that, she punched Fanatic in the face, then pulled her hand back in fear and asked how she was. A drop of blood rolled down Fanatic's face and she said, "What a good punch." But she managed to find out how she really felt. She sighed loudly and began to fall to the ground. After a while, Fanatic said, "Even in time for their training with Inori," and she thought, how could she be so stupid? She replied that she didn't know, the written exams were easy for her. She said, "Okay, really impenetrable." Then Fanatic added, although it was a little offensive, she didn't know Inori as well as she knows him. Arya smiled, looking at the girl lying on her lap, and said that she was right to think that such a clumsy girl like her would solve problems only by force. But she was grateful to her, Fanatic. She replied that she felt thorns in her words, Black Rose. She asked, "Is that so?" Then they laughed loudly together. Some time later Arya, sitting on the bed, looked at the rising moon. At that moment, the protagonist appeared from the shadows behind her, and she screamed in fear. She asked him not to scare her like that. He walked up to her, and said that they had been talking so much that he had forgotten about time. The fastest way to return was through the shadows, but he had learned a lot, and when the time came, he would tell her everything. She looked at him silently, then sighed and asked, had they been talking too much? He didn't attack him? He asked, no. Was she worried? She replied, well, yes. If he were to accidentally die somewhere, it would be an unfortunate story of her release, not a joke. She doesn't even know if he'll release her at all in that case. He said thoughtfully, I see. Then he turned his gaze to her, and she asked, so why did he go silent? He closed his eyes and answered, no, nothing. Then he smiled, looking at her, and said that he saw that she was painfully cheerful. Next time, she would go with him for his little experiment. He wanted to see what she was capable of. She asked in surprise she wouldn't mind, but what was that smile about? He replied that she would soon understand. She said she didn't like it. After a while, several girls were sitting near the wall, and Raven, looking at the half-open door, asked, have you arrived yet? He apologized for calling so suddenly. Raven stepped forward and asked, did he want something? And he replied, no, nothing special. How's the search for the escaped apostate going? According to the plan, they were supposed to have her working by now. He lowered his head and said, sorry, they need a little more time. Threw the church servant forward and told him to hurry and find her. They needed more nights for the next exams. Didn't he need his authority to gather devout parishioners? He replied in the name of God. After some time he sat at the table and removing his mask said irritably, Chris, she mustn't think that she was freed from him. At that moment Chris with demons behind her looked at the city and said, not enough. We need more. Even more enormous ones. First, they must gnaw on this entire forest. With these words, she sent dark energy forward, and a huge number of demons headed for the forest. And then she added, then Olive Rig. After some time, Sophie asked, is this how he plans to sleep? Arya held a bag of food and walked next to her. She replied, he can't do much during the day anyway. Let him sleep. She replied, how awful. Then she thought, so if she wants to escape, she has to do it during the day. Then Arya said that they had arrived. And after a while, Sophie looked at the piece of cake in surprise and asked, what? Arya smiled and said cake, she really loves the local sweets. She said that she knew what it was. Why would she need it? Arya was surprised. What do you mean? Why? She doesn't like sweets, but she's a girl. She sighed and replied, she's a spirit and doesn't need food. She shouldn't compare her to people. Arya asked if she had any favorite foods either, she replied, of course. she sighed and said, "That's news." She didn't mean to be mean. On the contrary, she wanted to make her happy. And then Sylphie looked at her and said, "Okay, she'll try it." Then Sylphie placed her hands on a piece of cake and said that just because she didn't need food didn't mean she couldn't eat at all. She then took a small bite and said that spirits were closer to plants than to animals. After that, she swallowed the piece of cake and cried out in surprise. "What the hell is this? How delicious!" Arya smiled and said, "She told you so." Then she pointed to the next piece of cake and said, "This one is cheese. She highly recommends this one too. She must try it." Sylphie was surprised. "Cheese? Right now, it has such a harmonious sweet and sour taste." She replied, "Exactly." Some time later, she was lying on a plate with a full belly, and Arya smiled and said she'd already lost count. "Here it is, the forbidden taste." She said that it turns out that people even know how to do something. Arya gestured and told her not to tell Inori that they'd left him and gone to the cafe themselves. Next time, they'd all go together. Sylphie looked at her and said she wasn't like him. "She's kinder, perhaps?" She replied, "Well, yes, Inori isn't the kind type." Sylphie said, "He only thinks about how to make fun of them, so why does she even talk to him?" Arya clenched her fists and replied, "So she could defeat him one day." Sylphie sat up and looked at her in surprise, and she punched forward and added, "Yes, Inori is not a kind person, but he saved her life. Now she, like her, is also his subordinate. She is grateful to him, but that is another story. In short, she is with him until she surpasses him." Sylphie said, "Their relationship is strange." She asked, "Is it?" At that moment, Fenrir jumped out of the shadows and said, "Girl, she must answer where the master is." Arya looked at him and shouted, "Fenrir!" Sylphie was surprised. "Who?" She said they should be acquainted, Fenrir. Fenrir smiled and told her not to call him that. "He is superior to her." Sylphie asked, "Superior? What a cute little dog." He replied that he would eat her spirit. Then Arya said that he should be in bed, but maybe he was sleeping in his shadows. If he didn't find him in the room, then that was it. He said, "Okay," then she would go with him to the forest. She was surprised. To the forest? He answered, "More like to where the forest was." After some time, they came to an empty forest, and Arya cried out in surprise. "Disappeared? Even the trees?" Fenrir said that this was not an isolated incident. "The question is, who is behind this?" Sylphie put her hand to her chest and said, "There is not a trace left of the lower spirits. Humans are not capable of such things." The next second, Arya spread her wings and, rising into the air, said, "Okay, it's time to find out what happened here." Sylphie flew next to her and shouted, "What? They're not leaving." "And what do you mean?" "She can fly." She replied, "The more you know, the more you can." Fenrir ran after them and shouted, "Right." Then he looked at Arya and shouted, "Well, girl," she realized what it was. She shouted, "It happened here not long ago." She thought they knew where to go, but what could have done such a thing? Sylphie shouted, "The spirits ahead are screaming like crazy, it's not too late to turn back." Then Arya looked ahead and shouted, "The plain beyond the mountain, there's something there." The next second, a huge number of demons were advancing. Arya, watching them from above, thought, the demons she'd already encountered in the forest, where did so many come from? Sylphie flew closer to her and shouted, "They'll notice her like this. She should lower her altitude and enter the forest from the left." She replied, "Okay." Sylphie flew after her and asked, "Are they all demons? So many escaped from the demon world at once?" Arya thought, escaped? She had heard talk of a group of demons breaking out and attacking a settlement every now and then. So, they're moving to the side. At that moment, she glanced away and remembered Regan. She gritted her teeth in irritation and thought that Regan had been calmly dealing with demon attacks for years, but neither the church nor the guild were ready for this now. They attacked at the most inconvenient moment. Sylphie asked if it wouldn't be better to wake him up first. The situation was not pleasant. Arya asked if they could turn around right now and find Inori. Benri shouted that he could, but what was she planning? She gritted her teeth and thought that she doubted Inori would help Regan. He hadn't planned on revealing his cards. If she reported in time, would the guild help? If she contacted Fanatic, then the church. No, she wouldn't have time. She turned around and shouted that she would somehow handle this herself. Sylphie was surprised. She wanted to fight? Fenrir added. He could sense how strong they were. These are no ordinary demons. She can't defeat them. But she surged forward and reached for her weapon. She thought. She's not the same anymore. She's going to fight. At that moment, one of the demons stopped and looked at them. And Sylphie cried out in fear. They've noticed. The next second, the demon opened its maw wide, heading for Arya, and she frowned and thought she was tired of just watching. The next second, a flash of energy tore the demon's head apart, and Fenrir said, "She's already shown them her magic before she even drew her sword. The meaning of initiative is lost." Then he tore the demon in two and added, "Her technique is far from perfect, but fighting for protection, that's what he likes. He's weak and won't be able to maintain his form for long, but he will help her. He too had land and comrades to protect." Arya looked at him and said, "Fenrir, he's grown." He replied that he was like that. Then he headed for the next demon and said there. Arya drew her sword the next second and launched an attack, slicing through the demon. Fenrir said yes, she really can do something. She smiled, looking at him, and shouted that she would gladly accept his help then. He must fight by her side, Fenrir. Then the next monster's head flew off, and Fenrir continued to advance, tearing apart the monsters in his path. And he said that they would thin them out. She must not stop fighting and she must not let herself be surrounded. Arya frowned, looking at him, and shouted, "Yes, that's right." The next second, Fenrir bit off the head of the next demon, and Arya slashed it with her sword. At that moment, Sylphie cried out in surprise, "Arya dog, where did they get so much strength?" Fenrir said, "We must finish them off. It's useless to chop them in half. They don't even stop attacking like that." Arya replied, "Yes." Then she swung her sword again, cleaving the demon before her. She concentrated the energy in her hand, and frowning, thought that she knew this sword expended an incredible amount of magic, but not that much. She had to keep up the pace. Then she sent a sphere of air forward. It bounced off the demon, and she was surprised, thinking, deflected? Fenrir had said not to waste her magic right away. That was right. But their armor was resistant to magic. She mustn't show off. She had to trust the sword and fight. It was her sword, after all. It was hard to remember that fierce woman, but she wielded this sword like no one else. Precise control of magic, exclusively at the moment of impact. Nothing is wasted. She was so unlike its current wielder. Arya looked at the sword in her hands and thought, so this sword belonged to Aegina. Fenrir knows how to wield it. Then she raised the sword above herself and thought. Just as Fenrir always walked in a small form so as not to waste energy, so the sword should activate not upon swinging but only at the moment of impact. Then she swung it and thought, now. She breathed heavily as she delivered a powerful blow, and wondered how many more swings she could make. 30? 20? Or even less? They knew it well, but there were too many of them. She continued to strike the demons and at some point, gritting her teeth, she thought her strength was running out. Fenrir asked, "Is that all?" The next second, Arya screamed loudly and the others looked at her in surprise. She jumped on the demon and bit off a small piece. She thought, what the heck? Sylphie screamed in bewilderment. She's eating him? The next second, Fenrir laughed loudly and said, "A vampire replenishes strength with blood, just like his master." After that, the fight continued, Arya striking with her sword while Fenrir added blows with his energy. At that moment, Chris extended her hand forward and then clasped her hands. The demons advanced with renewed vigor, and Arya, her body shackled by small centipedes, thought smaller centipedes had appeared and surrounded her. Fenrir told her to keep fighting. Sylphie cried out in alarm, "Arya, she must fly." The next second, a demon rushed past Arya, grabbing her arm, sending her arm and sword flying off. Fenrir cried out in alarm, "Girl!" At that moment, Arya looked in surprise at the wounded part of her arm, and then another demon attacked them and sent them flying. Arya flew back, and Sylphie, pointing her hand forward, thought, "What's it called?" Black wind. At that moment, a dark space appeared before the demon, followed by several streams of powerful energy piercing the demon's body. Fenrir bit it with a final, hateful bite. Arya fell to the ground, and he asked how she was, alive. His strength was already waning. They must retreat. Sylvie thought she had instinctively saved her. Then she cried out, "Arya!" At that moment, Arya looked ahead, and noticing Amanda leaning over her, heard her say, "Sister." She asked, so what would it be like for her to experience the same thing as her? What a pity. She had decided to abandon her then and save herself, hadn't she? Abandoned her, and she lost her head once and for all. At that moment Arya smiled. She wondered what was so funny. Arya rose to her feet and said the real Amanda wouldn't have said such a thing. She's just an illusion created by her weakness. But she was glad to see a familiar face. With these words she raised her sword and added that she was too weak to save her back then. She apologized, but she would change and become stronger. So she had to keep an eye on her from above. Sylvie, perplexed, looked ahead and shouted, "Arya?" Fenrir told her to jump on him. They were retreating before they were surrounded, but at that moment Arya rushed forward, cutting the enemy in front of her into tiny pieces. She breathed heavily and shouted for him to go first. She could still fight. At that moment, the protagonist said, the next second, he pointed the Gleipnir at Arya's wounded arm, and she looked at it in surprise. Protagonist walked forward, right over the demon's body, and said, "For vampires, blood is life itself, and he didn't give her part of his just to waste it so foolishly. She must cherish it." Arya gaped at him, asking Inori, "But when?" He answered, "When she got too carried away and stopped looking around." With that, he plunged the weapon into the demon's eye, then jumped aside and added a blow with the weapon, slicing the monster's head in two. Fenrir joyfully said, "Master, he has come." Arya shouted, "Inori?" The protagonist landed next to her and said that, unlike the shell, their insides, eyes and joints weren't protected by magic. If she noticed this earlier, she wouldn't have lost so much strength. And especially her arm. With that, he grabbed her arm and the girl herself. Then he fastened the torn parts together, and said that it was unlikely to heal as quickly as his, and that she should sit down and focus on recovery. She'd made many mistakes, but the most egregious was that she'd somehow decided to stay instead of abandoning this city. Had she gotten that attached to it? She smiled slightly and apologized, saying she'd rushed things. Then protagonist added that she'd missed something. No matter how many bugs they killed, they couldn't save the city. They had to check one thing. Arya looked at him in surprise. In the next second, several demons headed straight for them, while Chris, with a sly smile, clasped her hands. At that moment, the protagonist, carrying Arya, jumped out from the ground behind Chris and pointing his hand forward said, "That's who's responsible for the demons who've attacked." She turned around in surprise. He told her to hold still, and that she had to answer a few questions. He bound her body with Gleipnir, and she cried out in surprise. At that moment Sylvie, looking up at the cliff, thought, "Inori," who suddenly appeared, then immediately appeared somewhere up there. Fenrir asked, "Where did the master go?" Sylvie thought, there were almost no spirits left, and she couldn't say for sure, but they were holding someone captive? At that moment, the protagonist looked at the hostage and asked, "Chris Kamser, right?" She clenched her teeth in irritation, and he added, "It's obvious from her abilities." Arya was surprised. Her? But how was the girl able to control her? He said she had the power to control demonic creatures. Regan is regularly attacked by escaped demons, and each time, the Holy Knights, led by Raven, repel them. He is hailed as a hero, and the Church and Regan gain fame and prestige. To the point that it becomes holy ground for testing Holy Knights like his mentor. A very fortunate coincidence for the Church. Or is this girl simply in cahoots with the Church? Chris smiled and remarked that he knew a lot. True, far from everything. He leaned over her and said that he had someone to ask. But what he couldn't ask, he would find out from her personally. Then he used his left eye. Hypnosis. She smiled madly and shouted, "A magic circle?" What a surprise! Then she created a magic circle around herself, from which several demons appeared. Protagonist jumped aside and, gritting his teeth, thought, mental interference doesn't work? She said he's right. They orchestrated all this. She did everything this man told her, but she was so stupid. She won't work with this bastard anymore. Then the protagonist asked, "Bastard? Someone from the church?" The next second, the demon headed towards them and Arya shouted, "Attack!" Protagonist fired Gladimir at the demons, then placed the weapon in the body of one of them, and cut it into several pieces. He smiled and shouted, "Is this the only attack they can do? Isn't that all they can do?" Arya shouted, "Inori," from above. At that moment, the demon opened its mouth wide right above the protagonist, and Chris, laughing loudly, shouted, "Didn't they order mincemeat?" But the next second, the blade of a sword emerged from the demon's body, followed by the entire protagonist, cutting the monster in two. Then he licked his finger and said, "Ah, not the most delicious blood. It tastes of iron somehow." The next second, Chris clenched her teeth in irritation and said, "What is he doing? Stop bothering them already. She has no time for upstarts like him." He wiped his mouth and said she'd rather rip off her own arm than break that thread. Then Sylphie looked ahead in surprise and thought, "All the demons at once? Arya! The demons are heading towards the city." At that moment, protagonist smiled and thought, did she go to them for help herself? She was starting to understand who was in charge here. She told him to shut up. She was talking to Arya. At that moment, she shouted in surprise towards the city. Then she turned her gaze to Chris and shouted, did she sacrifice her guards and direct them towards the city? She smiled madly and replied, what a pity. Now even her death won't stop them. The protagonist said he'd hoped they'd be done with their leader, but given that she'd resisted his hypnosis, he'd unexpectedly underestimated her a bit. At that moment, the demons continued to advance, and Chris, as if mad, screamed, "Forward, forward, her family! They must follow their wishes." The next second, the girl put her hands to her face and said, "Chris's little sister. They must destroy those who called them demon children, along with their city. Destroy the church that toyed with them. Destroy the one who deceived and used them. Destroy them too." At that moment, Chris began to break free from the threads that bound her, but it was tearing her apart. She screamed that nothing could stop the big ones. Forward, they must devour everything in their path. She began to laugh loudly, and Arya, gritting her teeth, said, "This is bad." The protagonist said, "She must wait, Arya." Personally, he didn't care what happened to that city, but he took responsibility for underestimating her. Arya looked ahead, perplexed. In the next second, the rainy sky began to let in rays of light. The protagonist said, "She should say Arya." She knew why the raindrops falling from the sky didn't bite into their skin, thanks to the atmosphere and its resistance. He pointed his hand forward and added that the enormous thickness of air dampened all the energy a drop tried to absorb. But objects under his control didn't affect the atmosphere, and accordingly weren't subject to its resistance. The atmosphere didn't hinder this, and unlike raindrops, it could accelerate to unimaginable speeds. Then, at some point, he realized the black wind led to the same space as his own shadow, but it was capable of hovering in the air. And now she had to imagine how the objects under his control flew out of his shadow and fell into the black wind. Flew out of the shadow again, and fell into the wind again. So the little rocks had been swaying back and forth high in the sky for 7 minutes and 28 seconds. At that moment, Arya looked up in confusion and protagonist added, "It's even simpler from here." He just needed to cut the black wind at the right moment and boom. The next second, several rocks, coated in fire, headed straight for the demons, and a powerful explosion occurred. Arya, shielding herself with her hand, screamed loudly, and the protagonist, smiling, said something like that. The next second, Chris opened her mouth in confusion, and they stared at the huge holes in the ground before them. She said, "Yeah, he's joking." The protagonist smiled and said, "Roughly speaking, they pelted her with rocks. However, their power is so great that it's perfect for exterminating an entire army." At that moment, Arya gasped loudly, and Fenrir appeared from her shadow. She turned around in surprise and shouted, "Fenrir, is he all right?" At that moment, Sylphie, perched on Fenrir's head, asked, "Doesn't she want to worry about her?" Fenrir added, "If it weren't for the Master's shadow, things could have been much worse." So that's how powerful his new power is, but to cover such a large area. Then the protagonist grabbed Chris by the face and used hypnosis. He spoke, and this time it worked. One way or another, she gave in. Arya wondered if she'd willingly allowed him to interfere with her mind. But why? She looked at her severed arm, then turned her gaze to the protagonist and shouted, "Inori, doesn't he want to ask her why she attacked?" He looked at her, then closed his eyes and said he'd find out the most important things, not the details. She'd asked? She wanted to know what happened to her. He sighed and said she'd almost been killed, but well, fine. He had some questions of his own, though. She had interesting abilities. Then he looked at Chris and asked her to tell him about herself. She said fine. She had a younger sister, so kind and innocent it was hard to believe. She dreamed of surviving peacefully and happily with her, but that dream was never meant to be, all because of her dark magic, evidence of an impure soul, and so everyone turned away from them. However, despite this, the church welcomed them warmly, to feel the long-forgotten taste of hot food, to see the happy smile of her sister, finally full. She wished that day would never end, but about a month after they arrived at the shelter he came. He toyed with her and constantly abused her. She didn't understand why, but she didn't really care. They had nowhere else to go anyway. After all, she couldn't help her sister. Over time, nothing changed. If anything, it only got worse. At some point, Raven grabbed her neck and asked, "Does she want to continue living here?" In the present, she lowered her gaze and said, his words and actions were getting worse, and the time she could spend with her sister was getting less and less, but for now, she's safe. She closed her eyes. The protagonist crouched down next to her and asked, "He? Who is he?" "The man who became Regan's hero, Raven Virgin." At that moment, Arya looked at her in surprise, and the protagonist thought, that mentor's boss he saw in the church? Then Chris added, since then, she did everything she was told and practiced dark magic. She had little strength, but every day, until she was exhausted, she created demonic creatures to devour the demons Raven brought. She worked on the summoned creatures for a whole year, and at one point, they were sent to surround the city, dubbed fugitive demons. An entire army of demons was defeated by Raven and his squad before the eyes of the entire city. All the creatures were exterminated and many people died. Then it dawned on her why she was truly doing this. Raven received hero status. She was locked away to create demons, so she couldn't see her sister. But that was for the best. She had been involved in the deaths of so many people and dreaded to imagine how she would react to the changes within her. She was only allowed to communicate with her sister through letters. When she read her letters, she thought the church had recognized her talent for magic, and wrote that they were proud of her. At that moment, tears began to stream down her face, and Arya asked, "Where is her sister now?" She answered, "She died." Not just died, but It was that same man who informed her of her death. It turned out that her soul was tainted by the fact that she created demons, and her sister served as a toy in the church and atoned for her sister's sins, hers, because she used dark magic. Ultimately, she couldn't take it anymore and died, but she was told that if she stopped doing what she was told, she would too. The question was, how did it all happen? Was it simply because she had been able to use dark magic since childhood? Because no one in the city wanted to accept them? Or because they decided to stay at this church? Something inside her snapped. At some point, a demon approached her and leaning over her said, "She's a summoner like him." Very appropriate. A demon named Neon was kept in the same cage with her. Then he asked, "Do you wish to have power?" She decided to escape imprisonment and made a deal with him, becoming a demon, to take revenge on him, but they stopped her and her army and now she has no idea what's next. Protagonist asked who exactly this Neon was. She answered, "A demon." That's all she knows. The protagonist looked away and thought, this doesn't look like the work of a demon king, but still. Then he thought for a moment, and said then the last question to her, the revenge for which she rejected her human nature was not crowned with success because they accidentally ended up in her way. Her life is one big failure. Didn't she think she'd had enough? At that moment, he grabbed his sword and got to his feet, approaching Chris. And Arya screamed, "Inori?" She begged him to stop. He said that he wasn't talking to her. He will repeat himself, enough of revenge. She didn't think she had enough. Then Arya pursed her lips and screamed. "Inori, the church simply used her. Did she deserve to die?" She extended her hand forward and added, she can't do anything to him anymore. He closed his eyes and replied, no. What's the point? She saw for herself. His hypnosis wasn't working on her, and she no longer responded to questions. She had lost all will to live. No matter how hard she tried to understand, her outcome was the same. The next second, he swung his sword, and at that moment, the protagonist heard a voice in his head. He had reached level 15. He was surprised. Huh! The voice in his head said. His demonic title had been promoted from Baron to Viscount. The next second, he began to lose consciousness and thought, oh no, my head is spinning. He began to fall, and Arya cried out in alarm. Inori, she rushed to him. After a while, the goddess leaned over the protagonist and, smiling, asked, are you awake? It had been a long time since they had seen each other. He looked at her questioningly, then sat up and asked, what? Ah, it's her. He was already afraid that the goddess of that world had managed to get to him. She asked, the goddess of that world? The next second, he sharply punched her in the stomach and she winced in pain and screamed, hit a girl? And a goddess too? He replied, alas, but he is for equality in every sense. And he didn't forget that fool she sent after him. He was like an extra thorn. She smiled and asked, did such a thing really happen? He sighed and answered, she won't believe it. Then he looked to the side and asked, is this the same place he was summoned to at the very beginning? She answered, right, and he is the only one who has been here so many times. He asked, why now? She asked, what do you mean, why? Hadn't he heard? He was promoted to Viscount. He asked, Viscount? Was she talking about that voice in his head? She said, his abilities obtained from many worlds. But the one he is in now, the title of vampire, he himself cannot change. So she manually boosts him after reaching a certain level. He should be grateful. He folded his arms and said, well, the goddess has nothing better to do. She screamed, not at all. And then she directed energy from her hands at his head. And he asked, anyway, why did they summon him here? She asked, didn't he notice how his level suddenly skyrocketed? If he didn't adjust the boost manually, it would get even harder later. What did he manage to do? He closed his eyes and thought, he mowed down an entire army with meteorites. Maybe that's why. Then she happily said, everything is ready. She has no idea what new things he might have acquired. So good luck finding out yourself. In response, he thanked her and she added, and finally she will give him one piece of advice. The goddess of that world is a little special, she. He looked at her in surprise. After a while Arya, holding the hero's head in her lap, placed her hand on his head and said he scared her. What's wrong with him? Fenrir came closer and said, Master is unconscious, but he's fine. They were very lucky that Master's compulsion hadn't worn off this girl. He doubted they could have stood up to her. It was dangerous to leave her alive. Arya looked at her thoughtfully, then let her gaze fall, thinking that she had given in to her feelings, asking for something she wasn't ready for, but what to do now? At that moment, she heard Ignor's voice, saying it was useless to try to reason with her. She turned around sharply. She said he did it. At that moment, protagonist suddenly sat up and grabbing his weapon asked, Old man? But why? Arya cried out in surprise. Inori, the protagonist, said he woke up from a surge of magic caused by his appearance. Ignore said he was apologizing. What could he do? The protagonist asked, but then again, why was he here? Ignore looked away and told him to look at what he had done, and then asked questions. The sound and vibration reached the city itself. He wouldn't be surprised if someone came here at dawn to find out the reason. He replied, okay. He overdid it a bit. Then Ignore said that he could return everything to the way it was. Did he want to? The protagonist looked at him and asked, what do you mean? He looked back and said that he could return everything to the way it was. Literally everything. Protagonist asked again, he replied, he seemed so young, but his hearing was already bad. He would restore the area to its former state so that the townspeople wouldn't go crazy when they saw this picture. He asked, how? In what way? And how much did he owe? It just sounded serious. He closed his eyes and said that he didn't have to worry. After that, he approached Arya and, pointing his finger at her, said that he just wanted to talk to her alone. After a while, he looked at the holes in the ground and said that he didn't even know if he could do it. He sat down on the ground and added that it had been a while since he'd had the chance to do anything serious. And in front of a young lady, too, which was unusual. Arya looked at him and remembered how the protagonist had told her to remain vigilant around the old man. It probably wouldn't help much, but she still had to be on her guard. Then he'd said he'd take the girl home for now. If the old man couldn't get everything back, he'd just shift the blame onto her and give her to the church. And as for who this old man really was, well, he told her to ask him personally. It would be quicker that way. She wondered, who was he really? Then Ignore said, "Okay, they'll talk later." The next second, he used magic to spin the stones in the air current. Arya looked ahead in surprise, her hair flying in the wind. She screamed, "What is this?" He'd said he apologized if he messed up her hair. Then the rocks swirled in an even stronger whirlwind, and large boulders replaced the holes. After that, he rose to his feet and thanked Arya for waiting, but first he wanted a change of scenery. It felt strange standing in the middle of nowhere. He had returned everything except the demons and what they had done. He hoped he would be satisfied. Arya looked at the work done and said, Inori, no, seriously. She looked at Ignore and said, "These are such unusual abilities. Who is he really?" After a while, they stopped in the forest. And Arya asked, "The previous demon king, Inori?" He said, "Well, you could say the current one too, but people still think the king is dead, so what? If she doesn't believe him, can he prove it? Does she want to?" With these words, he turned his gaze to her. She said no, the power she saw was probably enough. Then he pointed his finger at a log and said, "I see, good." He apologized that he had nothing to offer except a log, but he offered to sit down and talk. She bowed and asked for his permission. He replied, "All right." She didn't need to be so nervous. However, given his past, it was no surprise. He himself was to blame. Even the past 600 years wouldn't clear his name. She sat down next to him and, placing her hands on her knees, said, "This has already become a children's fairy tale about an evil demon king." Then she fearfully asked for forgiveness, and he replied, "Nothing. Everything is correct, but he apologizes for one question. Where is she from?" Holding the hem of her dress with both hands is the culture of the Northwestern aristocracy. She travels? But why? She doesn't tell him about her origins, but she travels with him. She lowered her gaze and thought, she must have given, she mustn't let her guard down. Then she said, "She?" He interrupted her and said, "No, he's apologizing. He shouldn't have meddled in something that wasn't his business, a bad habit. He just can't believe that he's willingly traveling with someone. So he wondered who she is, that's all." Then their gazes met, and she said, "She can say one thing for sure, she's Inori's subject." He asked, "Subject?" She answered, "Inori offered her a deal when she was on the verge of death. Either accept death or choose life against all odds." Ignore approached her and cried out in surprise. "He offered such a thing?" She cried out in fear. "Really?" Then she added what happened next. It's hard to describe in words. He became a savior, gave her freedom, but became her shackles. He can seem weak and then show his strength in a moment. She doesn't even know how to express this feeling. Perhaps she is his. Before she could finish, he said, "Aha, okay. There's no need to try to describe it in words. There could be many answers. Don't rush to conclusions. He apologizes for asking such a question." She was surprised. "Everything is fine." She blushed with embarrassment, and he closed his eyes and said, "I see. That's how she feels." She asked what she felt. He opened his eyes and said, "She and he are very different in that regard." She didn't think about what was going on in his head. He suspected that she hadn't yet caught a glimpse of his true nature. She asked his true nature. He looked at her and said that he would threaten to destroy this world and would want to resist everything that stood in his way. As a living being, he would definitely reach his apex and become complete. She looked at him in surprise and asked again. He said that he was interested in her and imagining her future. He was subconsciously drawn to the fact that she could be the one to kill him. She asked in surprise. Would she kill him? She didn't understand. He said one of the possible outcomes, and he was perfectly aware of it. She said that even if she tried to sneak up on him during the day, she'd be unlikely to succeed if ordered. He laughed and said he'd like to see it. Still, she should think about it. After that, he lit a cigar and said that youth was meant to be tormented by doubts. She asked so she really could? Looking at his strength, she felt insignificant. She didn't even know if she could ever free herself from her subordinate status. He approached her and told her to listen to him, no matter how important a role he occupied in her heart, or how important a master he seemed to be to her. But he was just a brat. With these words, he blew smoke from his mouth and added that only recently he had helplessly clung to his mother's breast, growing up well-fed in warmth and comfort. Acquiring knowledge already vetted by someone else, in a school built by someone else. He even acquired his skills when he came to this world. He hasn't created anything he could consider his own creation. He probably knows that himself. That's why he seeks out anyone who can make him jump above his head, to one day become the perfect version of himself. And that applies to her too. After all, she'd never worked or earned her own money before, right? She already had everything. She reminisced about the old days and confirmed it, and he added, for example, that no one liked him in his time. She was surprised him. Seriously? He replied, well, that's how it is. Okay, in short, there's no point in being shy or afraid of this brat. If she has something to say, she should tell him directly, and it doesn't matter whether she's a subject or not. She must speak her mind to him. He clenched his fist and said that she should make the first move. Become that very desired enemy for him. He'd like that better. That's the kind of person he is. She asked thoughtfully, what if she were against him? How would he react to that? Would he be against it? They help each other, right? He looked at her, and then said he didn't mind. Then he stood up and walking forward, added, it's a boring life when everything always goes according to plan. She should do as she wants. That's all. He wishes her luck with Inori. She watched him go and thought, he was either praising him or scolding him, like a father. But she couldn't fight Inori yet, but at least she could stand on his level. Meanwhile, the protagonist used his ability to survey the area and thought, wow, he really did restore it to how it was. And okay, the soil, but also the vegetation untouched by bugs? He can restore living organisms? Well, that's what he's the Demon King for. At that moment, Arya entered the room and said she was back. She apologized for taking so long. They suddenly got to talking. He replied, it's okay. Then she called him and said she wanted to talk about how he was treating her. He asked and he didn't. She thought to be on his level. Then she said okay. Then she has a proposal. Meanwhile, in the church, Raven spoke up, congratulating them on successfully passing their final exam. They had endured many harsh trials and demonstrated the strength of their faith. It was they whom God had chosen for the benefit of the development of their church. And Fanatic stood in front of the 3 past ministers of the church, and Raven, looking at them, asked if they were ready for their bodies to no longer belong to them. He extended his hand forward and added that they would become a shield called upon to protect people from demons. The girl next to Fanatic said yes, she is ready to become a shield in the name of the Lord. Raven asked if they were ready to sacrifice themselves to help the parishioners of the church. Another girl answered yes, she will save people in the name of the Lord. The next second, he waved his arms and shouted, amazing! Their determination proves they are worthy of serving in the church. From now on, they will strive together for a common goal. They congratulate and welcome them with all their hearts. The next second, several church workers closed the door. The Fanatic, hearing the sound, wondered if it was the door. Then she noticed that some energy had bound the body of the girl next to her and shouted, Commander Raven, something is wrong. Then she suddenly jumped up, dodging the attack of the magic-struck church workers. The man shouted, quickly seeing through it. At that moment, the Fanatic flying above him thought, is this a binding spell? Why? Never mind, she'll deal with it later. Then she drew her weapon and thought, this must appear, the holy hammer of Onrith. The next second she shouted, what is this all about? The men looked at her in confusion, and she struck with her hammer, but they managed to erect a barrier in front of her. The man said it was a favor the church bestows in the name of God. That's what it is, Zealot. There was a crystal in the center of the barrier, and then it cracked, and the crystal in Raven's hands turned into a staff. He shouted that she must humbly accept this with her body. She cried out in surprise. Commander? The next second, he attacked her with his weapon and said, in the name of the church. The next second, she spat out a clot of blood and flew far into the wall, covering it with cracks. He said, It's incredible not to lose consciousness after such a blow. She dropped to all fours and asked, Is this also part of the exam? He replied, I'd like to believe it, but of course it isn't. At that moment, she grabbed her weapon and ran to attack, but he parried it. And she thought, every blow she struck. Then she turned around in surprise, noticing how the girls who had just been enchanted with magic were surrounded by men. She shouted, Stop, they must not touch them. At that moment Raven said, No matter what happens, never take your eyes off your opponent. The next second his weapon transformed into a chain that bound Fanatic's body. He held it in his hand and asked, Does she remember what she was taught here? Then he slammed her to the floor, and added, This is their first chance to prove themselves before God. They should rejoice. The next second he reached for the girls and violated them. After a while, Fanatic, chained to the wall, opened her eyes. Raven, standing opposite her, asked, Has she come to her senses? She shouldn't worry. Her body was still untainted. The next second, he threw the exhausted girl to the ground and said she was no longer needed. They must carry her away. His subordinates replied yes, and he added, he was waiting for her to wake up to hear her moans. He spread his arms and offered to dedicate themselves to the church together. At that moment, the abuse continued behind him. Zealot clenched her teeth and screamed, What is he doing? What is he doing, Commander Raven? This is unforgivable. He's a holy knight human. God will not forgive such a thing. He replied, That's right, Zealot. This is unforgivable. She frowned at him. And then he pulled the mask over his face and added, Utterly unforgivable. Tears began to stream down his face and he said, If there is a God, of course. Then she cried out in surprise. A mask? He asked. Why? She thought so. She wondered why God didn't punish him then. She sincerely didn't believe in him, and he could only envy that. He had once been as devout a believer as she was, fighting for his people alongside fellow holy knights. It had been a difficult time, but he believed that God saw his devotion, although deep down, he knew it wasn't so, that something was missing. And then one day, for the first time, he was invited to this feast. At that moment, he wanted to kill everyone involved, but he didn't. The innocent girl was completely at his mercy. Such a blasphemous act clouded his mind, his heart yearned for reward for all his labors, and now, having satisfied his secret desires, he stood before her body. That's when he realized this is it. All those years he dedicated to serving God didn't even come close to the joy of that sin. Since then, everything had changed. He played the hero before the townspeople's eyes, the church's congregation grew ever larger, his hunt for girls continued. This was true treason against God, full of lies and greed. Well, now God must punish him. He raised his hands and cried out, God, if he exists, he's asking. He must punish him. He's no longer the saint he used to be. He can clearly see what he's become, or maybe he was never with them. At that moment, the fanatic said he was wrong, and he turned sharply to her, and said that God himself would decide that. Do you think he would allow a believer to be used? Well, now they will find out. At that moment, Protagonist said, Terrible logic. Several demons made their way forward and Raven, perplexed, looked around and shouted, What is this? The demons grabbed several men and the Protagonist said, For his beloved God, maybe it is important, whether he is a sinner or not. Then Raven looked at the Protagonist and shouted in surprise, Lord Inori? He answered, but they didn't care. The fanatic looked at him in surprise and shouted, Inori? Raven asked, Why is he here? And with demons too, the church servants shouted, Why are there demons in the church? The Protagonist put his hand to his side and told them not to let them escape. The next second, the demons dealt with the servants, and the fanatic watched in bewilderment. After that, Raven asked, Are these his demons? Did he have dark magic all along? He replied that he didn't. He borrowed it. He knew perfectly well who. He said, Chris. The fanatic asked, Inori, what did all this mean? Why were the escaped demons suddenly here? He said that the church itself had raised these demons, so he was bringing them back. No surprise, right? The girl didn't like what they forced her to do at the church. Raven said that Chris had sent him that way. They saved her life, and she repaid them for their kindness this way. What impudence! And since he agreed to help her, he's no better. The next second, the crystal in his hand turned back into a staff and the protagonist asked, was he angry? He apologized for distracting him from his hobby. He ran to the attack and shouted, no, he sincerely regrets that he will have to raise his hand against his friend. The fanatic shouted, Inori, he must run, he. Then Raven struck, but the protagonist jumped sharply to the side and smiling said, wow, he should listen, not bad, for a legend of the city. In response, he shouted, excellent. Wonderful reaction, but how long is he going to fight him without even drawing his sword? Protagonist flew on and said that he bought this sword especially for his mentor. He does not want to break it on a magical weapon. Then he grabbed the enemy staff and said, even if this weapon is nothing compared to the sword Igiana. The next second Raven's weapon returned to a crystal state and he said, incredible. He had no idea he was so strong. The protagonist waved his hand and said yes, he can stay in the shadows. And it seems he got it all a little wrong. It wasn't Chris who sent him. He asked then why? He replied that he had some unfinished business. He said, interesting. The next second, protagonist summoned a shadow in which a crystal appeared. Raven cried out in surprise. That's it. The protagonist smiled and said he came for it. The Stone of Divine Light. It's installed during the construction of temples. Raven was surprised, but where did he get it? He replied that it was very simple. Thanks to his feast, all the church guards had flocked here. Raven said that he was afraid, but he was right. Of course, it could be sold for a certain amount, but in itself, it didn't have any special properties. He didn't believe he came here just to steal the stone. Then the protagonist said that he had the power to evaluate objects, and according to this, God watches over humanity through these stones. It doesn't possess any power on its own, but sensing someone's prayer near it can become the eye of God. Currently, he blocks it with his control, but one day it activated and God immediately tried to kill him. He stole it so that God would immediately understand his intention. Raven asked, does God exist? He spies on people and, among all of them, found him and tried to kill him. The protagonist answered something like that. Then he looked away and asked if he thought God considered him a heretic, like kill him quickly, something like that. Then Raven bowed and said that he admitted there was something about him that could brand him a heretic. Then protagonist added, although okay, heretic isn't quite the right word, more like an eyesore. Raven said then all the more reason he should explain it to him. The protagonist asked, what? It all depends on how you look at it. He replied, if God is watching them, if God takes lives, then why did he try to take his life and not his? At that moment, the demons continued to deal with the church parishioners, and the protagonist said, it's very simple. God doesn't care about them people. The fanatic looked at him in surprise. He asked, now does he understand why he's here? Raven reached for his mask with a trembling hand and, laughing, said, how awful. But now he realized he wanted to test something. He grabbed the crystal and, running forward, asked if he'd be interested in the god if he offered his head. Would he even notice him then? Then protagonist chuckled and said he was starting to worry the night would be boring. Now that was something else, he understood. The next second, a chain bound his hand, and he clicked his tongue in irritation, and fanatic shouted, Inori, he mustn't let him grab him. Raven said he'd repelled all of his previous attacks, but this time, he'd used the weapon of divine execution. At that moment, the protagonist appeared, the statue's doors opening, revealing sharp spikes. Then Raven reached for his mask again and said, God, he grants it to him. Then he clenched his fist, and the statue's doors slammed shut, trapping the protagonist inside. After a while, blood began pouring from the statue's eyes. Fanatic continued calling out to the protagonist, and Raven approached her and told her he would never hear her voice again. He walked forward and said, the next second, a powerful beam of energy erupted from the statue, shattering it into tiny pieces. Raven turned around in surprise, and the protagonist, whose body was battered, said, he should listen, and not bad. He smiled madly and, grabbing the crystal, said that he would give him advice. He threw it forward, hitting Raven and destroying the chains binding the fanatic. The next second, Raven fell to the ground and thought, "He's strong, he should have underestimated him. When did his vision become so dim, even the light? There will be no judgment or salvation for him. This is the answer to his prayers." The next second, the fanatic approached him. He said, "Fanatic?" To be honest, he didn't even have time to lay a finger on her. Of course, the god will protect her, untainted and uncorrupted. He asks that she take his place. She must find the god in his place. She is the only one worthy. He will surely answer her. She stood next to him, and then took the crystal from his hand, and the protagonist asked, did he die after all? Sadly, he alone shared his tastes. They drank so well together. The fanatic looked at him and said, "Inori, he must answer her." "Who is he?" Inori said, surprised. He'd never been asked what he was before. What was he to her now? A thief who killed the church's disciples? Or just a thorn in the side of God? Fana narrowed her eyes and remembered how some time ago she'd asked him if he didn't like their training. Inori replied that she was rather wasting her time on him. Fana replied, "It's okay. She can train him her whole life until he gets stronger. She certainly has plenty of faith in someone." Currently, she sighed and said, "It's true. Training him was a futile endeavor." Protagonist spoke up. Frankly, he didn't care. He continued out of pure curiosity to see how far things would go. First of all, their values and ideology are not just incompatible, they contradict each other. He came from another world, different from hers, so their god took an interest in him. And he, in turn, moved here to eradicate the church, to destroy the main instrument of God. So he killed everyone he deemed necessary, because now nothing is more important to him than defeating their god. All this time, Fana listened to him, motionless, her mouth only slightly open. Protagonist said, nevertheless, he would not mind taking part in her little performance of student and teacher. He flashed his eye and said, however, this too has come to an end. Fana said, yes, indeed, it is time to put an end to this. She thought she would never be able to touch the real him. But now she is little by little beginning to understand him, and that his path is only just beginning. She extended her hand and asked, but will he let her know? She placed her palm on Protagonist's cheek and added his real self. Inori took human form and said, that's it. It's time for him to go back. He started running and Fauna loudly asked Kiri to stop. He turned around and said, Inori, let her call him back if they were alone again. Fauna looked at him carefully and he said, and also those novices who were with her, they're still alive. It was news to him too, but it turns out those demons only react to movement. They didn't even think to let the poor sinners in on the details of their plan. He climbed out of the hole and said, they'll see each other again, master. Fauna looked after him and said, Inori. Everything around her began to crack and she looked around in fear. The monsters began to attack and Fauna began to lead the girls out of the building. People were shouting loudly in the street. Where did the demons come from? Why are they inside the church? Where is Captain Raven? Fana froze when she saw the terrifying creature before her. Suddenly, Arya appeared in front of her and cut the monster's body. She said she knew she would be fine, but she was still glad to see Fana alive. Fana cried out in surprise. Arya! She turned around and ordered her to stop. They are dangerous even without a head. Let her help the wounded and take them away from here, please. She swung her sword and quickly attacked. Arya screamed, now let her take them away. Fana replied, okay. She thanks her for saving her, Arya. An arrow flew behind her and hit the monster's body, which caught Fana's attention. The archer shouted, followed by the Black Rose. The girl cried out in approval. Yes, Arya ordered the guild to listen to her and lure all the demons to themselves. She ordered them to let the survivors escape. Everyone shouted loudly, yes. The monsters began to attack the knights, and the people tried to save the injured. Protagonist watched from the window and thought, he has an idea. A while ago, Arya entered the room and said, let him answer. Has he wanted to attack the church all this time? Protagonist asked, yes, so what? Arya replied, surprised when he came to their aid. Unlike her, he seemed indifferent to the city's fate. At first, she was even glad to see him. But he could have avoided the battle with Fenrir if he had simply not disturbed their territory. He stopped the coup d'état not to save the country, but to anger Commander Aegean and challenge her to a fight. The same goes for Chris. He didn't necessarily need to exterminate all her demons. He's always looking for a rival for some reason. Protagonist looked at her silently, and she said that he couldn't care less about those who might be attacked, and he wouldn't even think about saving them. Right now, he's only interested in the demons, their king, and his desire to fight the god. Inori turned and asked if she no longer wanted to help him now that she knew everything. Arya said the church was no joke, but there were good people there too, including Fauna. She wanted to help her, but she didn't want to kill ordinary people. Now it was in her power to involve the guild in the church's investigation. With their help, numbers and authority, they would be able to hide the fact that he was the instigator, and there would be no need to risk hypnotizing witnesses or even killing them. There would be fewer victims. She extended her hand and said, "But on one condition, this girl will be under her care, okay?" Inori waved his hand and said as she wished. He didn't care. She had already lost all will to live. Arya said she understood that this was selfish of her, but she wanted to try, even if he disagreed with her on something. Currently, Protagonist stood and watched the church tower fall and remembered Arya's words. She belongs to him, but she still wants to help those in need. She will continue to help him, but she will do it in her own way. Currently, Inori looked at her from the window and thought, well, one way or another, this did not affect his plan. The key figures of the church were eliminated and the stones were stolen. If she wants to try so hard, please, that's her problem. He looked at the fact that the people dealt with the monsters and said they are done. Protagonist looked at the sky and said it is. He congratulates on losing one of his eyes. Does this please you? The same awaits her goddess. After some time in the forest, Arya said, "It's over, Chris." She was sitting near the roots of a tree, hugging her knees. Arya looked around and said, "Neither Raven nor the people of the church, all of them are gone." Chris continued to look down and remained silent. Arya sat next to her and said she also had a little sister, but she died. Chris turned her gaze to Arya and she smiled and said she was so sweet. She constantly grabbed the hem of her dress. Combing her silky hair was a pleasure for her. They were even similar in some ways. They both couldn't be honest with themselves, but they had the opportunity to make peace before she did. Chris listened to her attentively, but remained silent. Arya stood up and said, "Okay, what does it have to do with her? She wants to say that she is free now." She handed her a note and said, "And now she found out where they buried her sister. Let her go and visit her, because she never got to visit hers." Chris watched Arya go and, after a little hesitation, stood up. After a while, voices were heard in the city. That was news. Escaped demons again? They say that Captain Raven was attacked by one of them. And how is he? How do demons end up right inside the church? Do they keep them there like rats or what? The townspeople were talking in the tavern about how it was the guild members who had stopped the invasion instead of the church. After clearing the rubble, they discovered that someone had quietly entered the church cemetery and dug up a grave. A cry rang out. Why would someone dig up a grave? One riddle after another, people are already afraid to imagine what awaits their town next. Chris sat in the cemetery holding a skull in her hands. She hugged it, and remembered how she hugged her sister. She thought, it's cold. Cold. If only they could find a place where there is no winter or hunger. When they grow older, they will definitely find it. But for now, this is enough for them. Chris wondered if that was her sister's voice. The cold is no big deal when there is someone who can warm it. Her sister warms her, and she warms her, and they are warm. Chris hugged the skull and cried. She said, her sister was a fool, such a fool. At that moment Arya asked, "Are they leaving here?" Protagonist answered yes. This city has nothing more to surprise him with. Doesn't she like it? Because he's watching, she settled in very well here. But alas, the decision is final. Arya replied, "Everything is fine." She's also ready to set off. Inori turned around and asked, "Already?" "Great." Arya asked, "And where are they heading now?" Protagonist answered, "He doesn't know." Arya said, puzzled. Sometimes he just amazes her. After a while, Chris was riding a monster and saying, "They will find a place where it will always be warm." She looked up and thought, "Far, far away from here," Arya thought, "to meet new lands." After a while, people in the city were talking. "Is Black Rose leaving the city?" The man said, "They say she's going to move." The guy said with tears in his eyes, but didn't have time to say a word to her. A girl entered the room and screamed, "Fanatic! Her water and medicine." She looked at the open window, puzzled, and asked, "Where is she going?" After a while, a voice rang out in the house, "Fresh baked goods, her tea service, all the gifts and other things." Protagonist said, "Everything is safely transferred to the shadows and they can hit the road." Arya smiled and said, "That's convenient." Inori asked, "Well, are we going?" She smiled and answered, "Yes." They went outside when suddenly loud shouts were heard. "Arya, is she really leaving the city? Who will protect them from the demon invasion now?" The man folded his arms across his chest and said that drunkard must have whispered something to her again, or done something bad. The guy extended his hand and said to leave him. She doesn't need people like him. Let her marry him. Protagonist carried bags and said they had just packed their things when they managed to do everything. People joyfully shouted Arya. She turned around and laughing slightly waved her hand. She said that this morning she submitted a notice to the guild that she was leaving them. Everyone found out about it quickly. Inori rolled his eyes and said, "But she shouldn't have carried out every guild assignment with such devotion. There wouldn't be such problems. Let her learn to blend in with the crowd." Arya replied, "It's easy for him to say. The guild was her first job. She just couldn't resist." Protagonist said she got a nickname, and her eyes suddenly lit up. They continued walking along the road when suddenly they saw Fana by the wall. She folded her hands on her hips and asked, "She'll just leave without saying a word?" She certainly didn't expect that. Arya said in surprise, "Fana? She's already been allowed to walk around." Fana smiled and asked, "Why should they suddenly forbid her?" Thanks to her, she wasn't badly hurt. "And where's Kiri?" Arya screamed in fear. "What's wrong with him? Wasn't he just walking next to her?" Protagonist at that moment climbed onto the partition of the bridge and laid down to be unnoticed. Arya said he ran away. It turns out, Fana smirked and replied, "That's just like him." Kiri. "No, Inori doesn't change." Arya looked at her in surprise and asked, "So she knows?" Fana looked up and said, "A little." Arya asked, slightly awkwardly, to forgive them and her. In fact, her name is Arya. She is the former princess of the Kingdom of the Rising Sun. Fana's eyes widened in surprise and she screamed, "Aerie, a princess?" Arya cried out in embarrassment, "Ex-princess, and don't shout about it, and not Aerie, but Arya." Inori saved her and took her with him. She still knows little about him, but she's not opposed to following him and unraveling his mystery. Fauna smiled and said she was glad she liked him. Arya blushed and screamed. "Why do you immediately say like?" Fauna replied. "It's obvious. That's who she chose. Her instincts haven't let her down yet. She asks that she follow him." Arya smiled and said, "Okay." She cried out loudly, "Inori!" He jumped in surprise and Fauna screamed. Usually she catches him every time he tries to escape. But today, be that as it may, she will forgive. Inori clicked his tongue in displeasure and Fauna said in every word of lie told to her, his mentor, she is also ready to forgive. But if he dares lie to Arya even once, she will never forgive it. And the fact that he is not afraid of divine punishment is not a reason not to take her words seriously. If he dares offend her, she will personally come to punish him. After all, she is his mentor. Fana turned around and said, "Arya, thank her for telling her real name. She told her to take care of herself." After a while, Fana waved after her and thought, this city has changed a lot since they came to them. They will continue to change the world around them. Now she is forced to say goodbye to them, but one day. After a while, birds were sitting near the waterfall, and the water was quickly falling from the cliff down. Suddenly, the water bubbles were cut by a shark's sword, and Arya was moving forward. She couldn't escape from the castle alone. She couldn't stop the demons on her own. Not to mention stop them. She couldn't even notice some things. Neither the impending coup in the kingdom, nor the dark side of the church. She still has a lot of work to do on herself, but she needs to figure out where to start. Inori looked at her and asked, "What's wrong with her? Did she decide to take a bath?" Arya looked at him and cried out slightly embarrassingly. "Inori? She's not, she's just." Protagonist pointed at the boar and said, okay, as she wants." "Let her see it better," Arya asked again. "Is this?" Protagonist replied, "It looks like a pig or a boar." He came up with the idea of trying to fry it just like that, without sucking all the blood out of it. Arya said, "But it's a demon. They've been wandering aimlessly since leaving Regan. A cave behind a waterfall has become their temporary refuge. Arya personally doesn't mind much, since it's turned their wanderings into a good excuse to train. Little Fenrir rests in Inori's shadow. After all, it's her fault that he devoted all his energy to fighting demons. Sylphie's gourmet side has awakened, and she hunts for new exotic fruits every day. Inori." Arya looked at the stone in Protagonist's hands and asked, "Did he find it?" Inori replied that at first, he hoped to take control of it and be able to peer into the god's eyes, as they do into his. But as soon as he used magic, he was immediately cut off from them. Oh well, there will still be a chance to understand how to fight the gods. Arya thought, Inori is still trying to get stronger. She stretched her hands forward and released holy flames. Inori asked again. "Magic? Why?" Arya said she wanted to try purifying it with light magic. Protagonist asked again. "Purifying?" Arya replied. "Demons are creatures of darkness, and they're contraindicated for humans. But if we try to neutralize their attribute, will we at least be able to eat properly?" Inori asked again. "What's stopping her from eating it right away?" "She did so with the bug," Arya replied. "She wanted to eat properly, with flavor." Inori replied. "Okay. Jokes aside. That he was genuinely concerned that the demons here didn't seem particularly strong even during the day. He'd hoped to encounter stronger monsters if he went further away from human settlements. Arya looked at him carefully and asked if perhaps it wasn't the monsters that were weak, but rather he himself who had become too strong. Inori looked surprised and Arya continued, saying that compared to the ones found in her country, or Regina, these were much stronger, but they were born of nature itself. And if you compare the demons of her country with the higher demons summoned by Chris, the difference is colossal. And the way he defeated more than half of them at once for experience, she doubts there are any demons left in nature that could satisfy his desire to become stronger. Protagonist thought for a moment and then said yes, to gain experience, he constantly needs to fight opponents that are stronger and stronger. So that's a problem. Arya said she wished she had such problems, although it's quite normal to feel weak at some point and that he lacks something. Protagonist thought for a moment. The opponent is as fast and ferocious as Chris's demons. He highly doubts that he will be able to find something similar so easily. He turned and looked at Arya. He asked, "Is her goal to become stronger than him, right?" Arya answered, slightly puzzled. "Yes," Protagonist said, "to free herself from his slavery. That is, roughly speaking, to kill him." Arya asked, "How did he come to this in the first place?" Inori asked, "Well, what, will she try to kill him?" Arya looked at him in surprise. After a while, Protagonist stood at a crosswalk and looked around in confusion. A voice came from the side. "Inori, they haven't seen each other for a long time." The girl greeted him and asked how he was. "Alive and well?" "How were his children?" Protagonist asked fearfully, "Who is she?" The girl answered, "What do you mean?" "She's a goddess." "She's a goddess. The one who gave him his powers." Inori asked again, "A goddess? What's the point of this cosplay then?" "Precisely where is he?" Even the goddess replied, "In his hometown Shibuya, Japan." Protagonist asked again, "Shibuya, and why especially since he's not from Shibuya?" The goddess replied, "She'll say this, the tuning of his abilities greatly affects his soul, more so than she thought. That's why she sent him home for a while where his soul feels calmer. At first she thought any city would do, but Shibuya just sounded more fun than all the others." Protagonist asked again, "So she just wanted to go to Shibuya and that's it?" The goddess smiled back at him, and Inori asked her to learn to make excuses in advance. Suddenly, people near them started taking out their phones and taking pictures of the exit from the building. Protagonist turned around and asked, "What are they doing?" The goddess replied, "Okay. Anyway, they have nowhere else to go. Why don't they have some fun at the same time? Arya threw up her hands and said, No, this is not cosplay. People asked, Are these her regular clothes? She's cute. Inori looked at her and asked, How did she end up here? The goddess replied, For company. Why not? She handed him a card and told him to buy her some clothes. It's his favorite goddess's credit card. There's no limit, but please don't buy everything in sight, okay? She said to have fun there. Protagonist asked again, Credit card? Seriously? She vanished. And he asked, Where to? After a while, Arya smiled and thanked him for getting her out of there. Inori said he'd gladly send her to sort out her clothes herself. But the terrifying goddess told him to go have some fun. Honestly, he didn't even want to approach her. She stood out so much. Arya ran after him and screamed. Why did he do this? After a while, Arya tried to fasten her bra, but she couldn't. She covered her body and asked, Inori, how do you fasten this? He turned away and said she found someone to ask. He looks like a girl, right? Let her go to the girl at the checkout. He doesn't know. At that moment, the consultant said yes. Should she pick out a size or help her fasten it? Let her ask whatever she wants. The girl frowned and asked, How old is she that she can't fasten it? Arya looked at them in surprise and shouted, Nala, Amanda? The girls replied, Yeah, one of them is Nara. So what? And the other is Amanda. Right. After a while, Protagonist put his card to the terminal and paid 29,800 yen. The girls bowed and said, Thank them very much. Let them come again. Inori looked at the card and said, He's gone too far, paying with someone else's credit card. Arya smiled and said, They look exactly alike. She almost rushed to hug them. Protagonist turned around and said, They even have similar personalities. It's like their souls were transferred from there to here. Suddenly they stopped seeing Fenrir. They walked on. And he thought owner. After a while, they stopped at a counter with dolls. Arya said how many strange things they sell in his homeland, some incredibly detailed dolls. Protagonist interrupted her and said, Figurines? Arya pointed at the fairy and said, And this one? Well, she's the spitting image of Sylphie. Protagonist agreed with her, and saw that the figurine's hands were shaking. He said, Wait, she's not the spitting image. This is her. Sylphie was shaking and mentally asking for help. After a while, she ate and said, Thank them so much. She was already afraid they wouldn't notice. He's being really kind today. He's treating her. Protagonist said, Because it's free. A waiter in a mask approached them and said, He's asking. Inori screamed loudly. And how did he appear here? And why is he wearing a mask again? The waiter apologized and said, Such are the rules of the establishment. Anti-infection measures. As for the order, it's a gift from the neighboring table. Inori looked in their direction and yelled, And where do these idiots come from? After a while, everyone gathered around them and started taking photos. Inori and Arya left the cafe and headed down the street. Sylphie was lying on Arya's head and she was eating ice cream. They passed Fenrir again, who thought, Master. After a while, Protagonist said discontentedly, Terrible goddess? It's already night. Why are they still here? Arya smiled and said she liked everything. And she also saw his homeland. Only now does it bring back memories of her homeland. They were standing on the roof and looking at the city at night. Arya asked, Is he really not going to come back here? Protagonist looked at her and then answered, Yes, everything is familiar and the food is the same, but it's too quiet here. He stretched and said, Okay, to hell with this goddess. They'll go and get something to eat. Arya replied she'd be happy to. What would he recommend? Protagonist said they should go to a 3-star restaurant for the last time. Arya asked again, 3-star? Inori interrupted her and said, While it's free. At that moment, a bright flash appeared behind them, which began to quickly illuminate everything. Protagonist asked, puzzled, Wait, the goddess is space? Arya asked, Why suddenly? The goddess appeared in front of them, lying on the ground and saying, Damn it. She asked him not to buy everything indiscriminately. Has he seen her bill now? She's finished. She's finished. Protagonist said, Who said there was no limit to this? He turned around and the goddess screamed. What? He bought a 1964 car? Has he seen the price of this? Inori smiled and said, he's always wanted to buy something like this. Not that he had a license, but still. The goddess screamed. She told him not to spend too much. And then she told him not to buy everything in sight. Was he listening? Protagonist smiled and said, at least let her see how he had fun, right? Arya smiled after him and asked, by the way, he still didn't say why they were moved to Shibuya in the first place. He answered exactly. She said something about his soul and something else. At that moment, a cardboard poster stood in the shopping center with the inscription, Collaboration with Shibuya. Fenrir stood in the same place and thought, Master. After a while, Inori asked, well, will she try to kill him? Arya looked at him questioningly and screamed. Kill? What is he talking about? Protagonist answered, it's simple. They will fight. Only he won't kill her. And she can fight however she wants. There's no point in fighting if his opponent is deliberately holding back. He smirked slightly and asked, she wants to become stronger than him, right? Arya wondered how close she had gotten to his level. She wants to know. She screamed, yes, let him fight her. Inori smiled and said, excellent. Fenrir, come here. He appeared from underground and asked, did he call him? Master. Inori said he wanted his people to purge all the dangerous monsters in the area. He would be upset if they accidentally interfered with the fight. Fenrir said it would be done, but Master, they have no need to fight each other. Inori asked, isn't he thinking of joining her? If deep down he wants to kill him, Fenrir screamed, what? Sylphie screamed in fear, and Fenrir said he was only expressing his humble opinion. And as his subject, he has no right to fight him. Once was enough for him. Sylphie screamed in fear. Is he serious? Protagonist smirked and said, besides, the only one he hasn't fought yet is Arya. It's getting more interesting. Will she agree? Arya narrowed her eyes slightly and remained silent. Inori extended his hand and said, okay, they'll finish eating quickly and discuss the rules of the battle. His hand caught fire and he cried out in fear, and Arya told him to put it out first, and then raise his hands. After a while, Arya said the battle would begin in 3 days when the sun is at its zenith, and it wouldn't matter where or what state they were in. Fenrir said that until then, the master would not use detection or clairvoyance, and would not set any traps. Sylphie sat on a rock and said that it was good that Beninori didn't use orders towards his subjects. Arya spoke up, she didn't expect him to suggest fighting during the day. Of course, she wasn't even close to his level at night, but she remembered Protagonist's words. It was optimistic to think he would always be able to fight only at night. The level of her abilities during the day also had to be taken into account. Arya said so. That's why he said it doesn't count as a concession. Fenrir said he was lying. It's a concession, pure and simple, although at night it would be hard to even call it a battle. Sylphie asked if that was too much. He doesn't even use the black wind. He threw her out of there and left, and she could have led him to these springs, like them. Arya smiled and said, thank you, Sylphie. Inori will be another complication. She answered exactly. Fenrir asked, but what next? The master said she must kill him. Arya looked down, and Sylphie asked, what do you mean? What next? Go and kill him. And at the same time they will free her too. He himself, a little dog, doesn't want to be free again? Fenrir asked whom she called a little dog. Arya thought Inori saved her, and to be free she must surpass him. She wanted to be free from him. She remembered fragments with him and thought, but she left everything to get a second chance. Her home, herself, the duty of the royal family, everything. She plunged under the water, and then rose and clenched her jaw and thought, she left everything to be free. Arya asked, Inori wants a fight, right? She clutched the towel in her hand and thought, this is it, her chance to gain freedom. She looked up and thought, even if the price is Inori's own life, she must follow her will. She looked at the sky and said, he will get it. It is unpleasant when they give in to it. Inori is not the only one who has managed to learn something. She will show him what she has managed to learn herself. 3 days later, before sunrise, Takafuji Inori, a demon, a vampire who has a very large list of skills. He held the monster's body in his hands and looked at the system window with his skills. Protagonist thought he accumulated a lot by stealing skills. He thought about it. He didn't have any particularly strong skills, but he had plenty of passive ones like resistance to heat or poison. But they wouldn't help him in battle right now. He needed his own unique skills. Inori sank his teeth into the monster's body and thought about things like blood-sucking, skill enhancement, 2 magical eyes, and true dark magic. He acquired them when the goddess dragged him through 8 different worlds. But along with them, he received the hatred of the sun god. Because of this, during the day, he was limited to only 1 unique skill acquired in this world. Detection. That's his main weakness. Or so Arya might think. And she's partly right. But if she's so frivolous, then their battle would hardly be considered one. The battle with Chris's demons greatly increased his level and his vampire title. His unique skills not only became stronger, but he can now choose up to 4 unique skills that he can use during daylight hours. But the choice is only available at dawn. He must lock in his chosen skills at the moment. Sun God's hatred is activated. Detection will be the first. This is indispensable in combat, and allows for a preemptive strike. The second will be his right demonic eye, which opens clairvoyance and improves focusing speed while moving, the most versatile tool. Third in line is true dark magic. It allows for remote control of objects. Shadow movement and fading relate to this. Fourth, perhaps, he will try to take the skill with which he killed him. At that moment Fenrir asked, "Is she absolutely sure?" Arya smiled and said yes. Let Inori try his own tricks. Sylphie said that she doesn't believe that this is enough. She doesn't believe it. Fenrir said he doesn't mind lending it to her, but he doesn't intend to fight his master. Arya said that's enough. This magical tool got inside her along with Inori's blood and his memories. She thanked Fenrir for helping her get it. Unlike Inori, she can use magical weapons. This sword he gave her is now simply called a longsword and will greatly help her in this fight. She has done everything possible in these 3 days and hopes that this thing will also be useful. Sylphie exhaled and said, in vain he underestimates her. Very in vain. Let her take advantage of this and kill him. Fenrir said the master said that he will not kill her, but please let her not die. Arya smiled and said it's fine. If she brings Inori to the point that he is ready to kill her, then so be it. After a while, protagonists hovered in the air and thought, being vampires, they are very sensitive to the movement of the sun. They feel the moment of sunset and zenith, as if the sun is right in front of them. I bet Arya too. At that moment Arya said 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Protagonist smirked and said, the battle begins. He put his hand forward and thought, true dark magic, shadows shift. First, he needs to determine their positions relative to each other. With his right eye and detection, it's a piece of cake. He released mana and thought, he'll seize the initiative and strike before she even realizes it. Detection. Bright mana spread through the forest, and Inori thought, even with enhanced detection, he still can't find her. Is she even further away? Of course, they didn't limit the battle area in any way. But there must be traces. Wherever she was hiding, the clairvoyance of his right eye would see even the smallest traces. Suddenly, a bright stone flew into his eye, and a sword stabbed into his back. Arya clenched her teeth and Inori turned around, puzzled. She thought, right in the heart and head. A few more times. Inori screamed it hurt. He swung his leg and attacked Arya. Bright mana rushed through the forest, knocking down trees and spreading further and further. Protagonist thought horror. He accidentally pushed her with all his strength. Arya flew back and tree trunks fell on her from above. Blood sprayed from her mouth and her body shook. She thought, was it a kick? How much stronger had he become if he could do this in daylight? She stood up and thought, but the first blows still belonged to her. Protagonist rushed forward and thought, how did this happen? At first the detection didn't work, and Arya immediately appeared, striking him in the most vulnerable places. She sensed that the heart is the main organ of vampires, because she herself is a vampire? This could have been a fatal blow, not death. He preemptively pushed the heart aside with the threads of Gleipnir. When was the last time he was this close to death? He underestimated her. He greatly underestimated her. After a while, he landed in the place where Arya had just been and thought, no longer. Another blow from behind, so his right eye and clairvoyance were of no use. She was probably aiming for it on purpose, knowing full well how poorly he recovers during the day. But honestly, he looked up and said, he doesn't need an eye when the smell of blood wafts from her a mile away. There's no point in hiding. Arya's eyes widened in surprise, when suddenly Inori sent energy threads in her direction. He tied her up and said, she's lost a lot of blood. And alas, she missed her only chance to finish everything in one move. Arya thought, true dark magic. Control, remote control. She severed the threads with her sword, after which it broke. Protagonist watched her closely and asked if she still had any strength left. Whoever his opponent was, they don't get up right away after that. Or is this another trick? Arya covered herself in restorative mana, and Sylphie said, listen, it's going well, right? If they're lucky, she might even win. Fenris said to take it slow. Strength, endurance, recovery. The master still surpasses her in every way. However, she did well. She managed to disable the eye of clairvoyance and detection. Otherwise, she wouldn't have a chance. Sylphie asked, and what will happen when he restores them? Fenrir answered, she will lose immediately. But tears of blood no longer allow her to hide. The only remaining option is to fight him face to face before he has time to recover. From this moment, the battle truly begins. Sylphie asked, will she lose right away? Even despite his stone, Fenrir said, a haven created by the witch. The witch's secret stone is a magical instrument, and since ancient times, it has protected their lands from invasion. It prevents detection, so the master was unable to find them right away either. Previously, it was hidden in the hollow of a tall tree. He lent it to the girl. Fenrir suspected that the owner had noticed the stone, but showed no interest in it, as he was incapable of using magical tools, unlike them. Sylphie asked, was it worth it, giving it up? Fenrir said he had nothing left to protect, but she did. Arya gripped the hilt of her sword and charged. She frowned, thinking, he keeps pelting her with knives, keeping his distance. She wasn't afraid to fight from a distance, but at this rate, she released mana and thought, an airhole. It was aimed at protagonist, and he thought, this is the same spell they used when they escaped the castle. Wind magic is so visible, even without a magical eye, Arya thought, she'll deal with this before Inori recovers his eye. Airholes. Several attacks were aimed at Inori and hit his body. He released the mana from his hands and used true dark magic, shadow space. He covered himself with tree trunks, but Arya's attacks were able to break through it. She thought, horror. She can't see Inori because of the smoke. He stepped forward and asked if she was hiding well, but how well was he searching? He used true dark magic, shadow movement. He moved behind Arya and quickly attacked, causing her to fall to the ground. Protagonist saw a stone on her neck and thought, glide near. He tied Arya's hands and said that she could only cut it with a black sword. Checkmate. Inori approached Arya and began to quickly punch her. He said that the sooner she gave in, the better for her. Suddenly, his fingers separated from his hand, and protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Arya gritted her teeth and chopped off her hand with the sword. She hit him in the face with her fist and threw him back. Arya told him not to think that he was the only one who had become stronger. So, is he satisfied? She could kill him. She ordered him not to underestimate her. Inori looked at her carefully, then smiled and said, she literally already sold her soul to survive. But she still fears death, doesn't she think too highly of herself? Arya looked at him puzzled, and Inori said, fine, just don't let her complain if her life truly ends today. Arya screamed him, this concerns him too. Protagonist thought, the fourth chosen skill, Berserk. He extended his hand to Arya's face and quickly attacked. He took off, and holding Arya by the face, flew over the pond. Inori screamed. He tried to take advantage of this when he killed the mask, but control is quite a challenge. He swung and threw Arya into the water. She landed on the sand and coughed up blood, and the water spread around her. Protagonist laughed loudly and rushed towards Arya, who barely managed to get up. She jumped aside, and Inori swung his fist. Arya flew to the side and crashed into a wave. Protagonist said he already said this when she fought Chris's demons. Stubbornness is not bad, but it is meaningless if she dies in the end. Arya sat on the ground, and Protagonist said he understood how she was able to fight for so long. Thanks to Sylphie. Arya scat in displeasure, and Inori said his wounds were healing faster than he thought. But now she had no chance of winning. Through Sylphie's black wind, she was fed blood to restore her strength and magic. She did well. She used all 3 days of preparation to good effect. She collected the blood of the slain to use it in battle. That is commendable. So, her goal was to win by attrition, but alas, she decided to cut off her own hand to escape Gleipnir. She had already lost a lot of blood. She couldn't take him by attrition anymore, and without the hand that held the black sword, she had lost her main weapon in close combat. Arya lowered her head and said yes, she didn't have many trump cards, and now she had even fewer, but she screamed loudly, "That's no reason to give up." She created a wave and, thrusting her blade forward, rushed to attack. She pierced Inori's palm, and he joyfully said, "She's caught." Arya said, "No, he's the one who got caught. Sylphie's black wind passes through his shadow too. It's a sin not to take advantage of it." She tied them with a red thread and said, "He only cut Glavner with a black sword. He remembers, right?" She used holy flame and ordered them to be patient. Now they'll find out who will burn first. Protagonist thought, light magic? How does she know that vampires are vulnerable to light magic? Because she's a vampire too? No. Unlike him, she feels fine in the sun and can use magic. Did she notice when the mentor hit him with light magic during training? Or did she notice the wound from the mask? Inori asked when she realized he couldn't stand light magic. Arya said honestly, never. She just decided to guess. It's not like she had anything left to fight with. Although no, there was a moment. He got scared when he touched her fire. She laughed and said, "That's not like him at all. It looks comical." The fire spread through their bodies and the health bar began to beep. Protagonist said, "She's dying?" The fact that he's vulnerable to light doesn't make her immortal, and she doesn't have time to recover from the flames. His berserk triples all stats while active. She'll die first. Absolutely no way. His eye sees the reflection of her endurance in the numbers. He's serious, and she's serious. She's not going to believe her enemy's words. Besides, for the first time in her life, she fought with a clear desire to kill, to win no matter what. She's not afraid to say she had fun. Protagonist looked up at the sky and said, he orders her to stop the magic. He turned into his usual form, and the threads began to cut through his body. He said that he wasn't going to kill her. He suggested otherwise. Arya opened her mouth very wide, and after some time she woke up and saw Fenrir next to her, who said she woke up. She smiled and said, "Fenrir? Where is she?" He answered, "She's at home, in the cave behind the waterfall." Arya looked at her hand and said, "Her hand is in place." Inori said, "He doesn't see joy on the winner's face." She widened her eyes in surprise and said, "Inori?" She asked to wait, and asked, "Did she win?" Protagonist answered, "She forced him to order her, which automatically means his defeat. She doesn't want blood?" He hunted monsters for a bit. Otherwise she sucked practically everything out of him. Arya screamed, slightly embarrassed, "What do you mean?" Inori answered, "He literally fell down without strength." Fenrir looked at them puzzled, and Arya turned completely red, folding her hands in her lap. Protagonist said she was ready to risk her life to kill him. He had to urgently fix it. Okay, let her ask anything. He will answer any of her questions.